Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our June 27th meeting. It's great to have everybody here today. I wanted to start off by saying I'm not wearing glasses, and that's a good thing because I see you better than ever because I had cataract surgery last week, and then this past Tuesday. I didn't throw up this Tuesday, worked out real well with anesthesia and all that stuff. But anyway, for me, it's a bright, clear day, and you're all beautiful people. I didn't know that before. Well, now my colleagues are asking if they're pretty. They're here, right? I can't see them, so I'll let you folks be the judge of that. How about that? But anyway, so it's pretty exciting for me. My family saw me in the yard just looking at trees, and it's Dr. Polson's an amazing surgeon. Anyway, so we'll start with our roll call.
Councilmember Bredefeld. Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Councilmember Soria. Councilmember Vice President Arias. And then President Caprillo.
I am here. Thank you. Next, we're going to do our invocation. Reverend Dennis Winholtz is here. Welcome, sir. Welcome to City Hall. And he is from the Peace Lutheran Church, Missouri Synod. And would everyone please stand, and we'll do our prayer, and then we'll salute the great flag of our nation. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Council President, Vice President, council members, thank you for inviting me here this morning. City of Fresno, in God we trust. Let us begin in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Dear Lord Jesus, we pray that you would send your Holy Spirit upon this council, that they would be able to manage, control, and deal with the challenges that are before them. Give them strength, wisdom, and courage to do so. Father, we pray that you would guide them with your Holy Spirit, that they would be united and indivisible in justice for all. God, we bless you, keep you, make his face to shine upon you, lift up his countenance upon you, and give you his peace. Amen.
We all face the flag, please. Ready? Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for being here, sir. Appreciate your help. Next, we'll move on to the agenda. City Clerk, are there any changes to the agenda this morning?
I have a couple of changes, beginning with the 9 o'clock number D, or alphabet D, file ID 19-1927, which is a resolution to adopt the fiscal year 2020 salary resolution. Paragraph C in this item of section 16 is added and should read as follows. Employees who possess and maintain a fundamental payroll certification and are in a position identified by a department director shall receive $100 per month in certification pay. The next change is the 1005 number 2, appearance by Kim Yasuda, to discuss Shields West Recycling. The speaker withdrew her request to speak at this time. And the final change is item 3A, 19-1879, which is the workshop, Citizens Public Safety Advisory Board Community-Based Policing Recommendation. It will be heard at 1:30 after the contested consent.
Very good, thank you.
City Clerk, if I may, Council President, who made the change to the first item that you referenced?
That I don't have that information, but I'll get it for you. I believe it was it?
Yes,
Yeah.
the budget item, I think I heard. The $100 stipend.
Okay, it was personnel who sent that change. It's
Personnel.
item 9
So,
o'clock D.
Can you read that again?
Sure.
For the rest of us?
So it's item D under the 9 o'clock for the budget documents. It's a resolution adopting the fiscal year 2020 salary resolution, and personnel actually would like this read into the record, paragraph C as in Charlie of section 16 is added and should be read as follows. Employees who possess and maintain a fundamental payroll certification and are in a position identified by a department director shall receive $100 per month in certification pay.
Can somebody explain that for the record to us, why the change occurred? Is that a typo, clarity? Are you giving somebody extra $100 that we're not aware of?
Councilmember, why don't we conduct our calendar first, and then we can address these issues at one time, if you don't mind. Thank you. Okay, do any council members have any changes to the agenda? Seeing none, do I have a motion? Motion by Member Bredefield, second by Member Chavez. Any opposition? I see none, it passes 6-0. Next, we'll go to the minutes. Are there any changes to the minutes of June 18th, budget hearing, and June 20th, council meeting?
I have no changes.
Is there a motion?
Second, motion.
Motion by Member Soria, second by Member Bredefield. Thank you. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, passes 6-0. Now we'll go to ceremonial presentations. This is kind of the best part of the morning, really. So we're going to start with the proclamation of the 20th anniversary of CLYLPS San Joaquin Valley Institute, sponsored by Member Soria and the council, of course.
So good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure and honor to be able to recognize CLYLP as they celebrate their 20th anniversary doing the work and really training the future leaders here in the San Joaquin Valley. I will just say personally, this program is, very special to me because in 1998, I had the opportunity to actually go through the leadership program in Sacramento. And I will say that's probably what planted the seed for me today to be a council member for the city of Fresno. And so I'm just grateful for the work that they've done here in the San Joaquin Valley to ensure that we're not only training the future leaders, but that we're exposing these young people from the city of Fresno and from all the rural communities throughout the San Joaquin Valley, so that they learn the importance of being at the table, being future leaders and advocates for their own community. And in addition to that, they also are very serious also about ensuring that the parents know that they play an important role in the success of their children as they're pursuing their educational journey and the dreams that they have as future leaders. So I'm just very proud. I want to introduce a few of the folks that are here. Jose, where's Jose Hernandez? Angie Iribe, Monica Aranda, David Magayan, class of 2018. So you did it last year? Perfect. Eric Lopez. No, not here today. Elizabeth Mesa Torres? No? Okay. Igdalia Corovarrubias? Your name? Brenda. And Sergio. So I want to welcome them here. One perfect examples of folks that have participated in the program, and then also volunteers, because they do not get paid for the work that they do. The volunteers that are the ones really leading the workshops and the entire Leadership Academy. So congratulations on this tremendous accomplishment. I know Council Member Nelson Esparza has also been part of the program and a big supporter, so I want to pass it on to him.
Thank you, Councilmember Soria. I think the longevity of this program, the San Joaquin Valley Institute, is who these folks represent. They are the Fresno chapter of CLYLP. And really, this program is built on the 4 C's of college, careers, culture, and community, all of which these folks here embody. As you heard from my colleague, nobody in the organization is paid. And so that's really a testament to the longevity of what they do here every single year in summer programming. It was only 12 years ago, actually, that I was a participant in this program. My mother dropped me off at Fresno Pacific. I got to stay in the dorms. They drove us over here to City Hall. I was elected council president of my cohort, and I got to sit up here in these chairs. And I think that was probably the first time I really envisioned myself being able to be a public servant. And so today I sit in this chair for real, with real legislative authority and a passion to make change in our community. So as you folks bring in the 20th cohort here tomorrow morning, I hope we continue to see those ripples of change.
Do you want to say something?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jose Enriquez. I'm a part of the COYLP Board of Directors. I'm also the Vice President of Alumni Relations, just been appointed back in November. I'm also an alum of the program. I attended in 1988, and that was the first time I ever set foot on the college campus. It was the first time I ever set foot on a government building and pictured myself being there. Currently, I'm a director of a public agency in El Dorado County called Local Agency Formation Commission. The one from Fresno is actually just across the street. I was just talking to my counterpart before I came here. And we welcome support. If you are around tomorrow and want to see the students in action, please do so. This is a wonderful thing when you're looking at bright young students from high school who are, for the first time, envisioning themselves being part of government, being part of higher education. And as it's been said, it's 100% volunteer-based. It's a labor of love for us. We devote a lot of hours, but we know that we're setting the foundation for those students to succeed and then at some point take over for us. So I'd like to hand it over to Monica. No? Okay.
Yeah, so we'll let one of the young people talk about what the program has meant for them.
Hello guys, good morning. My name is David Magallanes. So last year I got the opportunity to join this program for the SJVI and the Sacramento community, for the one in Sacramento. And beforehand I didn't know what I wanted to do in terms of a career. But then after coming to this program, I told myself, you know, I want to be a business attorney. So now I'm working English major, going to go to law school later on. So, you know, thank you. You know, I really envisioned myself working for the city as a public worker. So I have to thank this program for that. So thank you.
Yeah, okay. Well, I think that with his story, we can tell the perfect example of the seeds that this program plants in the young people. I know that in 1998, it was extremely impactful to me. And like I mentioned earlier, I credit this program for opening my eyes and planting the seed of being an advocate and becoming a public servant. So I want to thank you guys again for all the work that you guys do. Very proud that this academy has continued. And just thank you for all your work. Madam Clerk, if you could read the proclamation for the record.
Whereas the Chicano Latino Youth Leadership Project is an organization whose mission is based upon developing California's future leaders through enhancing youth leadership skills and promoting their involvement in the community, as well as their pursuit of higher education. And whereas this year marks the 20th anniversary of the San Joaquin Valley Institute, which was founded by the Chicano Latino Youth Leadership Project alumni who were residents of Fresno. And whereas the San Joaquin Valley Institute offers an insightful program that increases youth's awareness of local community issues through active civic engagement opportunities and provides informational workshops about the university requirements to both students and parents. And whereas the Chicano Latino Youth Leadership Project has worked in collaboration with the California Latino Legislative Caucus, the UCNCSU systems, the California Community College Systems, the Association of Independent California Colleges and University, along with over 50 private foundations and organizations. And whereas the City of Fresno recognizes the invaluable experience provided by the San Joaquin Valley Institute and its impact in the personal and professional achievements of our local youth. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno, Mayor, and City Council does hereby proclaim June 27, 2019, the San Joaquin Valley Institute Day in the City of Fresno.
I think we're live. Yeah. So this is great. This smile I can't get off my face. It's amazing. This surgery was miraculous. I mean, I can read signs, and I know who's back there glaring at me, and who's going thumbs up. I can never tell what was up, what was not. It was. I'm giddy with joy because
You
this
can
is
finally
amazing.
read the budget, Council President.
And then, and you know what? The problem with it is when you see this well, when Jerry Dyer walks in the room, the glare off his head is blinding. Welcome, Jerry. I didn't see you back there. I saw the glare.
Council
No.
President, I think you looked prettier with your glasses on.
Well, I'll let you judge that, my friend. But anyway, so back to business. This isn't business. This is pleasure. So this proclamation of Alzheimer's Brain and Awareness Month in the city of Fresno, we need those that are supporting this, Liz, Audrey, and Viva. Would you guys come on? Viva, I'm sorry. Welcome to City Hall. Good to see you. Good morning. Good morning to you. You're welcome. So this ceremony is very dear to my heart. On January 12th of 08, I lost my father to Alzheimer's disease. He was 85 years old. We fought it for 5 years, and the last 3 years, my mom tried to take care of him. It just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And so we had to house him and watch his demise, which is pretty tragic. But anyway, we have people here that are on the upswing of these sorts of things and trying to help those with Alzheimer's disease. And we can't thank you enough for that. I know my colleague has some words.
I just want to thank Liz and Viva for being here, or Viva, sorry, for being here this morning and really bringing awareness to this huge issue. Similar to my colleague, today, my mother has Alzheimer's, and so my mother got diagnosed, had early detection a couple years ago after, I think 1 or 2 years after I got sworn in. And early detection is so important so that we make sure that my mother has the best quality of life. But it is life-changing for a family. And my dad actually had to retire early to be able to provide full-time care for my mom this past year. And those are very tough decisions because my dad is still very young, 61 years old, now has to rely on the IHHS program. Their home care, as a home care worker now, only gets paid 20 hours a week, and he is taking care of my mother 24/7 and barely making it through. And so there are thousands of families, just like my family, that are dealing with this issue. And this issue is not, minimizing over the years. It's only going to get greater as more and more folks, become older. This issue will impact a lot more in our community. They're saying that by 2030, here in Fresno, we will see about 24,000 people impacted by this disease. So it is important that we talk about it, that we're not afraid or embarrassed to talk about it, and that when there are people that that you provide the support, because caregivers definitely suffer from the toll that it takes on their life, on their personal well-being and mental health. And we want to make sure that these caregivers have the support that they need. And so I want to thank you guys for the outreach that you guys do to make sure that folks get educated and that they get connected to the resources necessary.
We thank you so much. Again, my name is Viva Strader, and I'm an ambassador for Alzheimer's. And we thank you guys for sponsoring and acknowledging June for Brain Awareness Month. California has, in the Central Valley, 50,000 that have been diagnosed with Alzheimer's. That's just diagnosed. So there's probably so many more that have not been diagnosed. And then it's the second cause leading of death in California. So that's more than, cancer and heart disease. Yes, everything. It's just really a disease that we don't also have a cure for, nor we have a survivor. So we're hoping that that comes soon, and you guys can reach out to the Alzheimer's Association for resources, information, education, and we'll be more than happy to come and talk with families, talk with your community, your churches, we're here for you because there is a local office here in Fresno.
And I'm Liz Zemke, and I'm an RN for 49 years. And my husband passed away with Alzheimer's, and daily I see patients and clients with Alzheimer's, and it's devastating. It is the second largest killer of Californians and a public health crisis. I am a state advocate and a champion for advocacy and for Alzheimer's. So it's devastating. Please help.
And then just the last thing that I want to put a plug in, because I know that they've been helpful with my mom's case, the UCSF Memory Care, Alzheimer's and Memory Care Center. They're the ones that did the early detection. So we do have resources here locally in the city of Fresno. We're very lucky to have them. Utilize them. They provide great services. And with that, we'll have the clerk read the proclamation for the record.
Whereas June is Alzheimer and Brain Awareness Month, and its goal is to raise awareness about Alzheimer's, other dementias, and the importance of brain health. Throughout the month, purple is worn to signify support for Alzheimer's. And whereas on June 21st, those affected by the disease are honored by the longest day, which lands on the summer solstice, to outshine the darkness of Alzheimer's. On this day, Alzheimer's patients are encouraged to fundraise and participate in activities that raise awareness while honoring family and friends affected by the disease. And whereas in the United States, Alzheimer's is the 6th leading cause of death, and there is no known cure, there are 5.8 million people currently diagnosed with the disease and 16 million care providers assisting people with Alzheimer's. Awareness for early signs and symptoms is essential to get treatment and create a plan of care. And whereas the City of Fresno, the Alzheimer's Association partners with UCSF Fresno and the Valley Caregiver Resource Center to offer 3 caregiver conferences each year. They help caregivers fill out the applications for care grants, provide them with Central Valley chat forums to provide referrals, education, and care consultations over the phone or in person. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Fresno Mayor and City Council does hereby proclaim June 2019 to be Alzheimer's and Brain Awareness Month in the City of Fresno.
Now we have a... Not on. There we go. I think we're on. Testing. Thank you guys again for all you do, and especially for my family. So now, Mayor Brandon, would you come up for a moment? I can see you. I can see you, and man, you're different. No. No. Good job. Anyway, we'd like to invite someone up here, and somebody from the media. Gene, would you mind coming up here for a minute? Come on up here, Gene. Come on, Gene. This is, as I teasingly say, this is the man, the myth, and the legend. When I first started here back in 2008, he was one of the first guys to interview me, and he told me, careful what you wish for, but here I am anyway. So, Mayor, would you like to say a few words?
We're going to interview you, Gene. We're going to put the tables, reverse the tables here. So, Gene and I go back a long time. This is an industry that you see new faces about every month, but one face has been around here for 28 years. So in 1999, I'm running for Board of Supervisors. One of the reporters covering the event is Gene Higginson, and he goes, "Who in the hell is that Lee Brand guy?" Oh, he's the mayor now, Gene. All right. But Gene, you've been a fixture here. You have context and knowledge. I've had good stories, a few bad stories, but I've always had the highest respect for you and what you do in your craft. And 28 years, I wish you the best in your career. Want to say a few words, Gene?
Well, thank you very much. I was hoping to escape this.
You've earned it.
No, I do appreciate it. I appreciate everything. It's great to be recognized. I know, I've actually been doing 30 years. I was at another station for a couple years, and I've been covering City Hall. Karen Humphrey was the mayor, and Tom Bohegian, and back in the day, and we went through Operation Rezone and all kinds of other things. And, you know, my goal has always been to try to translate what you guys do and explain it to the folks as best I can. I still don't know what a negative mitigated declaration is, but
You're not alone. You're not alone.
But Chief Dyer and I have. You didn't speak to me for years about that helicopter deal. Yeah, right. And you know, the idea of being a reporter to me always was to have maintain an adversarial relationship with those in power, but it's been increasingly difficult over the years, especially with all these folks who I think every one of them are dedicated to trying to make this place, community, a better place to live, and that's been my goal too.
Thank you, Gene. Anybody else want to say a few words?
Yeah, I served before 1997, 2001. Gene was covering us, of course, then. And Gene, you are really one of the top reporters on TV. I think all of us feel that when we see your story, it's balanced, it's always fair. And we may not like the fair part on the other side, but it is always fair. I mean, it is. And so you just do a phenomenal job. I think you brought tremendous credit to your profession. And your retirement is well-earned and well-deserved.
Thank you.
Gene, I also just want to say congratulations. I think that you've also served our community very well, at least from the short time that I've known you since I started, and before I started on the council. I want to commend you for shedding light on a number of issues, for being fair in your reporting. And I think that there are big shoes to be filled, and so hopefully we get someone as good as you when they're looking at city issues, because what we do here is very critical to what happens outside of this room. So I want to thank you again for your work and just wish you luck and lots of exciting things as you retire.
Thank you so much. All good. Yeah, sure.
We're all going through now. Yeah, this must be done. Gene, I think we've known each other a very short time. I've only been on council 6 months. So the extent of our relationship has been you covering my campaign wins. So that's a very positive view. And I appreciate you chasing me down a couple times here for stories. If I'm not at City Hall, I'm out in the district or whatever, coming to find me and get my side. So thank you, and wish you the best.
Gene, thank you for your long years of work and service to our community. I remember as a kid watching you. I was a little kid watching you on TV, but it's more than that. I'm only 20. But thank you for your long years of service. I really do see this as an end of an era, and I think we have a new generation of reporters coming through, and I think they have a great model to look after and really simulate. But I do have one question for you. What are you going to do now that you're retired?
Well, I have really, I have
You got to be Mike friendly.
2 years ago, I had one grandchild, and she's now 23, and now I have 5. So that's really what I'm going to be doing for Grandpa full-time.
Sorry. So let me ask you a couple of questions, sir. When you were at Boulder High School back in 1820, did you ever think you'd be a prominent reporter?
When I was at Boulder High School, actually, yeah. The only thing I could do in school was public speaking, which I'm not that good at right now. But and I got in the radio broadcasting club, and I started in broadcasting right out of high school. I learned it in high school, and I started right after high school.
So did the University of Northern Colorado help you?
Yes, I did go to college for a while.
And do you want to give us the details on that? And I'm Gene Haggis. Do you have the details on that, sir? Okay, so for the record, July 5th is your official last day, but you will be with us forever, and we appreciate all you've done for us over the years. And we'll have the clerk read about Gene Haggis Day in the city of Fresno.
Wow, thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Yes, sure. Whereas Gene Higginson joined ABC 30 Action News Team in 1991. Prior to arriving in Fresno, Gene worked at television and radio stations in Idaho, Wyoming, Colorado, and Alaska. And whereas, as a reporter in the Central Valley, his emphasis has been on local government, but he covers everything from traffic accidents to presidential visits. And whereas, aside from being a reporter, Gene also served as a weekend anchor, bureau chief, and government reporter. And whereas Gene graduated from Boulder High School in Boulder, Colorado, before attending the University of Northern Colorado, majoring in journalism and theater arts. And whereas Gene Higginson retires on July 5th, 2019, after a distinguished career covering important events that have happened in the Central Valley. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Lee Brand, and the Fresno City Council congratulate Gene Higginson on his retirement and wish him well, and do by here proclaim July 5th, 2019 to be Gene Higginson Day in the city of Fresno.
You know, I do want to say one. Since my boss is here, I got to plug the station. I do want to say that the fact that we have a reporter at almost every city council meeting and board of supervisors meeting says a lot to the station, that we're dedicated to getting that traditional news out along with all the other ways we're getting news now, but we're still sticking to the basics to serve the community. And I appreciate that.
They want to do one more shot with your proclamation. We have to squeeze in 45-degree angles.
You getting a raise?
Yeah.
Did we surprise you?
You did.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Again, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations,
Yes. It's always fun to do what they do on Survivor, The Blind Side. So it's always fun to do that. We do it every once in a while with great success, I might add. Okay, next we'll do council member reports and comments. If anybody would like to push a button, let me know you're there. Okay, we're good. I like it. Member Chavez.
Just, this will be really brief. I'd like to adjourn today's meeting in memory of Dr. Robert Levine, who passed away recently.
How do you spell his last name? We will certainly do that with a heavy heart. Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple reports. So the Fresno High Pool is reopened. I know that it was closed for a couple days because of some vandalizing that happened. So I want to thank everyone, Fresno Unified, who's our partner, to work, they worked as expeditiously as possible to make sure that blue space is available. So the pool is open on the weekdays from 2 to 5 and then 12 to 5 p.m. on the weekends. And then also just want to announce there will be a groundbreaking ceremony for the new Central High School. It is an exciting time for that west area and that part of the city. It's been a long time coming. It's happening on Saturday, June 29th at 10 a.m. So we invite folks to come on out to the groundbreaking ceremony. And those are all my comments. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Member Soria. The screen is clear. And likewise with we call it blue space as opposed to green space. And so there are pools throughout our community. We encourage all youth and adults to take advantage of it. And they are at Fresno High, Roosevelt High, Edison High, In my district, Hoover High. Am I leaving anybody out? I know there's a couple other schools. So, yeah, please take your children, grandchildren, nephews, nieces, and it's well organized, well supervised, and it's a great experience for these children, especially with the upcoming weather that we expect. So that concludes our council member reports. Now we'll go to the consent calendar. Would any council member like to pull an item for discussion? If it's pulled, we will hear that item at 1:30 this afternoon.
Council President.
And I have Member Soria punched up, followed by Member Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to actually just table item 1A. It's the consultant services for lobbying. What I want to do, I'd like to ask the administration and see if we can have the consultants come and present at the next council meeting so that we could see the work that they've done. I think to this date, I haven't seen a report as to the work. So I also want to give Gualco, I know that there was a long conversation during budget that Gualco we wouldn't fund them to do the water lobbying, but since then I've had an opportunity to talk to them and get copies of reports that they've submitted to the administration, and we had never seen them. So I'd like to give them an opportunity to come and present on what they've accomplished in the time that they were representing us, if that is okay.
Yeah, I believe we can actually do that on July 25th
Okay.
instead of the 18th, if that's okay.
That would be perfect.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Did you want to hear the Campbell Strategy and Advocacy LLC at the same time?
Yes.
Okay,
So bring it back on that day.
Do you want those timed?
I'm open to whatever the administration.
Yeah, I think we can work and get a time for those with the consultant, and we'll let council know.
Very
Great,
good.
thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Member Arias, you're next.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to pull the recommended salary increase memorandum of understanding with the Fresno Police Association from the consent calendar and bring it to closed session. It would be item 1E and 1F as in Frank.
So we'll take 1E and 1F. Anyone else like to pull an item from the consent calendar? Seeing none. Would any member of the public like to speak on any consent item? You'll have 3 minutes once you give us your name and address. Seeing none, we will come back up here. The screen is clear. Is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? Motion by Member Bredefield, second by Member Esparza. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, it passes 6-0. Thank you very much. So next we'll go to our 9 o'clock item, and this is scheduled council hearings on the matters, and this is on our budget. I did want to say that there are 2 cards here that I received on the PLA and sidewalks. Those items will be heard after 1:30 today. The PLA in particular will be at the afternoon session.
Council President, I'd like to make a request for us to go into closed session to discuss the contractual proposal with FPOA, given that it's a budget implications, before we discuss the rest of the budget in public.
Is there any opposition to that from the council? No? Okay, fine. Then we will take a brief request at the request of Member Arias to go back to our closed session. So we'll go as fast as we can. So please be patient, and we'll be right back.
Council, did you want to hear the other closed session item while we're in there, or do that later?
I think we should do it later just because we have a lot of people here that are interested in our agenda. But thank you.
For this closed session, we'll have FPOA basic and FPOA management negotiations.
Very good. We'll be right back. Thank you. Okay, folks, thank you for your patience. We really appreciate it. We went very quickly under the presidential leadership. So with that in mind, we're going to jump to the 10:05 item. These are scheduled communications, and it is 10:09. So Gary, do you want to come forward? And good to see you. Give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Wow, Paul, you don't have to wear glasses no more.
Hey.
My buddy.
You've never looked better, Gary.
My buddy.
D4 rocks, right?
Man, I got 2 more weeks, so I'm be gone. My name's Gary. I am the 1223 North Smore, across the street on East Olive and the security office. First of all, I'm going to skip the buses. I went to Merced and to Amtrak across the street. And number 3, you need to talk to Amtrak people and also Greyhound. Every time I get on the train and stuff like that, somebody fall down to the steps and the sidewalks and stuff like that. And also this, why I'm here for, because all the passengers scared the train rides and stuff is knows the supervisor and nothing. So we need to get that done, the Amtrak across the street. And also is the one thing is San Maria on May 1st, I saw a whole bunch of campers, the trailers and stuff. So you need to get that San Maria going to find out what under there, the bench. So any question about it, number 3, just let me know. He probably fall asleep. So that's what happens in the San Maria and the Amtrak.
Okay, Gary, got anything else you want to add to your comments? You have a little more time. Oh, you got a minute plus.
Yeah. Also, we got a problem with Boston and Cambridge. That's number 1. Turkey Fried Chicken is I got down on them because they got a camper there inside the parking lot, and I talked to her about it, and then I already did talk to the manager about it, so we need to fix that too. So probably that's it.
Thank you, Gary.
All right.
Good job.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have 3 minutes before the next time item, so I want to jump to Administration 4A. Oh, strike that. Not yet. 3C, it's approve agreement with Fresno County EOC in the amount of $300,000 for homeless youth services, emergency shelter beds. This is the mayor's office.
Motion to approve.
One moment, Member Chavez, you.
Yeah, due to a potential conflict, I'm going to have to recuse myself from this.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that information. We had a motion by Member Arias, seconded by Member Soria, and Member Bredefield.
Is someone here to address?
Yeah, we need to get H from the mayor's office. We didn't realize you were taking this item now, so my apologies.
Can we hold?
Well, I'm trying to stay timely. That was one of my promises.
I have some questions on this that I know we want to expedite this. Could we wait until they come back?
Sure.
Come back.
We can pass this for the moment. Okay, we will come back to that item. Waiting one more minute for our 10:15 item.
They're very optimistic. Very optimistic. So kind of highly doubt it. And what I didn't have time to run what I could have, but I didn't put down 8 minutes.
I guess we could. What do you mind seeing if Nelson can come back in? We're going to skip that item. Yeah, please. Thank you. Appreciate it. Then we'll go to the 10:15 item.
Kind of in some cases, if you will, kind of depends on the amounts. So when you're talking about this, yeah, I think so.
But overall,
5.4%.
Yes.
it's pretty close, around 700,000.
Thank you. Thank you, Member Bredefeld. Appreciate your help.
Should pretty much mirror general.
Okay, here we go. So it's 10:15. We're going to address a continued hearing to consider adoption of designated properties for local registry of historic resources, and this is in District 1 and 3.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Member Chavez. Arias. Second by Member Soria. The screen is clear. Is there any opposition? Anybody in the audience want to talk about it first? Seeing none, we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you, staff, for the additional information to work on this, and congratulations to everyone who improved their properties and the impending improvement of the very long-awaited eyesore in downtown Fresno.
Thank you, Council Vice President Arias.
Okay, we can now go to our 9 o'clock budgetary items. On my agenda, we have just the latest additions, and we'll start with Member Esparza.
I believe the mayor wants to kick off the budget discussion. Is that okay with you, Council
Oh,
President?
floor is yours, Mayor.
Thank you.
I saw you very clearly. Thank you.
I promise to be brief. A few weeks ago, I presented a budget to this council for about $1.187 billion and about $346 million in the general fund. And you guys have done a great job. You've due diligence. You've interviewed all the department heads, submitted over 80 requests for information. I believe it leads up to 51 motions. So it's been a very thorough review of the budget. But this year's different than last year. Last year on the charter, there was a balanced budget amendment that was approved by the voters by over 80%, and we're required to have a balanced budget. As we sit today, there's roughly about $1.16 million out of budget, and if that can't be reconciled, I'll be compelled to do a veto, plus anything else that may be added today. So after the council adopts the budget, and I receive the budget from the clerk, I will then detail out what items are vetoed and what the amounts are. Thank you. But one more thing. We're 99.7% in agreement right now on this budget. So my hope is that we can bridge that 0.3% and finish at 100% agreement. I want to thank you all for doing a very thorough job.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate your comments and your introduction. We left off at item 46, and that is Member Esparza to add $300,000 towards
towards PW 23006. Is that
Yes.
the item we're looking at?
That's the one.
Yeah, so motion to approve that motion. Well, actually, we did that already, right? We have the first and the second.
The motion by you, seconded by Member Arias.
I'd like a roll call.
So Member Soria would like to speak first. Not on that one. Okay, I'll clear you, then you'll have to register.
I missed. So are we taking a vote on that motion?
On this one motion.
Which one,
We're carrying
Motion.
on the, so right now, Council President Caprioli, we're conducting the motions that were made new last Thursday, right?
Correct. This is motions on Thursday, June 20th, or items 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, and 51. We did not finish that last week. We made the motions, but we didn't address them individually with a vote.
And I have a question.
Yeah, Member Bredifield?
Could you just elaborate on what this specifically is for and what your proposal is?
Yeah, sure. So there's a current repaving project. It's on First Street from McKinley all the way down to Tulare. It's a mile and a half. It's at a cost of $2.7 million and will not happen until fiscal year 23 under the current budget. That road is extraordinarily bad, and what I propose is to parse out the portion between, the half-mile portion between McKinley and Olive as its own project, and to put some funding towards that. It won't be all of it, obviously, but just so I can get that piece done as soon as possible, as opposed to making the residents in that area wait another 4 fiscal years.
Got it. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to address that? And is there any member of the public? I don't think we took this out to the public last time. So, I don't think so. No, we didn't. Okay, very good. Anyone in the public wish to address this specific motion number 46? Please come forward, give us your name and address, and you'd have 3 minutes. Good morning.
Hi, Andy Hansa-Smith, 335 East Kirkhoff Avenue. And I live very close to this area, and that stretch of road is terrible, so I would be very happy if you guys would approve that today. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward at this time and give us, express your opinion? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. And we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Passes 6-0. Thank you. Number 47, to add 5 community service officers to the police department. This is a motion by Member Esparza and seconded by Member Arias. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, thank you, Council President Capriolio. Currently we have 1 authorized CSO at each police district. There's 5 districts, so by adding an additional 5, we would have 2, and I think that would free up some of our officers from doing some of the civilian work that they do, and they can, better focus on the work that they need to be doing as sworn officers. So I think 5 CSOs, 1 for each district, would be one way to help alleviate some of that workload.
Member Arias, did you have any additions to make to that?
No, just want to remind the public that we are making a significant investment in public safety this year. With the existing budget, the police department's budget is growing by approximately $14 million from the last actuals. And we're also have on the agenda for a salary increase at about 7.5% for our officers as well. And we're replacing hundreds of vehicles. In addition to, on the agenda with the adoption of this budget includes us continuing to collect approximately $13 million worth of property taxes that directly fund the police and fire pension system. So I just want to say that I'm supportive of this motion, but also want to reaffirm to the public that we're spending a significant amount of resources on public safety.
Member Bredifield.
Yeah, and I will certainly support this. And while we are replacing vehicles and doing all of that, we're not hiring 1 sworn officer in this budget. And last week, I made a motion to hire 5 sworn officers and 5 911 dispatchers and outlined where that funding would go. Wasn't able to get a second. So while we've made an investment in certain areas of our police department, we're not hiring 1 officer, sworn officer. We may hire 5 community service officers, which I support, but we're not hiring 1 911 dispatcher either. People are still on the phone lines for 10 to 15 minutes with an emergency. We're not doing anything to increase that, those personnel that they need. And I think we need to do that. And I think, as Police Chief Jerry Dyer said, he could quadruple his homeless task force. There's 5 officers there. And so that means 15 to 20 more officers with the homeless task force. And we clearly have a significant problem in dealing with panhandling and homelessness and all of that. So not one sworn officer. This is a step in the right direction, but certainly far short of what we need to be doing.
Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. Just kind of for the record, if I could call you Chief up as we're talking about the police department. And, you know, as much as I would love to today support the motion that you made, I think it's a little, there's some misinformation, because if we look at the numbers, maybe you could speak to the vacancies. I think if we would see that those vacancies were being filled up every year, and that we needed to add, I know that we do need, but we can't even fill the existing vacancies as fast as possible. So even if we added, say, 5 sworn officers, there would still be like 30 vacancies. So I want the public to know that even had we added, those positions don't automatically fill up. And so if you can speak to the vacancies that we have for sworn officers and also dispatchers, because I was extremely supportive in the last budget cycle. I think that is important that we invest, in particular when we're talking about these emergency dispatchers. One, they're still significantly underpaid for the stressful job that they do, and we can't hire them fast enough to fill those positions. Happy to have supported last budget cycle, but until we really see that we're hiring fast enough to fill these positions, I'd be happy to review it when we come back in mid-year and carry over to see how far we are with all the vacancies. So, Chief, if you could please let us know how many vacancies currently we have.
Okay, for police officer, we're authorized at 835 total. However, it is 826 police officers and 9 academy cadets. That's what makes up the 835. Currently, we have, when you add those two together, we're at 824. We have 13 in the academy, and we have the remaining 811 police officers. So 11 vacancies currently. We have an academy graduating tomorrow, so it's a constant. That's why those numbers fluctuate depending on people who retire, people that are getting out of the academy. But currently there's 11 total vacancies out of that 835. And we have equal amount, at least that many people in the background phase right now to be hired. So our folks have done a great job keeping pace. There was a time when we were holding a lot of vacancies and couldn't fill positions. It's not the case anymore, but we're always going to have vacancies. We're always going to have a number of vacancies because of attrition. People leave, and then we have to go through the hiring process. And so it's a constant turnover. But to having 11 vacancies out of 835 is really good.
That is actually an improvement, because I believe last year when we were having the same conversation, the vacancy rate was, and even in the
Much
last
higher.
couple budget cycles, sometimes it was like 20, 30 vacancies. So I'm glad to hear that, but I think that there is still kind of some work to be done in figuring out the addition. And also, you know, one of the things that I had commented, because I know that we will be taking a vote on also a raise for our police officers. The thing is that we got to look at a balance. There are so many competing needs in our community, and we're giving a nice salary raise to our police officers, and we have to figure out how we balance that, because obviously there is a need to have more patrol, because that's what I would like to see, rather than just specialized units, more folks on the ground doing community policing, on bikes, on horses, out in the community, in the neighborhoods. That's what I'd like to see. So I'm happy to, when we come back during mid-year, review that and see how far along we are with the vacancies. On the dispatch, though, can you also mention, because I think from what I've gathered in talking to folks also from that division, there's still a significant amount of vacancies, and the process can be a little bit more challenging there to hire these emergency dispatchers.
Yeah, in terms of dispatchers, as of this week, we had 11 vacancies, unfortunately, and we have 10 of as well as 10 in training. So that's out of our 95 people that we have. However, we have an active list that we will be. We got that in the 3rd week of May, I believe. So we are now taking that list, going through the process of backgrounds, polygraphs, et cetera, to hire those dispatchers. And I would imagine here in the next 45 days, we should have those dispatch vacancies very close to being filled.
Okay, well, that's good news in terms of the vacancy rate, because I know that that's the issue too in terms of capacity, not
Yes.
having these filled positions. So as I mentioned, I'm happy to come back during mid-year and figure out where we're at. I'd like to see all of those positions filled,
Sure.
so that it is encouraging that we add additional positions in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Arias.
Thank you. Can the Director of Personnel come forward? I referenced a proposed 7.5% raise for our police officers on today's agenda. Can you tell us, for the public's knowledge, how much money is that over 2 years that we're allocating for compensation for the rank and file?
I'm sorry.
Thank
let
you.
me grab-
Sorry for not giving you a heads up. Chief, while he's looking for that, can you answer a couple questions? This year's budget also includes us picking up the cost for school resource officers where the federal grants ran out, and therefore the city, instead of laying off the officers, is assuming the full cost. Is that correct?
There's 15 police officers who are hired in the grant. They're the student and neighborhood resource officers that were in the middle school, still are. Originally, that was partially funded by the federal government, partnership between Fresno Unified and the city to fund those officers. That grant has run out, and the partnership now is between Fresno Unified and the police department to fund those officers on a 50-50 match.
And can you also remind us, what additional resources we're giving you this year? I know we're adding a few hundred cars that we're exchanging. I want the general public to understand very clearly and concisely that we are adding substantial additional resources to the police department this year. So can you give us a breakdown of how much more money we're giving you and for what purpose?
Ballistic vests are being funded at $111,800. As those vests, we rotate them out every 5 years. Vehicles, we're getting 30 patrol vehicles, $219,000. That's part of every 5-year rotation of our patrol fleet. We're also getting 31 plane cars for our detectives at $117,000. And when I say $117,000, that's one payment for the fiscal. Same with patrol cars, and those are based on 5-year leases. And as you may know, the undercover cars didn't get replaced for about a 6-year period, so we're playing a little bit of catch up there. Also, 10 motorcycles for the traffic unit. 2/3 of a SWAT vehicle. Our Chiefs Foundation, I raised $100,000 for the SWAT bus. The other $200,000 is coming from the general fund, and that's a SWAT transport vehicle. We had mandatory scheduled maintenance on the helicopter that was $207,000. It's somewhat of an annual cost that we're assuming. And then there were the transfer that we spoke of, the 15 officers. That was $900,000 for the SNROs. $182,000 for ammunition for training purposes. New recruits that come in have to go through a orientation at the range. And as you might imagine, it's pretty expensive to buy ammo. $190,000 for body-worn cameras. The reason for a portion of that, at least $100,000 of it, is 5 years ago when we began the body-worn camera program, I committed $500,000 from the Chiefs Foundation, $100,000 a year for the body-worn camera. That commitment is now gone, and so the city is picking up the $100,000 plus $90,000 to equip all of our SWAT officers with body cams. Also, $337,000 for the computer systems within the helicopters. The ones that are in there are obviously, once we go to Windows 10, they're going to be archaic. And so those are the things that were added to the police department's budget.
Thank you. Chief, last question for you. When do you anticipate filling all the 911 dispatchers?
Part of it has to do with the backgrounds, but we got the list third week of May. I would anticipate the next 45 days we'll start that hiring process, hopefully have it completed shortly thereafter, certainly within 60 days. We're expediting that process as fast as we can.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
You bet. Thank you.
Chief, one more question.
Sure.
I remember the days when I was a prosecutor that we used to do forfeitures, and that resulted in the very best undercover cars because those were the cars were operated by the criminals. So are we still engaged in that, and how successful or unsuccessful is it?
As we moved forward with our asset forfeiture program, there was a day when we would bring in 900,000 a year, another 8 to 10 vehicles. Unfortunately, the laws have changed significantly over the years to make it more difficult to seize property. And at the same time, some of the criminals that we're dealing with, people that have derived assets from the sale of narcotics, et cetera, they are now disguising their holdings, their property. So that vehicle may not be registered in their name, it may be registered in a relative's name. The same with any other property they have. So we're not able to seize that vehicle. Some vehicles, they're, maybe the value of that vehicle is $40,000, but they still owe $30,000. It's not worth going through the seizure process. So we do when we can, and I'll tell you, it's unfortunate that our seizure amounts, are hovering probably on an average about $100,000 a year, and that's what we ultimately put into our budget as a placeholder.
And then that's on the cash basis too, on some of the arrests and seizures. That has to be divided amongst the feds, the state.
Yeah. So what ends up happening if we're involved in an operation, you're exactly right. A percentage of that goes to the district attorney's office. A percentage of that goes to various agencies. A percentage goes to the federal government, 30% to the federal government off the top. So when you get done with a major operation, if you are able to get back $30,000, you feel pretty good about it.
Very good. We'll keep up the good work on those issues, Chief. Thank you.
Thank you. We do have a couple more questions for the Chief of the Fire Department. Chief Donis, if you can come forward. And then we'll finish off with the Director of Personnel. Chief, as you know, there's been a lot of conversations about our commitment to public safety. Could you remind us, for the public's benefit, how many additional firefighters we're absorbing in this year's budget that we otherwise would not absorb if the contract had gone away?
We're absorbing 46 firefighters, sworn safety, and 3 civilians.
What additional resources are you receiving in this proposed budget?
We're receiving a continuation of our apparatus replacement plan. So we have lease payments on new apparatus. So we'll be getting 2 engines and a truck and some light fleet every year in the budget in lease payments. We have MOU. G-Step roll-up was in the budget about $430 and change. PG&E increases about $125. What else? And there was a hose tester for $11,000. In mid-year we did, with this council's approve bringing over all those members, and so in July we'll be opening a company with those extra members and moving from 77 on duty each day to 80, so that's moving in the right direction.
Chief, are we adding any additional new firefighters to the force this year in this budget proposal?
Well, yeah, we are in bringing over everyone from North Central, so everyone has a home. We'll fill the relief pool to its capacity, and with the extra bodies, we are opening a new company, a 3-person company, and putting a battalion chief in the field.
Is your daily minimum staffing increasing? What I want to know is the ratio between firefighters and residents reducing, or are we essentially steady?
We will be staying at, we will be at 0.56 per thousand. To right now, today, we're at 0.55.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Chief.
Chief, I had one question. You mentioned 49 firefighters were absorbed. Explain how that happened, if you would, briefly.
So the contract with North Central.
That's the Kerman country area.
Kerman, Biola, Kearney Park, that area is going away. They are going to contract with us for a 3-year agreement. They will pay the city a little over $1 million and some change. We will continue to provide the service as we do today out in the metro area of North Central, which is the Bullard and West area, and provide that without changing our staffing model. And instead, we're using that money and then some general fund support to open a new company within the city where we need to grow our resources.
So we've added 49, I think you mentioned.
There was 49 total positions, but only 46 of them were sworn safety.
So a net of 46 sworn safety in the
Yes.
firefighter.
Yes, so we will go to, again, like I said, full relief pool. So come July 1, we'll have 0 vacancies.
Fantastic. Good job. Member Arias.
Thank you,
back to
Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Personnel Director, if you can just come forward. So in today's agenda, I have a couple of questions. One is, we do have an MOU being proposed with the Fresno Police Association of Officers, or Officer Association, for potentially a 7.5 total raise over 2 years. Can you break that down for us? What's the total cost of the proposed agreement with the union, and in what areas are we essentially increasing the compensation?
Be happy to do that. As identified in the staff report, not only in the fiscal impact section, but in the attachment which details the cost by line. In this coming fiscal year 20, there will be a 3% wage increase for the officers in the FPOA, both basic and management units. There will be an increase in post pay of 1%. There will be a uniform allowance increase of $100. And then some other minor increases in terms of K-9 unit pay, a vacation accrual increase of 1 hour per month, and revisions to court pay. In FY20, the basic units cost to the general fund is $3.6 million, which is overall a 4.38% increase in cost of salary and benefits. Benefits includes the retirement roll-up as well as Medicare. In the subsequent fiscal year in FY21, there will be another 3% increase, and so the cumulative cost over the course of 2 years ongoing is approximately 7.5%.
Let me interrupt just for a second. We're on the CSOs, so I think this is a discussion for 130 with the POA specific.
I don't want to go that far. This is related to the budget, though. This has a direct implication to the budget that we're discussing now.
Mm-hmm.
I just have one other question for you. I know that the mayor accounts for a 5-year cost on any agreement that we approve. I know this particular agreement is for 2 years. What's the 5-year cost to the city if we were to approve this agreement as proposed?
I don't have a total number for you over the course of 5 years. I would say that the ongoing cost at the end of this agreement over today is an increase of approximately 7.5% to the general fund. That dollar amount on the basic agreement would be about just under $6.2 million.
Okay. And I know the Labor Management Act requires us to have a 5-year projection of cost for any agreement that we approve. Can you guys get us the 5-year cost before we actually discuss the MOU at 1:30 so that we can adhere to the Labor Management Act?
Be happy to do that.
Thank you. And my last question on the budget is to the budget director. This budget also includes us continuing to tax property owners to subsidize the police and fire pension. My understanding is at the current rate, we're receiving about $13 million in property taxes to pay off the bond debt in the pension system for police and fire. If this council was not to approve, continue to impose that property tax, what would be the impact to the budget and to the general fund in order for it to be balanced?
Just basic is if we lose that 13 million, we have a massive shortfall.
because there's no other areas to make up that difference.
What's the total cost of the pension system right now for police and fire that we have in the budget?
The total cost to the general fund is about $12 million. The total POB cost is a little over 16, but the general fund sustains about 12 to 13 million of that, and the vast majority of that is in police and fire.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to be clear for the record that Fresno property taxpayers are currently subsidizing our pension system to a tune of $13 million a year. And that is part of the compensation package that we give our public safety groups that they've clearly have earned and deserve. But as we get into this conversation about a potential public safety tax for parks and public safety, we have to account that property taxpayers are already paying a tax. And this tax has been on the roll since 1983. So for 36 years, public safety has been subsidized by property taxpayers in this city. I know there's been some references in the past that they only wanted a 15-year tax, but clearly we've had a 36-year tax that folks have been, clearly okay with approving annually. Thank you.
I'm going to call for the question, but first let Councilmember Bredfield say a few words.
Okay.
Chief Dyer. So I just want to address a couple things because Councilman Arias talks about the expense of your department, which clearly everyone knows it's a large part of our general fund. We need police officers and we need law enforcement, and they cost money. So his point of it being expensive, it is true. It is very expensive. There's no question. But I have a question for you in terms of your needs to make our city safe, because that's ultimately what it boils down to. Last time you said you needed to quadruple your homeless task force, which I guess meant that you needed about 15 or 20 officers in the homeless task force to deal with the homeless problem. Is that accurate?
Based on the volume of calls that we receive from our community, and based on the presence of those individuals that are in all 5 policing districts today, the current 5 officers and the sergeant that we have cannot keep pace with. Not even close.
Not even close.
And so the reality is each policing district should have their own, some form or fashion, have a team in place that deals with those types of complaints from the citizenry.
Okay, so there's a need for that. You have 835 sworn officers budgeted now. There are 11 vacancies. How many officers do you need if there wasn't an issue about funding? What do you need to make our city safer in terms of what you feel, in terms of the full funding of officers to patrol our streets, to make the city safe? Where is that number at?
So we're probably at another 90 to 100 officers.
Okay.
And I think it's important to remember that we are still, with that number of 835, we're still 14 officers below where we were 10 years ago. So saying 90 officers, that means we would have added 9 officers per year over that time.
Okay, so you mentioned a question that I was going to ask you also. In terms of 8 or 10 years ago, our sworn officers were
849.
849. So we are less today than we were 10 years ago, and yet 10 years ago, just looking at our population, we were at 475,000 people. 10 years later, we're at 525,000 people. So we've increased our population by at least 10%, but we've decreased our police officer capacity, 10 officers, 12 officers?
Yeah, that was through the recession. We actually went from an authorized strength of 849. We ended up going down below 700 to 695.
Right.
And then Mayor Brand has added police officers to the point we're at today. Right. And the council, obviously.
So our population has gone up. Our law enforcement sworn officers have gone down. We're moving in the wrong direction when it comes to law enforcement. How many gang members are in the city of Fresno?
Somewhere in the metropolitan area of Fresno, we have somewhere between 18 to 20,000 gang members and associates. Probably a little over half of those validated gang members, the other ones being associates, meaning that we haven't been able to validate yet. But, and about 100 gangs or sets that operate within that geographical area.
Okay, so we have 100 gangs, 20,000 gang members, 800 officers going forth. We still are the meth capital, are we not?
Yeah, methamphetamine is the prevailing problem in Fresno. It's where the valley is where it originated, so therefore it was no more affordable, more available, and we have more addicts. And as a result, we see what we're seeing on the streets with vehicle break-ins, people breaking into homes, and what we see out there in terms of the homeless population.
Okay, and we still have 911 dispatchers, not enough funded. People are still waiting 10 to 15 minutes on the phone. You said we have 11 vacancies for the sworn officers. So the reality is we don't have a large number of vacancies. They are going to be filled. But I'll tell you, we can't hire more officers if they're not funded, right? If we don't fund these officers, if we don't put them in the budget, you can't hire them.
That's a general math, yeah, that's absolutely right, yes.
Okay, so we ought to fund them, we ought to put them in the budget so we can hire them, because we can't hire them if they're not funded. And you said we will always have vacancies. I mean, it's not like you're ever fully, every sworn officer will be in a position, you always have vacancies.
We're generally between 1% and 2% vacancy, 1.5% we hover right there, just because of attrition, unplanned departures on the part of officers.
Okay, and this large investment that is alluded to, you talked about ballistic vest vehicles, patrol vehicles, plane cars, 10 motorcycles, SWAT vehicles. I mean, these are the things you need to make us safe.
Yes, and those are ongoing costs that have been, every year there's a vest that rotate out, a certain number of them. That's not all the general fund pays for a portion of the vest, but we also utilize state grants and federal grants to pay for the remaining portion. So those needs come up. They're safety items. I would not want to put a police officer out there on the street without the opportunity to have a ballistic vest on, especially in today's violent society.
Okay, so when we're investing in advanced peace and $300,000 for immigration funds, and we're not hiring one sworn officer with the great need that we have, with being the meth capital, with 20,000 gang members, we're a homeless task force with 5 officers for all the homeless that we're dealing with. We as a council ought to be ashamed of ourselves that we're not hiring one sworn officer, not putting it in the budget. It has nothing to do with vacancies. And to do this other dance around here that we're really addressing public safety needs is baloney. It's a bunch of crap. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Chief, in that same time period that my colleague referred to, he said the last 10 years. What has happened to crime in this city in the last 10 years?
Well, we've gone up, we've gone down, but primarily it's been trending downward. I can tell you right now, violent crime in our city as compared to last year is down 7.6. However, unfortunately, homicides are on pace where they were in 2017. So 41% increase in shootings, or in homicides rather. So depending on what crime category you're talking about, will determine what crime is done. But I would say generally overall, we've been able to have a decrease in the crime trend. We've had an increase in delay time in terms of answering calls, both 911 and non-emergency calls out there in the field. But crime has generally trended downward.
Over the last 10 years?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
Okay, folks, we're going to now actually go to the motion and vote on it. So, and I hope that this conversation won't be repeated at 1:30 when we bring back the FPOA, but that's issues for my colleagues. And so with that in mind, we have a motion and a second on item 47. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, passes 6-0. Thank you. The next 48, 49, 50, and 51 are my motions. I'd like to jump to number 49. Appropriate $10 million for a Section 108 loan to build a multi-generational center in District 4. Then that would result in the removal of $10 million currently designated in the FY 2020 budget for the multi-gen center. Would be contingent on receiving the full amount of the Section 108 loan. And finally, the second part of the motion is to direct staff to pursue the loan. There's a motion by me, a second by Member Chavez. Is there anyone in the public that wishes to address this? Please come forward, give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Come on up. This is item 49. If sir, you have to step over here and then pull that mic right down. It's flexible. Come right down to you.
Hello?
This is item 49 on the.
Ma'am, I didn't know there was a mic.
Name and address, please.
Okay. With that, it seems you guys are digging.
You have to, excuse me.
It seems you guys are digging.
You have to give me your name and address first for the record, because we have to keep this all legit.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is my first time here.
No worries. Here we go.
Okay. So what do I do first?
Name, address, and then you have
my name
3
is
minutes.
Nicholas Brian Luera, 1851 South Hazelwood, Fresno, California, 93702.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. It seems what I'm hearing is you guys are dipping into a budget. I don't know the districts, but it seems you guys are dipping into a budget to move around money to get more money to get for the funding and stuff. And I was just wondering, over there by the railroad tracks, a little bit on Kings Canyon, next to the Save-Mart Center, or is that what it is? Anyways, there's a bunch of abandoned buildings and stuff like that. I was wondering if there's any way we're able to sell it or anything like that to bring money in instead of circling money already in it. We could sell out to like an out-of-state company or something like that. They're just sitting there. There's a whole, what do you guys call it, district or whatever, just sitting there with all empty buildings. We do so much with that. Even when it could fit in with the COP budget, it could do a lot. I'm just asking, what is it that, well, that's my opinion on things. That's what I'm suggesting. Yeah.
Thank you for your opinion.
You guys should take into consideration, because they've been there for years. So.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll be back up the next suggestion if I have one.
No worries. Would you like to come forward? Give us your name and address in 3 minutes. Good morning.
Good morning. Jackie Holmes, 4558 East Pico, Fresno 93726. Good morning, council people. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this motion. I represent El Dorado Park Community Development Corporation. We support this motion to purchase the property designated here for a multi-generational center. We lack in our area a place where people can come together that's large enough to accommodate our residents and stakeholders. This would be a real asset to us, and I would appreciate you giving it serious consideration.
Thank you. You're actually talking about number 48, but we'll address that in 1 minute. We're actually in 49, but that's okay. We got you on the record. Thank you.
All right. So is this the right time to talk about paving the alley and putting a water feature in?
I'm going to conclude these motions, and then I'll open it to the public, and then Jackie, you can come back and.
Okay. I'm sorry to be
No
in
worries.
the wrong
No,
place.
that's what we're here for. Thank you. So, anyone else wish to address this?
Council, I just wanted to clarify something as far as your motion. The amount that's currently appropriated for that multi-generational center is a little over $2 million, and the direction to staff is to pursue that Section 108 loan to fund that multi-generational center. I just wanted to make it clear.
Yes, thank you for that clarity. Appreciate that. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Member Bredefield?
Yes, I just wanted to say that I think I have a lot of, I do have a number of questions on the 108, and so for today, I won't be able to support it. Hopefully I can down the road, and that's all I want to say.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Screen is clear. Is there any opposition to the motion? Member Bredefield is a no, and there are 5 yeses. Thank you very much. Now 48, 50, and 51. On those motions that, namely to appropriate $1.5 million to the Parks Department to purchase and bring up to code a building, 2 buildings actually located at Bulldog Lane and 6th for the El Dorado Neighborhood Center. And the second was fund and complete the Fountain Way Cedar Neighborhood paving. And the third was fund and complete the paving of the alleys in El Dorado Park that Jackie just talked about. So what I want to do is make the following motion. I'd like to keep this in the queue and make them part of the mid-year budget review and address any carryover with these as a priority. I have a second on that from Member Chavez. Does a second remain on those items? Thank you for that. Now, we've heard from Jackie. Does anyone else want to speak on that item? Or Jackie, you can, I think we got your message, but you're welcome. Okay, good. I see yours. I can see you in the back shaking your head up and down. It's a great feeling for me. Anyone else like to talk about it? Seeing none, we'll close that. Is there any opposition to that motion?
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So you're saying you want to use any funds that are come in that aren't anticipated for that, for those projects?
It's a mid-year budget review. Because often the priorities of the council may not be the priorities of the administration. So I'd like to put this in as a priority of a
Well, I would have no problem supporting this as long as what Councilmember Soria said in terms of mid-year looking at funding law enforcement. I wouldn't want to say this is what we would use it for, as much as we can have a discussion about this as well as, okay.
Yeah, we still have to vote on it. This is just...
Fine. Okay, then I'll support that. Thank you.
All right, very good. Is there any opposition to item, we'll do it as a unit. I believe that's appropriate from the city attorney. So that would be items 48, 50, and 51. No opposition. Those pass 6-0. So that concludes the budget items that I'm aware of. Now, Member Soria and Member Arias have some amendments to make on other items.
Yes, Council President, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to be able to appropriate $250,000 for the 2020 census outreach. As you guys all are very well aware, the 2020 census is going to happen this coming year. It is going to be critical that we get an accurate count of every single resident in the city of Fresno. Through the count, we are able to get the resources that we need here locally because of the various formulas that are utilized both at the state and federal level. So I think it's a small investment in really ensuring that our transportation dollars, that any housing dollars or any other dollars that we could get truly reflect the amount of people that we have here in our community. So I'd like to make that motion.
Your motion is seconded by Member Chavez.
And one of the things that, in terms of funding it, we have had over the last 5 years, as you mentioned, the carryover through budget motions, because I know the big question is always how is it going to get funded. I think we have a few months before we reconcile this last fiscal year and have the ability to see how many other dollars were not appropriated, or if we got additional revenues that we didn't anticipate. And I believe that there's enough dollars there to be able to cover the $250,000. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me, Councilmember Soria. So just to be clear, you're saying your motion would be funded by potentially carryover?
Yes, prioritized in that. And I think over the course of the various hearings, we have set some priorities. So when the carryover does come back, I believe that there's already 4 other motions that are before it. But yes, I'd like to include it as part of that.
We will add it to the list.
Thank you.
So there's a motion and a second. Now, Member Bredefeld has some comments.
Yeah, just a quick question. On the census, is that not funded with state funding? Do they not commit money for that? Is it federal funding, county funding? Isn't the county contributing to the census?
Jennifer, I see you shaking your head. Do you mind coming up here, please?
I would just add that the census is funded by the federal government, the state government, private foundations, and municipalities and counties that are their general funds. So the census, as you know, determines 10 years worth of federal allocations to our cities. Fresno has always been historically undercounted, especially South Fresno, with the amount of densities and multiple families we have in our single family dwellings. So to answer your question directly, everybody funds the census, because when you're talking about 10 years worth of billions of dollars in federal allocation, you can't leave any stone unturned when it comes to counting every individual that lives in our city.
Okay, don't disagree with what you said. Still wondering, somebody here who can
Yeah,
answer?
so I wanted to clarify with Jennifer, but we had $75,000 this current fiscal year from, last fiscal year from the
Well,
state.
maybe she can come up and talk.
Well, I'm answering your question right now.
Okay, I'm not
But that
here.
was for certification of addresses, it was not for outreach. And so that money has been spent, and we have a census team internally who worked on that, but it was $75,000 last fiscal year. It was to certify addresses, no outreach.
Okay.
Did you have additional questions?
And that was 75,000 from the general fund for that,
No, it was money from the state.
from the state?
Mhm.
Okay, are we anticipating getting any more money from the state?
No, not that we're aware of.
Okay. Mayor, I just would like your thought on this allocation and
Thank you. I'm going to defer until we see the totality of the budget and what we have, because we're started off about $1.1 million off, and we're adding on top of that, so I'll defer on that one.
Okay, and again, and Jennifer, is there anyone here from the city that can address the concerns that my colleagues have about everybody being counted? Is there enough funding through the state and federal government, or does the city need to add money to ensure an accurate census?
So at this point, we're not aware of additional resources that the state or the federal government have provided or will be providing to local government to do outreach. Outreach really is very critical in the census to get an accurate count. In terms of what resources are available locally, we have not had that conversation with the administration, and I certainly couldn't speak to do we need additional dollars. In other communities, typically it's done as a grassroots effort. Some of it requires additional dollars. Usually those are provided through the state, but at this point I'm not prepared to say we need additional city dollars.
Okay, and do you know if other municipalities contribute their general fund dollars to do this?
Yes, there are other municipalities that do contribute general fund.
And there are others that don't?
Yes.
Okay, and you don't know which cities are doing that?
At this time, I don't have that information.
Okay, and you don't know what federal or state dollars will be utilized for this?
We have not been provided additional, so as the city manager stated last year, actually about a year and a half ago, the state had an opportunity for us to receive dollars to get our addressing accurate, all of our parcels and our addressing and our unit counts correct, and get that into the state, and we were provided resources through the state for that effort. However, we have not been notified of any new dollars through the state or the federal government for outreach or for any census efforts.
Is there any way we can contact the state or the feds to see if there are additional funding that we can utilize, like you got the $75,000 for last time, to do and address the concerns that they have?
We would be happy to reach out to our census contacts and ask if there are additional resources that we could access.
Okay, how quickly could you find that out?
We can probably over the next week or 2 weeks, but not right away.
Okay, would you be willing to hold off on that until
I
you
hate
can
to say
find?
it, but it could also be something our lobbyists would do.
Well, we're going to cut those,
All right.
I think.
I just want to add one last point. I don't want to wait. I think that this discussion is valuable. If we look at I'm not a business person, but I know a little bit of ROI, return on investment. $250,000 is minimal to the millions of dollars that we can leverage, because if we get every single person counted in our community, we're going to be able to be eligible for other grants, transportation dollars that we critically need, housing, any other dollars that we get from the feds and the state. And that's what we want. So I think $250,000 is small in comparison to the millions of dollars that this community would not get if we don't get an accurate count. And I think that that's what it comes to. It's economics. It's return on investment. Small for millions of dollars. Thank
Okay,
you.
I understand the concern, but we just don't know if we can get any of those monies leveraged. And right now, you have very high-powered, high-priced lobbyists, so you can utilize them to get the money. So I understand the concerns. I won't be supporting this motion for the reasons I outlined.
Okay. Anybody else wish to comment on this from the council? Seeing none, We can go out to the public. Anyone in the public wish to address this specific issue on census counting? Seeing no one, we'll close that. There's a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Passes 5-1. Member Bredefeld in opposition. Next, Member Arias has an amendment to one of his motions.
Thank you. I'd like to make an amendment to motion number 20 that the council unanimously approved through the budget process, and thank the mayor for meeting with the community leaders and advocates and our office on this motion. So the motion will be amended to indicate that the $250,000 will help fully fund the industrial compatibility study. The additional $250,000 that the motion requests would fund the analysis of the potential strategies to reduce conflicts between the land uses, conflicts between industrial use and sensitive residential use. The funding would not apply to support the funding would not apply to support the analysis of the future land use compatibility, but would evaluate the current land use and identify mitigation strategies, including rezoning. It is anticipated that this analysis and associated community engagement would initiate in February of 2020. So it could easily be funded through the mid-year adjustments. Thank you.
I was as council president, I was the second on that motion, and my motion stands. Any comments from the council? Any comments from the community?
Could we get a copy of that, please? Oh, thank you.
Got to keep that record accurate, so we'll continue to do so. Thank you. Is there any opposition to the motion? None? Okay, good. Passes 6-0. Thank you very much. I think that's it for the motions from us. Now we'll go out to the public in a general fashion. I have cards that wish to address the budget generally, and we'll start with CESAL. Sorry about that. You'll come up and give us your name and address and pull that mic right down to you.
Yes, I didn't fill out a card, but my name is Carmen Navarro. My understanding, talking to the city clerk's office, is that the $1 million for the dedicated senior center would be addressed, and I haven't heard anything yet.
That was voted on and passed
I'm sorry?
last week. It was voted on and passed last week. I think it was...
There is $1 million
it was
allocated,
item
Carmen.
number one.
So
it will be included in this year's budget
Thank you.
unless it's vetoed.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And just to clarify for the rest of the public, all the motions that were made previously and approved by the council are included in the budget. Once we adopt the budget, the mayor has the ability to veto any of those items within 10 days. Then the council has the ability to override the vetoes within 30 days.
Our next card is Cesar Casamayor. If you're here, please come forward. Next is Jennifer Rojas. Jennifer, if you're here, please come up. Give us your name and address, and then, Cesar, you? All right, you're up. Let's name and address, and we'll proceed, and then Jennifer will follow you, and then Marissa and Jackie, if she wishes to speak again. Name and address, sir, and you have 3 minutes.
Peace. My name is Cesar Casamayor. Once again, thank you for the opportunity, and I feel like I'm having a Jon Stewart moment when people come up to the diocese and people are having outside conversations, not listening to what community has to say. I think that's disrespectful. But I want to talk about these 3 things. One, Mr. Chavez, thank you for bringing up participatory budget process. I'm hoping that for the following year we can have some funds allocated to actually do the work. One of the things on the budget process I think is a great idea, but I want to speak more specifically on the funding. It is great that the City Council is moving the right direction on beginning to have a serious conversation about participatory budget, but we need to secure more specific numbers. How much funding is the City Council going to use for the participatory budget process, as well as what is the plan and how is community, in your eyes, going to be involved to have better opportunities, especially youth. Other is on the social equity of the participatory budget. We understand that social equality is a state of affairs in which all people within a specific society or isolated group have the same status in certain respects: civil rights, freedom of speech, property rights, equal access to social goods and services. But what is the City's Council approach to ensuring that the participatory process is aligned with these principles and what social equity is defined itself as? And the last one is transparency. It seems that we always lack transparency with City Council, and it's sometimes frustrating in being open to dialogue and being open to hear what you have to say, but there is just too much conversations that the public does not know, and inside conversations that you have with some public and not in general, and I think that needs to change. For too many times we have seen and continue to see disregardment of some groups and some civic engaged citizens and residents of Fresno. So what is the City Council going to do to ensure transparency in their attempt to have a participatory budget process? How engaging is City Council going to be and behave in hearing and interacting with youth, specifically in their concerns and willingness to be engaged in a healthy manner with city leaders outside of the Youth Council, which has very low, limited accountability with youth at large? So we would like to have a better, not just understanding, but clarity on how young people can be engaged in a very meaningful way and not just continue to select a few small group of youth to represent the entire youth of Fresno. And I hope that with this City Council that's a lot more open to community input and conversations, that we do the right thing and set a better narrative on how City Council engages with young people moving forward. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Jennifer, give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you for being here today.
Good morning. My name is Jennifer Rojas. I live in District 7, 93702, and I'm a community wellness advocate with Fresno Barrios Unidos. Here today to urge you to consider divesting from police. I have heard even some of you say yourselves that we cannot continue to throw money into this one way of doing things as it has proved time and time again to be unsuccessful, yet we continue to see a rise in money allocations for police. Our current budget prioritizes policing as a primary public health intervention. Instead, there needs to be more public health framework centered on equity and acknowledgement of social determinants of health. And I would like to pull a little expert from one of our youth at Fresno Barrios Unidos. Her name is Selena Rojas. She's also my little sister. 14 years old, and she says, I strongly disagree with general fund pooling $1 million to pay for SNROs to stay in our school campuses. I was told that officers at my school were there to promote safety and mentor us. Right? Then why? Tell me why. I've talked to other students, and we have all agreed on the fact that SNROs just make us feel and look like criminals. Something that would help us is if the money that was getting pulled out of the general fund could go into more counseling, mental health support, job skills programs, that would actually address the root causes of fights, discipline issues, and even drug use. I wish everyone here today knew all the issues youth face in Fresno. Can you imagine how different our community would be if you would actually listen to the youth before making all these decisions yourself? And again, this is from 14-year-old youth of ours who had been present at the previous 3 city council meetings, but was unable to come here today. So for fear of continued and growing investment in this singular solution, I request that you implement a cap to the general fund money for police at no more than 50%. The community has spoken, the community has shown up and presented alternatives, and I urge you to consider investing in those and divesting from police. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Marissa, please come forward, and I think Jackie left. Oh, no, you're here. Okay, you'll be next, Jackie, after Marissa.
Hi, good morning. My name is Marisa Moraza. I work at Fresno Barrios Unidos, 4403 East Tulare Avenue, and I serve as a youth leadership coordinator. And I have a great privilege of working with a lot of great youth. And I do want to call attention to the proposed budget especially as it comes to policing. So just looking at the appropriation resolution, and as is mentioned before, just under $185 million are proposed to go to police, with a total of $200 million from other revenues. And the youth that I work with emphatically vocalize the need for an investment in different solutions. They continuously feel a lack of mental health services, behavioral health support, and they want to see an investment in things such as age-appropriate and culturally responsive behavioral health supports, evidence-based and harm reduction-centered substance use prevention, and mental health services. This could be clinical and non-clinical as well. So I do want to thank also Councilmember Arias, so he's not here right now, for asking these questions about what actually is going into our budget, and also Councilmember Soria for saying that we need to look at a more balanced budget. It is time that we do look at other nuanced approaches to health disparities that really focus on social determinants of health. We cannot continue to have a singular intervention to address issues such as homelessness, trauma, domestic violence, and even housing insecurity. So moving forward for council members, for the mayor as well, I urge you to consider other options and to consider investing money in other support systems and other public health and other services that model a public health framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jackie, here's your opportunity to address us. Please give us your name and address again. Thank you.
Jackie Holmes, 4558 East Pico, Fresno 93726. Thank you, council members, for hearing me out of order. I just want to say that your investment in the El Dorado Park area is matched by the investment of residents and stakeholders. And as you consider how you use your money, please look at all of the residents and all of the work that's being done, not only in El Dorado Park, because building on the assets of our communities, from geographical assets, resident involvement, all of those, the institutions are already active. That is how you will leverage the funds you have. And thanks for taking care of our money. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Anyone else like to address come on down, sir, and give us your name and address? You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, do I have to say my name and everything again?
Yes, please.
Okay, Nicholas Brian Luera, 1851 South Hazelwood, Fresno, California, 93702. With the budgeting, honestly, I think we should stop with the new projects that require loans, especially if we have so much problems with the budget already in town as it sounds and stuff. We should stop, like that Plex where you guys are trying to get. We should stop that and, put it in the housing. We're building new housing when we have old ones in the ghetto. We just let them, they sit there and rot, they become bandos, and then when the homeless try to stay there, get out of the code, you guys kick them out. And that's another story. And so it's kind of like we could use that, and then we could also, local businesses, support the communities, and then also with the cops thing too, with the you guys putting more things like in the homeless, well, they have nowhere to go, so they do what they do, you guys harass them, I'm just saying, you guys harass them, this and that, and you guys do it like that. If you guys, the budget could go like that in order to separate it out. You guys put it more on the homeless. If you had more money, you guys would do that plan you guys talking about with the homeless patrol, and they could have more cops out there with patrolling out there. Because when I see it on the news, I have a little app on my phone that shows me the news. There's been a lot more shootings, and now I know why. Less cops are on patrol, and they're now watching the homeless. Now I know. But anyways, so with the budget thing, like I said, the buildings too, there's a lot of money in there. Don't go bring out, let's work in with the budget. Like, this is just like, that's my opinion on it. And it's on recorded just in case you don't remember it, but yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the budget? Please come forward, give us your name and address. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Gracia Lanes. I'm with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. And I'm just here to thank you for the support on some of the budget motions that really are, hopefully will initiate the progress to create a more complete, healthy community, allow funding to be appropriated to increase our affordable housing units to be able to leverage, the hundreds of millions of dollars that the governor is putting in that we have passed through SB 2 so we can bring those down into the community so we can solve the issues we have more holistically and be able to give, those who are experiencing homeless, veterans who cannot find, proper housing, youth who are, hopefully coming in and trying to find higher education or trying to find a better job, be able to move out and have those opportunities. So thank you and appreciate those efforts in the industrial compatibility studies and very much supportive of those as we are trying to build and plan a much healthier and much more intentionally on how we build and where we place these industrial developments so we don't have another, darling facility placed right smack dab in the middle of a community. So thank you.
Sir, you've had your opportunity, so it's one time. So anybody else like to comment on the budget? Please come forward. Please give us your name and address. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Jonas Paulos. I'm all for the veterans. 5891 South Cherry Avenue. We need to do the transportation. They sacrificed their life for us. So we can sit here and discuss and have our freedom of speech and all the above. So let's do this transportation for them, for the veteran home. At least, they can get to a movie, and maybe it will help with their PTSD. A lot of Vietnam veterans and Korea veterans are in there. I love them. And like I said, I became a veteran doing this for 4 years. I love what I do. And the point in time, actually, I'm looking at it right here. This is not accurate. As long as we continue to look at these human beings as numbers, we're not going to solve this huge problem that we have. We have poverty problem. Why? Well, we are the 5th economy in the world in California. And I'm proud to say that I am from Fresno, and I'm doing something for these veterans without being a veteran. They respect me because day in and day out, I got suicide calls. That's why I don't want to get a cellular phone. I got it. I wake up at 2 in the morning, 1 o'clock. They call me. And these are the times that we have 22 a day. I'm sure Councilmember Bredefield's aware of that. 22 a day, that number is higher. Maybe 50. We don't know. Let's take care. And every decision that we make here, from here on, that we do have high concentrated poverty. And we do have kids that are, we have troubled youth. I grew up here. I know. I grew up with some of them. They didn't have the opportunity that I did. Thank God for my parents. And it all starts in the home. And I blame some of those parents for these kids being bad because I had good parents. And with that said, thank you for all your hard work. And every decision you make, just remember, we have poverty. We have homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Anyone else like to comment on the budget? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of this. And I think that concludes our budgetary issues for the current budget. So with that, I wanted to ask David Love, you have a timed item. Are you here, Mr. Love? He is not. We'll pass that. And is there anyone here from Circle K? Do we have Circle K? Okay. Have a seat, and then we're going to try to figure out in the next 33 minutes what we're going to do. Okay, do we have a motion on the budget?
Second.
Motion by Member Chavez, seconded by...
I want to add something to the motion.
Okay.
But also, I wanted to see if I could make a comment, because I know that the mayor did submit a letter for the record on the 1 million, one and some change. And so I did want to put some numbers up before, we move on that motion. So those numbers up there show over the last 4 years, the carryover that this body has had to vote on mid-year after all the previous fiscal year is reconciled. And so on average, as we see, we probably have a $7 million, we do some reallocations, new projects, and so forth. And on the bottom, I just counted a couple of the ones that we made contingent and prioritized as part of the carryover, and so there's a 2.4 million. I know that there were some additional ones that were added today and then that were voted on. For example, the ones mentioned by Councilmember Paul Caprioli and also Councilmember Arias. So there is a 2.4 million plus whatever other motions. And so I guess I wanted to understand from the mayor's perspective or the administration, the budget folks, in terms of the 1 million, how can we close it and can we use those dollars that every year? And that's, I pulled them out from the budget or the meetings from the various items throughout the year when we do carryover. So if you can kind of speak to that and see if rather than do line item veto, because we can pass a balanced budget, that we consider those additional items as part of the carryover. So I don't know if you can speak to the 1 million gap that you spoke to and mentioned that you would do some line item veto, because I know that we're charged with balancing the budget, but I can also say, but there's a trend every year, and it demonstrates that there will be additional dollars so that we can account for some of those items that you feel are making our budget unbalanced.
First of all, thank you for the creativity. $7 million is roughly about 2% of the general fund. So to take a fund that big and get any closer would be really pretty risky policy. So we've had a couple of years since I've been here, we've actually finished, we had to have midterms and actually adjust downward because we finished off. And in 2012, we actually finished, we were out of money. That's when the first $9.9 million came from the accrual of the sales tax in July. My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, City Manager Henry, these monies that we're putting there as a potential use mid-year are not going to be counted as a commitment to this year's budget, correct? Correct. So by doing that, I think in general, conceptually, I don't think it's a problem. It's a way to say if we're doing better than we think we're doing, then the council's developing a list that we can go into. And by doing that, we could hopefully have a balanced budget. I don't think I would be opposed to that.
And I think that's my point, because I want to make sure that this council does approve a budget that is balanced. And I think that we've made an attempt to, obviously there's competing things. And as you look at some of those things that you're going to line item veto, I believe that we can use this as an opportunity to cover some of those things that this council has said it should be a priority as well. Once we come to that point that we do show that we do have those additional dollars, especially for those one-time things. I just wanted to make sure that for the purpose of being transparent with everyone and the public, that they know that we're not just throwing stuff out there, that we're trying to be thoughtful about where there's opportunities to find those one-time dollars to cover the cost of some of those one-time funding items that we've put through this budget process.
No, I appreciate that. And one point I'm going to make is that I've seen so many different, from law enforcement, senior centers, parks, public works. Those are all good things. And the question is, there's a difference between what we need and what we can afford. And that's what we're trying to find out right now. But this is a way to do that. And I'm hoping that we come out ahead on our forecast. And I think that's the fiscally responsible way to do it. So I think this is a way that we can probably work. My last count is we're about roughly $1.5 million or so off on our deal. So the more things that can be put into this contingency subject to midterm budget would make it easier for me to balance the budget out. Because this is the first year we actually have to do this, because before we could actually pass an unbalanced budget. So I think this is good. This whole exercise that we're doing now, I appreciate all the cooperation here. And I'm hoping as we go into future budgets, I only have one more left, that we have more money to work with, that we can meet more of these needs and not have to say no to certain items that I know are probably important.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just wanted to make that point, and I look forward to working with you guys as we're looking over the next few days to figure out what is it that we can put over to this other contingent.
I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Councilmember Soria, do we want to enter that into the record and make that part of the motion?
Yeah, that as there are I guess, as you're doing your exercise to figure out how to balance the budget, put those things that are the one-time opportunities and prioritize them through the carryover process.
All right.
So that would be part of the motion. And then in addition to that, I just want to add something because we did do the code enforcement motion earlier during the budget process. I want to add to approve this budget as amended, including the code enforcement exhibit prepared by the city attorney, which shall be attached to the AAR. And I have a copy here. I think the city attorney has copies for everyone to enter into the record. It essentially spells out, and maybe you can speak to it, city attorney, just a brief summary.
Yes, because this is such a significant change, I think it would be best to have that clarity of actually have this added to the budget itself. And it's the same, it's identical with the motion that was written up earlier with two additions. One, it would provide some flexibility to allow the asset people to work on any code enforcement matter. And then two, because the budget as it's being adopted separates the city attorney's office normal budget with the neighborhood services budget. So this would provide that the city attorney has authority to transfer funds between line items among those budgets.
I think we're good. Anything else we need to do, city attorney? I'm worn out.
Was somebody going to address the property tax issue before you vote? If not, that's fine.
Was there a second?
Okay.
So because we are charged with adopting a balanced budget, I wanted to ask our budget analyst, in his opinion, are we adopting a balanced budget then, given the statements of the council and the what's been approved?
Good morning, Council President, members of the council. The budget before you, as with the motions that are being made here today, and some of the things that are being put in the final budget motion, can get you to a balanced budget. Ultimately, looking at the carryover fund balance that comes out of fiscal 18-19 once it finishes at the end of this week, and then looking at that carryover fund balance into next year is a source of funding. Also, as you get closer towards mid-year, you're going to know exactly what your property tax assessed valuation increase is going to be, given the fact that over the last 4 fully completed fiscal years, your property tax has increased 5.1% in the aggregate. And I will say in the aggregate, because there's many components of property tax. Not only do you have the secured value of the roll, you have the unsecured portion of the roll, and you have supplemental. All of those things work differently. So the 5.1 is just your total property tax number year over year, on average over the last 4 years. Your budget has 2.9% built into it. It's a conservative number, as was stated by the assistant city manager last week. And that number, given the past and the history with property tax, and furthermore, given the fact that according to the Department of Finance with the state of California, the CPI that's used for the appropriations limit calculation for the coming fiscal year was 3.85%, it's very likely that your Prop 13 base number will be 2%. So that means you will be able to, your assessor for Fresno County will likely increase property tax values by 2% at a minimum. Beyond that, you still have supplemental growth. You still have development that happens within the community, and you still have the Prop 8 valuations for the properties that are below your Prop 13 base right now, where they can come back. So 2.9 is a conservative number. It's likely that you're able to achieve a little bit more than that, keeping in mind that every 1% of growth of property tax over the current fiscal year, as projected, is about $1.5 million.
City Attorney, any other information?
I think that is sufficient. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Member Soria, I think you still have the floor. You're done? So, Member Arias wanted to make a comment.
Just want to make a couple
Member
comments.
Bredefeld wanted to make a comment.
First, I want to thank staff for all the time that they put in. We did make 85 requests for information in this since May 22nd when we received the budget. We have received about 80 memos with very detailed information, so thank you for your patience and for being responsive. We also made about 49 motions to change the budget. Some of those motions include funding for the Veterans Home in California to connect them to the public transit system. Finally, relocating the Darling rendering plant out of West Fresno. Another $1 million for improving sidewalks, trimming trees in our neighborhoods. The EIR for the compatibility study to make sure that we deal with industrial next to residential. Additional money for housing. Code enforcement is dramatically changing, hoping for a more responsive experience for our residents. We also are replacing the roof on the Boys and Girls Club, setting money aside for a senior center, also for multi-generation center. The police department is getting an additional $14 million and a significant pay raise for their officers. We've added one fire inspector for the fire department. I still think that's the most underfunded department we have in our city, given the amount of historical number of fires that we have in our city. So at the end, this $1.3 billion budget, we're only about $1 million apart from the administration after you account for all those changes. Clearly, we are under projecting the amount of revenue we're getting. So I'm comfortable that everybody didn't get everything they wanted, but a lot of people got more than what we anticipated and what was definitely proposed by the administration. And I do believe that we will find at the end that this is a balanced budget with very minimal need to veto any of the particular items. But for all of you who've been watching these hearings for weeks now, want you to be crystal clear. This budget includes all those motions that were approved by the council. The ball officially goes to the mayor's court. He will assess what items he'd like to veto, and then we will come back in 30 days to override any vetoes. So at this point, I think we've done our due diligence, not only with asking for 85 different memos and making a few dozen motions and working with the administration to find where we can do one-time funds for mid-year adjustments. So I want to say this is my first budget experience in the city of Fresno. It has been heavy, hectic, thoughtful. We've had some very difficult conversations in this room for the last few weeks, but I do believe that this budget is a reflection and what's in the best interest of the city of Fresno.
Member Bredefeld?
Yeah, I too want to echo all of the hard work from city manager and budget staff. I mean, I know it isn't easy, and I know you got many requests for memos, and you got them done, and kudos to you for all of the hard work I know that you're all doing. And I want to commend the mayor and the council. It's been a rough and tumble process, but we're here to do some serious things and address very important issues and very important needs throughout the entire city of Fresno. And I also agree that I think there are many under projections from property tax and other things, which is why I'm very disappointed that there aren't any sworn officers in this budget. I mean, it's clear the chief has outlined the intense need that we have in terms of making our city safe and dealing with the ever-growing homeless and panhandling problems, and we're really not addressing that. There's no way we're addressing the 911 dispatcher need, where people are on line for 15 minutes. Instead, we've given $200,000 to Advance Peace, with whether it's administration costs or not, where criminals are getting stipends. That's unacceptable. We're giving $300,000 to an immigration committee. I suspect at some point with a recommendation for a defense fund for people here illegally. We'll see if that happens, but I believe that's what will happen. We're giving $100,000 to a youth leadership, where I've said I will get the people to run that program. That's not acceptable. I guess we want to spend the $100,000. So for those reasons, I am not supporting this budget, and perhaps in mid-year, when we have these other things that take place, we will get our priorities in order, because I think the priorities aren't where they need to be. And so for that reason, I will be opposing this budget.
Thank you very much. Member Chavez?
Thank you, President Caprioli. I too want to thank the mayor, our staff, department heads. You've been very patient. I don't think I've ever seen 80-plus requests for information. I think about 60 of those were from my new colleague, Councilmember Arias. Hopefully they whittle down in the future. But
Councilmember, I did read all of them last night. So
excuse me, I have the floor. I do want to say that we did make some key investments in our community. I think you'll see those here pretty shortly. And I also want to let folks know the group of people that do listen to us. I think oftentimes when you hear the conversation up here, you hear a lot of doom and gloom, and I think we're all trying to make the case for investments, but Fresno is a great city. It's a great place to raise your kids, to bring your families, and to the investors or potential investors that are out there, we want you to come here to Fresno. We have a record low unemployment that's never been seen before, thousands of jobs created. Thank you, Amazon and Ulta, and all the small businesses that have done that this past year. But I don't want the perception to exist that it's doom and gloom here in Fresno. We do have a great city, and I'm looking forward to trying to make it just a little bit better every single budget year. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Chavez. Member Soria? Really?
Thank you, Council President. Just very brief, I also want to thank everyone, thank the administration, the budget staff, city staff, city manager staff, for helping us get through the process. Appreciate all the information that you guys provided. This is my fifth budget, and I think it was exciting to see the debate, the robust debate on the various priorities that we see are important within not only our council districts, but for the city of Fresno. I think investing in our young people is critical. It's another way of addressing public safety. If we give them a job or give them leadership training, we will avoid them being on the street doing negative stuff. So I think that in the scheme of things, when we're looking at the $1.3 billion budget, it is a small investment that really reaps a lot in our community, and I believe that that we should be doing more. I think this budget is a good budget in terms of the investments that are made. I know that the administration was thoughtful in presenting what he presented to us a few weeks ago, and then us making some positive changes where we saw fit. And so I want to just thank everyone, excited about the investments, not only that are going to happen citywide when it comes to affordable housing, investments for our parks, investments for our infrastructure. Obviously, we don't have enough revenues to meet the challenges and needs that we have, but we are far off better today than we were 10 years ago. And I am proud to be able to vote on this budget today.
Member Esparza.
Yeah, so at the beginning of the month, we started with what was described as a status quo budget. And I think the end result here is anything but. And I think I'm very happy with the budget we've produced. The city we live in, Fresno, is not status quo. It's changing, and I think this council and this budget are a reflection of that. So I'm very happy with what we've produced. It's been a pleasure working with my colleagues in the administration, and looking forward to the next 3 budgets in this first term of mine.
Okay, screen is clear. I join in my appreciation for the staff and all the hard work they've done. But I really, really appreciate all of the people that have come forward and listened to us over and over and over. And yet your patience and diligence is greatly appreciated. So with that, we're going to do an electronic vote. We have a motion by Member Chavez, seconded by Member Soria.
Council, are you voting on just item A or all of the budget documents together?
All items together. I'm sorry. Member Chavez motion, Member Arias seconded. So yes is approving the vote. The budget, no is disapproval.
And Council President, this includes the amendments by Councilmember Soria.
It includes all amendments, everything we talked about, the world of budget.
Thank you all.
So passes 5-1. Thanks again, everybody. Enjoy the 4th of July. Okay, now we have a patient duo in front of us here. We have a patient trio over here. And from what I understand from my colleagues, we cannot do this in 13 minutes. So we'll it won't be 13. Okay, I've got, again, thank you all for your patience. If you folks don't mind coming back at 1:30, the mayor and as well, we'll adjourn for lunch and come back at 1:30. Thank you all very much. start our afternoon session, and thank you all for being here. I see with my new eyes the yellow and orange is beautiful. It used to be a blur, now it's perfectly clear. So I'm really happy about my eyes being fixed. So coming from the morning session, we have a workshop presentation by Circle K, and we have some people from Circle K. If you'd like to come up and give us a presentation as you walk up and set up. This is a workshop, so what does that mean? A workshop is an educational tool that the council has, and that educates us as well as you on whatever the topic is. So as a result of that, there is no public comment as part of that workshop. If it comes back another day, then we'll do that. So this is for information only, and we've got some people in a PowerPoint to make a presentation. So if you guys will when you speak, give us your name, and then we'll keep our record clear.
Perfect. Sarah Longwell, I'm the Director of Real Estate for Circle K here on the West Coast. Thank you very much for allowing us to come. Our desire is to grow in the city of Fresno. And so what I've brought with me is our subject matter experts to kind of support what we're going to tell you. Moving to our first slide, just some education on Circle K. We are about 60 years old. In North America, we have almost 8,000 stores in 48 states. What we have here is pride. So this is the pillars in which we operate our company. The two that I want to focus on for you today are improvement and development. So development, obviously, real estate development, but development in our offer, development in the way we do things. And then in terms of improvement, being in business for 60 years, we've improved along the way and we continue to do so, and that's our desire to do so. Commitment to the community. Across our almost 8,000 stores, each store has various charities that they contribute to. We consider ourselves a good community partner and a desire to always be better. Red Cross is one that in the West Coast we contribute a lot to and we collect a lot for. And the thing that I'm excited about here is that the money that we collect in the city of Fresno stays within the city of Fresno in the Red Cross chapter. We also have a program called Fuel for Schools that we participate here in Fresno for our Peach and Olive location, which gives up to $2,000 a year to any one particular school or program. And then our commitment to environmental and always be improving here is our reclaimed water for our car washes, our proactive approach to any remediation in terms of prevention. And then the jobs that we create in your community. A new store from development to the construction piece is a 4 to 6 month process. So we're both employing construction jobs, but also once the store is open, we have up to 40 employees that we house at any one store, providing really good jobs. Going through what we're going to talk about of our store, I would like to introduce you to our subject matter expert.
You can lift, if that button up your upper left corner, there's a little, if you push that, it'll go up or down, and whatever suits your...
Thank you. My name is William Scarborough with Land Development Consultants. I'm a consultant for Circle K. What we wanted to show you is Circle K's new product. We're all familiar with the older products that are small stores, small fuel offerings. And what Circle K is doing nationwide now is offering a larger format. You'll see an expanded fuel canopy. This project here, which is one where we're looking to submit in the very near term at Ashland and Cornelia, shows 8 fuel dispensers and then a C-store in excess of 5,000 square feet. And for some perspective, the old stores range around 2,000 square feet, so this is more than doubling the offering to the public. And with Circle K's larger offering, there are times in parts of the community that are underserved actually act as a small grocer. They provide packaged and fresh goods, soft drinks, teas, bottled beverages. They now have, if we can, here's an example of Peach and Olive where we have fresh food offering. And if we could. And you can see the expanded offering. Not only is the floor more open, which actually helps as far as security and alcohol sales, which we can get to in a minute, you can see the expanded offering. We've got coffee, fresh food, as I've said, teas, bottled water, bottled beverages. We do tobacco and alcohol sales as well. And then a close-up of the expanded coffee offering. In regards to alcohol and tobacco, the floor plan here shows you a typical new format floor plan, and I want to draw your attention to the grayed areas. The grayed areas are location where alcohol is sold. The spirits or liquors are behind the cashier, inaccessible by the customer. Up in the right upper corner is the beer cave, which also is where we house the majority of the alcohol. And then we have areas where we have beer stacks or wine racks that are also off to the right side. The intent here is to have a majority of the alcohol in a position that makes it less conducive for theft. The further away it is from the door, the farther they have to track out the door to steal something. And more often than not, as you saw in the prior photo, we have a much more open floor plan, and we can be more ready to see those incidences happening. And then I think just to expand on the alcohol side of things, we have another consultant to discuss it.
Before you go to that, Peach and Olive is in my district, for those that don't know that. And so we had the opportunity. I didn't know anything about Circle K, and we're all concerned about alcohol and tobacco, but we're also concerned about development. And I had a vacant lot in that area that was huge, and it was a site for illegal dumping and trash and activities that were not socially acceptable. It was awful. And then you guys came along and made a presentation to myself and others similar to this, and I was still skeptical, quite honestly. And I thought, well, let's see how this works out. So with the employment in the construction area, fantastic. Then as it evolved, I could see more and more. And then when we cut the ribbon, I couldn't have been happier. I couldn't have been happier. And the food quality, I mean, I think I ate a bite of everything in the fresh food zone, and it was fresh, and it was tasty, and it was good. I was shocked, to be honest with you, because I didn't expect that. And then the beer cave and the alcohol isolation, it really took up not that much square footage of the whole store. So it gave everybody an opportunity to have the features that you've mentioned. Now, across the street is a liquor store. It's a liquor store. And you can buy chewy sticks and odds and ends of that nature, but you can't get the kind of product and food that you produced at that Circle K. And I think the dollar store was the same way, and they had alcohol there, and they went out of business. And so what you brought to my district, the variety, the quality, the gas prices, employment, I think there's 40 people more or less that are employed at that Peach and Olive location. It was transformative to that piece of land. Now it's fantastic. It looks great, well designed, well thought out. So I'm so pleased and happy that we worked together. And my skepticism is 100% supportive now. So I just had to say that because it's still working to this day. I drove by it the other day, and people are everywhere, and it's I don't see any issues. We don't get any calls on that location. So congratulations.
Thank you, sir. And also to emphasize a point that you're making, the alcohol sales in that store, the floor space is about 13%. So 13% of the floor space for the interior of the building is attributed for alcohol sales. And just so you know, that's about roughly what our revenue generation for the store is for inside sales as well.
Perfect.
So it's not a major component, but it's a vital component.
Very good. Thank you. Could you give me your name, please?
Yeah, my name is Dean Vasquez. I'm with Licensed Locators. We work with Circle K statewide on their alcohol licensing, purchasing, acquiring, and then going through the ABC process. And the reason I'm participating today is to just really state there's some concerns we have looking at some of the versions of the new ordinance coming through the city that will make it challenging or potentially in conflict with the ABC code to meet the requirements for the new licenses. And so one of the aspects of it is, you can go to the next slide, based on my understanding to date, is that the limited area in which licenses can come from is going to have a significant impact on cost of licenses. Basically a supply and demand equation. And currently there's roughly 500 off-sale licenses, and a very small percentage of them are not being used. So for a new establishment to come in, if it's even restricted more within the city or from the county, it's going to be a heavy financial burden for those licenses. At the same time, there are some provisions within the proposed ordinance that could make it very challenging to facilitate the conditions to acquire those licenses. And so we just wanted to kind of be on record stating we have a lot of concerns how we would do this, how we would acquire the licenses, and then do it with without crossing the ABC guidelines. So that's really the questions I bring to the table, and I don't know if there's other questions or follow-up any of the council members had.
Thank you. My co-sponsor, Member Bredefield, would have a word or two.
You're done with your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. So, I mean, I think the issue we met along with Council President Capriolo and I, the issue for you is you feel, if I'm correct, that the ordinance that we enacted trying to reduce the liquor licenses adversely affects you, and that you're not really obviously a liquor store, but you do sell liquor and you're being impacted. So when in looking to open up this Circle K, and you want to open it at what's the area that you want to open it?
So we have several locations that we're looking at, but the one that we have here is Ashland and Cornelia mid-block.
Okay. And so in looking for the cost of a liquor license, you've done some work on that and what it would cost you?
Yes.
What are those costs?
For that location, currently to get a license from within the city of Fresno, for a single license is going to be a total cost of $70,000, $80,000.
Mm-hmm.
And that's given purchase and transfer of the single license, which is what the ABC allows us to do and directs. They don't issue new full liquor licenses, so you have to acquire them from within the county. And in this situation, we're looking to acquire one within the city.
And you also have to retire one, right?
According to my understanding of the ordinance, there would need to be a retiring or canceling of an additional license, which would then double that cost.
Okay, so that would be another 70 to 100. You've looked into it.
Okay.
You've looked into what the retiring would be, because I think I recall you somebody saying it was about $100,000 for that.
Well, what would be required, if I'm understanding the ordinance correctly, is bringing a second license to the location and then retiring it. That, in a procedural sense, is not supported by the state ABC code. You can only bring one license to one given location at any time. So we have some procedural challenges depending on how the ordinance is completed or is finally enacted. The other aspect we're running into is there's not a clear provision within the ABC code to retire a license that is not your own. So it runs into some logistic challenges, and there are situations that we're trying to understand how we'd go about doing that. Because if I understand the proposed ordinance, then you would transfer a single license to the new location, bring a second license to that location and retire it or take it out of circulation or cancel it according to ABC's terminology. There's not a mechanism within the ABC code to do that. Mm-hmm. So it would cause some creative work to fulfill that. And if it's multiple licenses, which some of the square footage requirements are alluding to, that could be quite problematic.
Okay. So your concern, though, is having to retire the other one. You don't have an objection, obviously, to purchasing a license like others do. It's the second one.
Correct.
And Mr. City Attorney, Doug, do you have any response to the difficulties they're saying in acquiring the second license?
Well, it's a policy issue as to what the council would like to do. If they believe there's some legal authority that prohibits us from doing this, we would like to see it, because what we think the council is proposing is legal. I think they may be confusing a different issue.
And for the record, other providers have been successful in securing other licenses and retiring them. This council just last week approved such a legal agreement for the Chevron on Van Ness and Broadway. So your claims, I don't think, are on solid foundation at this point.
Well, so my point on it is to say that there's not a mechanism within the state code to allow consideration to be given to a licensee to not transfer a license or to cancel it. There's the potential for defrauding tax agencies. It's an undefined mechanism. And so the question is, if there's going to be an ordinance driving this, then we need to make sure it's in agreement with the state code. And at this point, it doesn't appear that that is going to be the case.
Council, I would suggest that their council send us a letter with the authority, and we'll look at it and provide the council a memo.
Okay, so that's kind of a new issue that I'm hearing, and that's the way it ought to be dealt with. The first issue, though, that you addressed was what you felt was the unfairness of having to get this second license to be retired because you didn't feel, obviously you're a liquor store, you sell liquor, but it's a small part of what you do.
Well, let me try to restate. So I don't think that was what I was attempting to communicate. The purchase of a license within a county is dictated by the supply and demand of that. A single license acquisition at any price is up to the ROI that the business is going to choose to either acquire a license or not. Fresno County is one of the more expensive counties, as is Kern and others in the Central Valley. So nothing abnormal there. We move a lot of licenses amongst the communities. The challenge comes into place when we're going to start requiring multiple licenses and then narrowing the area they're coming out of. Because if I'm understanding the proposed ordinance, they would have to come from within the city of Fresno. And currently there are 7 licenses that have been issued that could be transferred or could be for sale, using more general terminology. If we need to acquire and retire multiple, that inventory goes very quickly, and then you run into a situation where it's going to drive the price up even further.
Okay, so I don't have any other questions. I believe this is in Councilmember Soria. Is this your district? Okay, so if you have any input, I'd love to hear it. Otherwise, I have no other questions, and I would encourage you to follow through what our city attorney said.
Go ahead, Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. And, I appreciate the presentation. We had an opportunity to meet some weeks ago. I can appreciate the concerns that you guys have outlined. As far as I've known, and I've asked folks that are doing the similar things in similar municipalities. I talked to folks from LA that are lobbyists and represent not Circle K's, but one of your competitors. They say they do it all the time. So when we're talking about concerns, I get it, that it impacts your guys' bottom line, or it may impact your bottom line and the cost. What I'm most concerned about, and I brought it to your guys' attention, I know that you guys are interested in coming into another part of my district, but the current Circle K in the Tower District on Olive and Palm has had some challenges. And when I met with you guys, I said, I'd like to see some good faith efforts in cleaning up that site, because we get tons of complaints. In the last 3 years, we've had 500 calls for service, 500 calls, or close to 500 calls. And that's a problem, right? When we have the neighborhood and the residents that live there that feel that Circle K hasn't really been part of the community. I know that you guys mentioned all the investments that you guys made, but and I shared this with you guys in privately, and I only bring it up because you guys are not now here talking publicly about what you guys are trying to do. But Circle K in the Tower District, people haven't felt that they've been part of the community, kind of doing their own thing, lots of calls for service, adds to the blight. And so I'm hoping that you guys have worked on that issue. I know that there's been CUP violations when it comes to the legal age of posting for alcohol, also individual cans for sale. And that's problematic. Those are the things that we want to make sure that you guys have a track record, just similarly to what you guys have done in District 4, to existing and older stores, because if you guys are going to make the commitment that you guys are going to come in and build a brand new store, which, I think the layout is great, but I also feel that the residents in the area, in the Tower District, also deserve to have a clean, safe, Circle K there. And so I don't know if you guys can speak to what you guys have done in the last, since we last spoke.
Yes, since we last spoke, we did do painting at that site. We did cleanup at that site. Some interior things that we looked at, we addressed. I've spoken with the manager of that store personally and acknowledged some of the things that she's done and highlighted some things that she still needs to do. In terms of reaching out to the community and being a better community partner there, that's absolutely our desire, and it's my hope that we can communicate directly and come up with what that best looks like for a store like that.
Perfect. And then one of the things that I offered, and I know that we have a scheduled meeting, we've been busy with budget, but I'd like to have the input of the neighborhood as you guys are, planning to come into the neighborhood to see what is their perspective. I would, much rather do the outreach ahead of time rather than after the fact and have, people show up to the meeting, concerned. So that's that would be my desire if there is the desire to move forward with this project, that we do some appropriate community outreach. And my office is happy to help coordinate that with you guys.
Perfect. I know that we have done some outreach, but I think a thorough outreach that you're in support of will be perfect for any location, and not just the one that we're talking about, but anywhere in your community that we go.
Perfect. Thank you.
Member Arias, it's your opportunity.
Thank you. Let me start off with saying how frustrating it is to sit here and to spend valuable time of the council hearing a corporate presentation on an item that we fully vetted publicly months ago. The ordinance on alcohol in the neighborhood ordinance was adopted months ago with a lot of public input. And your entity is not a small business. You have more than 15,000 stores nationwide. Your revenues probably are above $3.5 billion. For you to come forward and say that requiring you to buy a license in addition to the one you're operating is a financial hardship, it's just false. More importantly, I'll be a lot more clear. Your current establishment is a blight and a nuisance to the neighborhood. That simple. Your current establishment is a blight and a nuisance to the Tower District. It has been for years. And I'm not going to sit here and support or give you any false expectations that I'm going to approve a new, bigger footprint in another part of the city that is surrounded by middle-income neighborhoods, because you're going to commit to doing something with the existing establishment. That has to come first. You're a multi-billion-dollar corporation. You have the resources. If the small businesses in Fresno that are family-owned can afford to maintain their properties, you should not have any trouble with it. From landscaping to lighting to cleanup to homeless people sleeping right next to the building at all hours of the day to 500 calls for service is completely unacceptable. You're not, and you haven't been a good corporate citizen to the city of Fresno, and any requests for further footprints or locations are going to have to be predicated on you first demonstrating that you're going to fix the stores that you have, from my perspective. Secondly, on the alcohol items, yes, we're requiring you to buy additional license and retire them. You guys, you have made the decision to open more stores in an oversaturated area. We didn't ask you to come forward and bring the Ashland Cornelia area where it's clearly saturated with alcohol licenses. You're the ones identifying the locations, securing the property, and wanting to open in an already saturated area. We are number one in the state of California for saturated alcohol licenses of any city. That is unacceptable. And for a multi-billion-dollar corporation to sit here and cry wolf, that is hard for you financially to buy a license and shut it down or clean up your existing establishments, it's just completely unacceptable. And if you had those concerns, you could have been part of the process months ago. But in my view, we're not going to change an ordinance to accommodate Circle K, 7-Eleven. You guys do this for a living. This is normal business practice in any other city in this state. We're not the first ones to do it. We're not the last ones. We're just the latest ones to actively say your operations are not acceptable. And if you suggest that alcohol is not that big of a deal in your store that you're proposing, then don't ask for the license. But I'm pretty sure, based on the market studies and common sense, that without an alcohol license, your stores won't operate. Because that is the driver, is the alcohol sales, irrespective of the percentage of square footage or the percentage of total sales. It's not going to work for me. And I need to see more than a commitment to meet with the neighborhoods, to donate money to a good cause. I need to see actual improvements. You have billions of dollars. You can tomorrow go and completely renovate that store, figure out the management issues, fix it, and be a good neighbor. Until that happens, don't expect that I'm going to support opening up another establishment in the city of Fresno.
Member Esparza, you're up next.
Yes, I too wanted to thank the presenters for coming to our city hall and reiterating our policy to us. I think all the impacts you described are pretty intentional, actually, with respect to limiting the saturation of alcohol licenses on all different externalities that come with these operations. I know you may own property or you want to acquire property, and just like my colleague, whose phone is that? Okay. All right, just like my colleague said, you have the option to open without alcohol, and I think you might have a better chance of receiving support from this council if you went that route. I don't think, my colleagues can correct me, but I don't think any of us here are begging Circle K to come into our district as the grand prize development, except maybe Cap. I think he wants to be in the commercial when you guys run one. So I appreciate you coming here and letting us know, but we're not going to change the ordinance to accommodate one group. I think we went through a public process, and this is clearly the will of this council and the will of the city, and it's something we need to do.
Okay, I think the screen is clear, and I don't need to be in an advertisement, but did you have something to add, my friend?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Hi, Michael Saragosa, consultant for Circle K. I just wanted to, I know there was comments about taking something back to the city attorney in terms of the legality of the ordinance. And so I just wanted to go over a couple of the actual codes, the BMP codes that we think may have inconsistencies with this local ordinance. The first one is BMP code 24040, which says you can only have one license for each location. And we did check with ABC, and they do not have a mechanism, nor is it within the codes to buy multiple licenses for the same location. So essentially, what you have to do is to have a sale outside of the regulatory process. So the only way to be able to do this is to not inform ABC that you're buying multiple licenses to cancel one, because that's not within ABC regulations. The second thing is you cannot put a, I'm trying to think of the second code in terms of the, you can't put a, excuse me, sorry.
Not sure where you're going.
Where you can't put a condition, the condition.
So I believe what we're saying is when you're going to buy a license, you're forming an agreement to do a transaction. If we're going to form an agreement to cancel a license, that is also outside the ABC code. To address the comments that were made earlier, other people have done it around the state. It has been done, it is done, but to have it meeting a code requirement is different. To my knowledge, this is the only city in the state to create an ordinance mandating it, which is going to cause it to be scrutinized in a different way if we're having to document this. Most licenses that are purchased and canceled in Los Angeles and other areas are done outside of the purview of the ABC. And so there's going to be some politically or some legal ramifications to these as we have to document what is done in a public fashion.
So we'll turn these in to the city attorney. You can take a look at these. We're certainly happy to have further conversations on these ABC ordinances. And I can also provide you with email from ABC itself as well on the specific issues.
That would be fantastic. So if you will have your council engage our council with whatever the position is, then we can review it and judge it and make adjustments accordingly and see where we stand on that. So that would be great to do that for us, number one. Okay, Member Chavez had a question.
Thank you, President. So I have a question. When you're out looking for a site to select, walk me through what your process is for selecting that site. But you referenced earlier the ABC licensing requirements. So I'm sure you're aware that there are a finite amount of liquor licenses per census tract that the ABC does. So whenever you have that, I'm sure it's part of your process, right?
It is part of our process, yes.
Okay, so when you do see that there's an oversaturation, what's the rationale for bringing something forward when you already know it's hit its limit?
Typically, and I'll use the case of Peach and Olive, what was there wasn't serving the community in the best possibility. So we feel that our overall upgraded offer will better serve the needs of a community.
All right, but that doesn't answer my question. So you know that there's a saturation of liquor licenses, so why go forward in an area that you already know is saturated? I'm trying to understand that logic.
So Councilmember, I think what you're looking for is the city has to determine that it's of public convenience to add one more liquor license in an oversaturated area. The argument
I understand
historically
that. I'm trying to get their perspective on what their rationale is for moving forward with that.
The rationale, I would say, is really tied to the overall offer. I mean, alcohol is part of our offer. That's not hiding that in any way. But when our total business is not represented well in that area, we're not just looking at alcohol sales. We're looking at fuel stations. We're looking at QSRs, quick serve restaurants, when we're looking at what an overall community needs. So alcohol is just one part of the picture. And so we're not purposely targeting places that are oversaturated, but we're more targeting places that are underserved in our full offer. So we're not disregarding it, but we're saying that the needs for fuel pricing, ease of use, and public convenience and necessity aren't being met currently with the offer that's there today. So we're trying to really elevate what a community has.
Is it a price point decision for you that you feel you can offer certain products for a cheaper price?
In some cases, yes, but I think it's an overall one-stop for a customer because our business is convenience. We want to provide them everything that they may need on that stop home or on that stop to work. So it's definitely not, we're just looking where we can sell the most alcohol. Not at all. We're probably looking more for places where are underserved in gas or outpriced in a market.
And the reason I'm asking that is I actually met with some of your corporate folks at a conference, and I did have this conversation with them, and they were a little bit unclear as to how they go about selecting sites. I think they leave it more to the local consultants. But I think it would be very helpful as you're selecting sites to ensure that there is not an oversaturation, because that's the intent of the ordinance, to not really add to that problem and more or less mitigate that. Just some advice that I'm throwing out there. I don't want this to be perceived that some way or another this council hates business or hates Circle K or 7-Eleven, because I've had this conversation with 7-Eleven as well. But we want to make sure that we do things right and that we're not inadvertently hurting a community that already has an alcohol saturation problem. That's just some advice I'm giving you as you go through your process, whatever that is.
Yes, my fear, and the reason that we don't just put all the census tract and only look at the ones that aren't oversaturated is, in most cases, I don't want you to have just what you have. I want you to have everything. I want you to have our best offer or the best offer available, even if it's not ours. And so to limit where we're looking to only places that are undersaturated or not at that saturation level really limits your potential to elevate what you have today. That's really where we're looking.
I would just add that your game plan, the way your business model works, it works so well at Peach. It's fantastic. So I support what you're doing. Maybe the issues from these other locations are from the past or a different policy or a different procedure. I'm not sure. But what you do and the way you explained it and the way it sits in my district at that location at Peach and Olive, it's perfect. It's worked out really, really well. And we get a lot of compliments, and the people that are employed these are opportunities they did not have before you came there. So it's the employment, the construction, the whole thing, and the way you lay out the plan, it's worked there. So hopefully the other locations that you select will have that same realization and same success.
Great. And we have found that the larger stores are easier to monitor, maintain, light well, and give a better offer. So I absolutely understand what you're saying about Palm and Olive, and I think we need to come up with what we can best do in that footprint, absolutely. And that's my goal, is to meet with you at some point to talk about that. But that's really the challenge, is being limited to where we can go.
Very good. And then the alcohol issue, you can work with the city attorney. And if there's no one else that wishes to speak on this item, and if you are finished, then we'll be good.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you for being here, and thanks for taking these things on head on. And we love business. We love business ventures. Next, we have a workshop on the Citizens Public Safety Advisory Board, the Mayor's Office. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. John Gliotta with the Office of Independent Review. And one, I want to thank you all for giving us the opportunity and time to speak, because I know it's a very packed agenda today. Real quick, the Citizens Public Safety Advisory Board is one of three components within the Office of Independent Review. It consists of the independent reviewer, which I serve that role, a community coordinator, and the Citizens Public Safety Advisory Board. And they consist of 9 volunteer members that all reside within the city limits of Fresno. Now, I will stress also that they are a component of the Office of Independent Review. The views and opinions that they will be expressing before you are those of their own, with no influence from what I do as an independent reviewer. And they've been working on some recommendations that they were going to present here shortly that are really go hand in hand with some of the discussions you have had with the Fresno Police Department during the budget hearings, and even as early as this morning. So I will turn it over to the chairperson, Debbie Hunsaker, which I'm sure some of you are aware of.
All in a good way. All in a good way, right? Thank you, council members and President Capriolio, for having us here today. It's been a little while since we've been here. We've had we've added some new members to our council, and we've been working very diligently on the presentation you're about to receive today. We took the time to give a little background for the newer council members. We were formed back in 2017, and our purpose is to look at things that will help enhance and increase the transparency and the relationship between the public safety people of our community and the residents. Our first meeting was in November of 2017, and after reviewing and adopting bylaws and procedures, we went through training. We've all been on ride-alongs, and in fact, we're required to do that twice a year. We took the time to go visit every district to talk to them about how they were approaching community-oriented policing, and it was quite interesting to see how resourceful these district commanders were in approaching community-oriented policing in their districts. And some were quite impressive, especially due to the limited resources they have for things such as that, and with the other things going on in the city that keep them quite busy. So the purpose was to learn about how they handle it, and after we did that, we got together as a group, and I'd like to introduce Rodney Murphy, who will be presenting our recommendation. But I'd also like to take a quick minute and recognize our members. We are a 9-member advisory board. 8 of the 9 are here today. And I'd also like to give a shout out to John Gliotta and Myra for being such great people to work with. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rodney.
Once again, good afternoon, Council President and Council members. I'm Rodney Murphy, and I'm a new member of this Citizens Public Safety Advisory Board. Came on about 7 months ago. And so hopefully you guys have read the report from our findings, and these are strictly recommendations. I want to reiterate, in no way, shape, or form do we believe we are experts on any side of the fence. We have just done research about community policing to come up with some findings and some suggestions. And so these are just what they are. One thing we did, because we all represent a district in the Fresno area, so we went out and canvassed our areas and talked to the citizens here in Fresno and got their view on what they think community policing should look like, and we've implemented some of those findings into our report. Hopefully you guys have read some of those findings. But, you know, in its most basic definition, community policing is just establishing a partnership between residents and law enforcement. We see this play out in District 3 all the time with Captain Salazar and some of those community members over there, St. Rest, and a lot of Take a Stand, which is a organization I'm also involved with. We see how effective it is over in Southwest Fresno with sort of reducing crime and making that connection between the community and police. So in many ways, it's just a strategy. It's always been practiced here in Fresno. So we're aware of Santa's Village, and we're aware of some of the block parties and some of the other things that our officers do, Facebook pages, social media pages, and everything they do to outreach. And so we just want to sort of make suggestions to expand on some of the things that we're already doing here in the Fresno community. We understand that we're cash-strapped. We understand that law enforcement already have a big responsibility here protecting our citizens in Fresno, and that there are not a lot of resources to put towards community policing. But one thing we want to do is just expand on grabbing that low-hanging fruit. You know, things that we can access with little resources, things that we can expand on to help make our community safer. Community policing will help, you know, reduce things like the 500 calls that we're receiving over on Palm and Olive. So hopefully we can come up with some strategies to implement within our city to help reduce calls and crimes and things like that. So we looked at some other cities similar to Fresno demographic, similar to our size and our population size, like Albuquerque, New Mexico, Cincinnati, and Cleveland, some of those cities, and seeing what they're doing similar to us that seem to be working to sort of bridge that gap between the community and police. With community-based policing and the city, we think that tapping into our resources that are already available in a different community, such as church organizations, nonprofit organizations, also to bring them on board, will be another low-cost and effective way to sort of implement and expand on some of the community policing that we've already done. We understand that we don't have a lot of resources here in Fresno, and so these are just suggestions from some findings. Hopefully, you guys, you know, could look at them, assess them, and see if anything could be easily implemented to sort of bridge that gap between community and police. And so you have the findings. If there are any questions that, you know, you guys may have, feel free to ask.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your service.
Yes.
It's citizens like you that make all the difference, and Debbie and your staff, your entire board that make Fresno a greater city. It takes a lot of energy, because I know all of you are very, very busy, so thanks for taking the time and the energy to do such thorough research. Appreciate it. We'll come up here. The first one requesting to speak is Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. A couple questions. So I got a chance to read through the report and read through the recommendations. It would have actually been nice to have gone this report prior to voting on the budget this morning.
We tried.
So knowing that, you know, we could have had a discussion during budget for some of the things. There are no, I guess, tag prices on some of the recommendations. I fully agree. We need to expand bicycle patrols. We've seen the success not only in the Tower District, but in El Dorado Park area. And I know that this council at least supports the expansion of that, because I believe that these officers can cover more ground, can be more connected to the community through the bike patrol. So if there are opportunities within the existing resources, is the chief here or no? Oh, he's in the back. You know, if there are opportunities, I know that we talked about the limited resources we have. Still, we don't have as many officers as maybe we wish we would. But I think where there are those opportunities, we should be exploring the expansion of those, even getting creative as to the time frame. I know I've brought that up, at least for the Tower District, because that shift sometimes doesn't work too much for that area because it's in an entertainment area. Also, I looked at, I like the idea of having, is it like a walk-in office in the various substations? I would, or in the district stations. I would also submit that we should have that in the Tower District. We worked hard to try to open, a writing station. I think beyond the writing station, we have to look at figuring out how we could, make it a place where people can walk in and have a live person also address their concerns. So, I appreciate the work that you guys put towards the recommendations. I probably agree with the majority of them. I think now the challenge is having the resources, but I think this is good as we move forward in looking at the following year in terms of investments, or even when we're looking at a public safety parks initiative, because these are resources that we will need in order to fund some of the great recommendations that you guys have given. So again, thank you for your time that you guys have volunteered and for the insight. Lots of work to be done. I think that the next chief also, what is going to be important beyond just implementing community policing strategies is that there should be a culture within the department, not just strategies, but it should be an entire culture of community policing. Thank you.
Yes, we agree, and thank you.
Thank you, Member Brennefield. It's your opportunity.
Yeah, I also want to thank the committee and the advisory board for the work that you're doing. I was not supportive of this because I was fearful that it would be politicized to be an anti-police board. It's not been that at all, and you've come up with very good recommendations before, and you've come up with good recommendations again. I like the strengthening of the neighborhood associations. I think that's really good. Having counter service in the 5 police stations is something we talk about, and I share the same sentiment as Councilmember Soria. I wish people would have adhered to some of your recommendations in the budget. You, at the end, say that the amount of time on hold when calling 911 and officer response times is an issue. It's led to a deterioration of the public's expectations of their department, deterioration of morale for officers, responding to many times angry citizens who've waited for hours for an officer to come by. You said that though the city's made moves to hire 911 dispatchers, which we have, the system is still antiquated, badly in need of an upgrade. Response times are still very poor. In 2009, there were 849 officers and 471 civilian personnel. Today, there are 813 and 279. We talked about that earlier today. And yet, our population has significantly increased, almost 50,000 from that time. And you say, in short, the department needs more personnel, both officers and civilians, to meet the needs of California's 5th largest city. Couldn't have said it anymore. In fact, I said it earlier this morning. We need more sworn police officers and 911 dispatchers, and 5 community service officers is simply not enough. So I appreciate all of the work that you do. I think it's been very quality work. I want to commend you, Mr. Gliada, as well. And I think you're all doing fantastic. I look forward to the recommendations because I think they're well thought out. And it has not become something that I feared. In fact, it's quite the opposite. So I want to recognize that. Thank you.
Member Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Chief, can you come forward, please? Chief, have you had an opportunity to review the recommendations?
Sorry, I had not. I just, John Gliada just handed me a copy and I was perusing it.
Okay. Can you just, when you're done with your assessment and review, can you report back to the council on which ones you can implement without additional resources and which ones would require additional resources?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. And
one thing we were hoping for, if I may, is that it didn't take away from what we already have, that this would be something that would be looked at, like to add community service officers.
Yeah, you're basically asking for additional services without changing the existing resources.
Once again, these are recommendations.
Yeah. Okay. This seems to me like a pretty good outline for the things that the new chief is going to have to evaluate on how they proceed forward. It looks like a lot of these would require additional resources or a reallocation of existing resources, or reprioritization. Did you guys by any chance look at our use of premium overtime or overtime in general in your assessment?
That was outside of our purview, so we were mostly looking at recommendations that would better the transparency and the community public safety communications.
Your recommendation for a new deputy chief of staff position, how did you arrive at that recommendation?
Well, we were researching in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and they assigned a job title similar to someone within their department. They promoted up and came up with that position. So they did move around a position to create that, and it was just someone that was just going to be fully assigned to community and policing, community policing.
Thank you. I appreciate the recommendations you made. They're very thoughtful, thorough. You guys spent quite a bit of time on them. I do have a little bit of concern of centralizing the role in the deputy chief of staff position that you guys recommend. Just from my experience, when you oversee a big institution and you make it one person's job to engage the community solely, then sometimes that advocates the responsibility of every captain at every division to do the same. And it's the risk of saying that's not my job. We have a person who does that, versus every single captain in every division owning the fact that they're there to serve the public, and they all have a responsibility like we do to engage the residents directly. But with that, thank you for the time, and we'll look forward to the Chief Dyer's recommendations on which of these he can implement without additional resources this year, and which ones would require additional money, so we can start working on that for next year.
And I would just like to add, Council Arias, that that position is just something that Albuquerque did. We can do ours different. It doesn't have to be that title. That doesn't have to be their sole responsibility. It's just something that we found that they did that worked for them. But nowhere are we trying to mimic another city. It's just something to consider. All right.
Well, the screen is clear, and thank you again. Can't tell you how much we appreciate your due diligence, your hard work, and please continue to do so. It's very, very meaningful to the city of Fresno and to this council in particular. So thank you very much. Thank you. Next, we'll go to item 3C, approving an agreement with Fresno CEO Commission. And that's a presentation, I think, by Mayor's Office. And H, I think we had some questions on that item. Yep. Thanks for being here. We try to do it before lunch, but...
No problem. Council members, good afternoon. This is an item that's being brought on behalf of your council subcommittee on homelessness, as well as Mayor Brand. On March 14th, as you recall, the City Council approved a revised spending plan for Fresno's Homeless Emergency Aid Program funds in the amount of $3,105,519. Funding awarded by the state of California on December 20th. This spending plan includes funding for 5 homeless service projects. Today we're going to deal with 2 of those 5. Today we recommend, in this particular item, we recommend that council approve an agreement for homeless youth services between the City of Fresno and Fresno County Economic Opportunities Commission for youth services emergency shelter beds under the Homeless Emergency Aid Program. That's HEAP, in the amount of $300,000, effective July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2021. So it's a 2-year grant. Be glad to answer any questions.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Member Arias, seconded by Member Soria. Is there anyone in the public that wishes to address this? Now is your opportunity. Please come forward. Seeing no one, public comment will be closed. We have an opportunity for council comments. Member Bredefield.
Yeah, a couple of things. On this, the youth services, I'm a little confused when they say youth because they allude to 18 to 24-year-olds.
Yep.
So, when I define youth, it's before 18, not 18 to 24. Those are adults. So help me understand this.
This is a a service designation that's used in homelessness just to designate a younger adult population, and it is 18 to 24. That's the population that is looked at by HUD, defined by HUD as one category of homelessness on the streets. So you have families, you have this category 18 to 24, and then you've got various other categories like chronically mentally ill, chronic homelessness, etc.
Okay, so it's a government definition, but it's not based in what most people think of as youth.
Right.
Or is defined in Webster's dictionary, because I looked to see, because the youth is kids, not 18
Correct.
to 24-year-olds.
Correct.
Okay.
Youth is not you or I, Gary.
What's that?
Youth is not you or I.
Speak for yourself, Paul. I'm very youthful. Are these beds going to be able to be used with the no camping ordinance? Because one of the issues that come up is, when we
Yes.
deal with no camping ordinance, there have to be beds available. So these,
All
was
the
it 5
triage,
beds?
Right, all the triage beds, 4 beds, with a bed utilization rate of 80%, serving a minimum of 16 youth per year in bridge housing for 6 months or less, engaging 12 youth, 80% in bi-monthly case management services, assisting 7 youth with a 60% exit safely to family diversion or treatment housing, and then there's some follow-up.
Okay. So they can be housed no more than 6 months?
I believe that is true.
Okay. And then they meet with a case manager every other month?
All of these shelter services are based on, they aren't the old school shelter where you check in at 5 p.m. and you check out by 6 a.m. These are 24/7 facilities, intense case management, so that whether it's the adult triage center that we're going to be looking at in a moment, or this shelter, it's intense case management services to get folks the services they need and to get them on a pathway to housing.
Okay, but when you say intense case management, they're meeting with their case manager once every other month. So it's not intense case management.
Yeah, it engaging youth, bi-monthly case management services of these youth will attain income benefits of employment, and 20% will access mental and physical health services. So those are some of the goals. And perhaps what I could do to answer that question is call upon Misty Gaddy-Blanco, who is going to be directing that program. She's here now.
Absolutely.
Misty, would you come forward? Great, thank you.
Hi. Misty Gaddy-Blanco, Sanctuary Director. Bi-monthly, it's actually twice a month. And that's our hope. We can't require the youth to meet with us as a requirement of their stay, but it will be highly encouraged. And these beds, they are the 6 months. We actually can wiggle that. That's not a state mandate. That's just what we're finding as kind of the average length of time that youth are needed to be able to stay in this interim type housing before they can move into something permanent.
Okay, and are you providing some of these services already? As I read through this, it sounds like there are beds available in the projects that have begun in 1992, and you're already providing some of this emergency housing for young adults 18 to 24.
Currently, we have an emergency shelter for the 18 to 24-year-old population. The length of stay is 30 days. They can extend 2 times, which is that minimum of 90. This will be complementary to that because it will give them even a little bit longer to be able to stay, because that's what we're finding is they need that a little bit more assistance before they get into something permanent.
So what have you been able to do with some of these young adults that come in there now in terms of getting them into permanent housing? I mean, what's been the success in terms of you doing this already? Because you're doing this for some people already now, right?
We're doing through the emergency shelter portion. Yes, we're doing that now. It's only been operating about a little over a year now. In previous years, we've had transitional housing, yes, for the same age population. Our housing rate was about 85 to 90% depending on the facility. That looks like either their own apartment, it could be with friends, it could be into the homelessness services as far as like permanent housing with them. It could also be reunifying with family or going to live with a different family member that maybe they didn't know before. Or, I mean, I'm sorry, that they weren't living with prior to.
So this will help expand some of your timelines, because this will go to 6 months, correct?
Yeah, and expand our services to the youth, because if you have youth in the bridge housing as well as youth in our shelter, we'll be able to serve more youth, or young adults, as you.
Are these folks able to use drugs while they're getting services from you?
They can't actively use on our site, but we're not going to not let them in. It's a low barrier shelter, or I mean, services.
What if they come in under the influence of drugs?
As long as they're not combative and things like that towards the staff or other clients, we're not going to not accept them.
Okay. And what do you do anything when you know that they are using drugs? I mean, do they referred into drug programs?
Absolutely, yeah. That's part of the services. They'll be identified on a case-by-case basis, or as their need is identified.
Okay, and last thing, on your performance measures on page 15 and 16. So the goals are what specifically? What would you say your primary goals are with this?
To obviously provide the beds daily. That's our bed utilization is just because youth sometimes don't always come right in. They might miss a night. That's why our bed utilization is about 80%. As far as for us, it's the main goal is that exit safely. It's to get them into, and when we say exit safely, because that could be that reunification, it could be that permanent housing type exit. Some of our youth, and the reason we don't say, I shouldn't say it's mainly permanent housing, but we say exit safely because some of these youth might opt to go back into a program like AB 12, where they can be assisted through child welfare, because that goes up to 21. And we wouldn't want that to be considered a negative outcome, because that might be the most appropriate and safe exit for them.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you.
Next is Member Arias.
Just want to call for the question. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see a motion. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, passes 5-0. Member Chavez is absent. I think he had to recuse himself on this item, as I recall. So, and the next is item 3B. Then we're going to do the FPOA. Those two should not take much time. And then we'll get to the crescendo of the day, the PLA. So item 3B, H, the floor is yours.
Yes, again, good afternoon again, council members. This also is an item that comes to you from your subcommittee on homelessness that includes council members Chavez, Arias, and Bredefeld, as well as Mayor Brandt. This is also a part of those 5 homeless service projects that are funded by the $3.1 million in HEAP funding. The City of Fresno is seeking to award a contract for triage center services between City of Fresno and Turning Point of Central California for 37 beds of triage center services under the Homeless Emergency Aid Program in the amount of $1.48 million effective July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2021. The proposed site is 3547 South Golden State, and it is a former motel site. And I'm prepared to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
So I have a motion by Member Arias, seconded by Member Soria. And Member Chavez had a request to speak, followed by Member Bredefeld.
Just a quick question. What's the timeline for these beds to be online and available?
The contract starts July 1st, but I believe that we're looking at probably August-ish, okay? Why don't you come on up. This is Jody Ketcheside. She's the local director for Turning Point of Central California.
And then just briefly, how would that workflow function there? So who would get first dibs on these beds is what I'm asking.
So these beds would operate based on referral. I'll let Jody address this, but one of the things that I know that you all are very concerned about is the relationship between our homeless task force, what is going to be the HOPE team, which will be a subsequent contract that we bring to you, that will be an outreach team that will connect the work of the homeless task force on the streets with the triage centers. So they'll come in through coordinated entry system. They'll come in through referrals through the HOPE team and HTF, and they can self-refer as well.
Maybe I could ask Jody, so do we have a list already of folks that will be using these beds, or is this not yet established?
So it is very much a low barrier, come as you are, emergency shelter model. So with a triage aspect, so it'll be more intensive services once you get on site, but we will open the doors and coordinated entry will have a list of people that are wanting shelter right away. But we also anticipate that these triage shelters will fill quickly. There's been a lot of interest since they've been, the first round was announced with the county dollars.
Then how long are they allowed to stay there at the facility?
90 days.
90 days.
Mm-hmm.
All right, thank you.
Member Bredefeld?
Yeah, GSTC is Turning Point?
Golden State Triage Center.
Okay.
Yep, that's Turning Point.
Okay. And so these 37 beds would also be utilized for no camping ordinance, correct?
Yes, there's 100 beds were released through contract with a continuum of care. These 37 plus that 100 makes 137 beds of low barrier shelter that'll be available this summer.
Okay. Good, because that's important in relation to obviously the no camping ordinance and the whole rule, you have to have a bed available in order to deal with the problem. Question I have, there are no rules apparently regarding sobriety and minimum rules in place regarding that. Is that correct?
Yeah, and it's similar to the question that Misty answered earlier. People can come drunk or high. They can't come combative or in any way creating difficulties, but they can come as they are with pets, possessions, and partners, as well as high or drunk. The whole point of this is to engage folks, have an option to leverage people off of the streets and get them onto the start of a pathway towards housing and health.
Okay.
And they are not allowed to use on site drugs or alcohol.
Okay, but they're coming under the influence of drugs and alcohol.
They may be, yeah.
And there are 2 to 4 beds in a room, correct? And people who come in under the influence can certainly create a problem with other people who are in a room since they're under the influence of drugs or alcohol.
Right. So as an agency, we have a long history of, we also operate Bridgepoint, which is also a low barrier model, where really the largest barrier is that the referrals come in through coordinated entry, but we also don't require sobriety for that site. And we've found that there's typically if somebody is causing a big enough problem that no one can be around them, then they're a safety risk, and we address that and get them the services that they need. Whether that means we, call an ambulance to look at a mental health assessment or, some sort of public service law enforcement. But we are able to move people around as we need to. We also have one room that's small enough to just put 1 bed in, so that if somebody was in the middle of a mental health crisis that didn't necessarily require hospitalization, but they're just not a good roommate today, then we have the ability in 2 separate spots in the shelter to have people sleep alone.
Okay. Have you run into problems before with people? Have there been incidents in terms of the facility you're running now?
We've had issues where people are maybe having some suicidal ideation. That's typically what we see. And in those cases, we contact the paramedics for for them to come out and do an assessment as to whether or not they're safe to stay.
Okay, but what about assaults, things of that sort?
I'm going to knock on a whole lot of wood, but no, we don't see that.
You have not, okay. And what is, I saw something about people are using opioids. You have a way, or drugs, needles, you have a way of connecting participants to the needle exchange service in Fresno. What does that mean?
There is a needle exchange in Fresno.
Unfortunately, but go ahead.
And we will connect them there and make sure that they know where that is. We won't be doing a needle exchange on site, however. We also will have all of the staff certified in administering naloxone, which is the generic name for Narcan in the case of an overdose. And that standing order from the state and approval of the free distribution project has already been received from the state of California.
Okay, have you run into that issue with people bringing needles on site?
At Bridgepoint, no.
No, never. And you haven't?
Not that we've encountered, no. I mean, we're not searching people's pockets, and we're not searching their belongings. So has someone brought a needle on site before? I imagine that's happened. But have we had any issues with catching anyone using needles on site or anything like that? No, we have not.
Okay. So why not, as part of this, make it a provision that you can't come intoxicated or under the influence or with drugs or with needles, as, let's say, the Fresno Rescue Mission does?
Well, this funding is administered by the state, and it requires that you follow a housing first model, and that would not be considered housing first.
So for this funding, you have to allow this to take place?
It has to be low barrier, yeah.
Low barrier, meaning you can come loaded with drugs, with all of that stuff. Okay.
Councilmember, in our visits to low barrier shelters in other cities, what often happens is that those folks that are most resistant on the street and most entrenched in encampments are, when given this opportunity, take it. And often what happens is they come and they sleep for 2 weeks because they have been unsafe and in a state of constant disarray for that long, and this offers the first step out. The other piece is that rescue missions often find that they are the great second step for these low barrier shelters, so that once a person moves into this low barrier shelter and then gets ready to move on, oftentimes or periodically, one of the options is for them to go to the rescue mission in their city. In our case, it would be a perfect setup for the Fresno Rescue Mission, and they'll be ready to take folks and engage with the triage centers in order to welcome people that want their particular array of services.
And what kind, you said all staff are trained in mental health first aid as well as PROACT. What does that mean?
So mental health first aid is it's an 8-hour course that is offered, like Fresno County has trained people. We have trained people at Turning Point that are trained to train staff in mental health first aid, and it teaches you how to respond in a mental health crisis for someone, as well as just how to interact with someone who may have mental health concerns. PROACT is professional assault crisis response training, and basically what it is it teaches the staff how to de-escalate in the event of a crisis with a client, and then also how to respond. So it's guidelines for avoiding an attack. It's guidelines for talking someone down if they're starting. It's really all about de-escalating before it hits that assaultive stage.
Yeah. Okay. I hear everything you're saying. I have a lot of concerns that there isn't that we don't impose the accountability on these folks when they come in. And without accountability, without assumption of responsibility, without mandates that they not be loaded, that they're not under the influence of drugs, that they're really not searched to ensure that it's a safe environment, that there's 2 to 4 people sleeping in a room and somebody might clearly be under the influence. I'm concerned about the environment. I'm not sure how successful this is truly going to be, because I think without ever having accountability for somebody and somebody making a decision to stop using drugs, and many people who are homeless, not all, but many who are using drugs or have mental health issues, they're not going to get those issues resolved there, that's for sure, of course. But I'm concerned about the lack of accountability and the lack of structure for this place. I mean, I know this is called a wet a place where people can do what you're saying. And so I have tremendous concern. Were you going to say something, H, on this?
Yep. Let me just say that You'll want to take, and all of you as council members will want to take a tour of these facilities, and we will be bringing regular reports to you. What we have found in other cities is that this is a very effective tool in a homeless service delivery system. And the other piece is that this particular site, we're very fortunate to have this particular site because it's an old motel. It's got individual rooms and yes, there are 2 to 4 folks in a room, but we visited sites that have 200 people in one dorm-like facility. We visited sites where there were 20 people to a room and just wall-to-wall bunk beds, much less security. We're very fortunate to have the type of site that is being available, and it's available for $7,400 a month, which is one of the things that we decided to do is to not allow these funds to be used for new construction so that we could maximize the use of the funds to get services to people.
Okay, well, I will move this along today, but I just have a lot of reservations and want to see really where this is making an impact in a positive way. And I'd like to see real data that it is. I'd like to ensure that people truly are safe, because I have a lot of concerns about people's safety when there are drugs flying around or people loaded and drunk and intoxicated. And not just using this as a place to come in for the day and then leave tomorrow to begin the day again. So we shall see.
Well, and maybe this will put your mind at ease, maybe it won't, but as an agency, and particularly with this program, we're dedicated to helping people end their homelessness. So it's certainly not with zero accountability, but the model is that as folks come in, you build a relationship with them, and you start to chip away at their needs. And Housing First was born out of a pilot in New York in Times Square, where they started with folks, and everybody they asked was, what do you need? First thing everyone said was housing. So they piloted it, and they put them into housing. And then they'd ask them, well, now what do you need? And it was basic things, food, clothing, those kinds of things. As soon as they addressed those issues, third or fourth on the list was, I want to get sober. Because it's very difficult to get clean on the streets. If you don't know where your next meal is coming from, if you don't know, it's sad out there, and it's a hard life. So you're not thinking about getting sober if you're sleeping out there. So, and we see this in permanent housing as well. Turning Point operates about 250 beds of permanent supportive housing between Tulare and Madera County. And with all of them, we see probably 80% of our residents at some point shortly after, within the first year of their housing, they start chipping away at trying to get sober. So the Housing First model does work, but it is about getting people in, building relationships, building trust, and getting them the resources that they need, and not putting what we think they need on them. Because when people are making their own choices, then they're more likely to follow through than if you tell them you have to do it.
Well, you and I could debate this a long time. I appreciate your point of view.
I think we have.
We have. I don't agree with several things that you said, but that's for another time.
But there will be monitoring, and Councilmember Arias was out there this last Saturday at the facility taking pictures. That type of diligence is appreciated and will be available throughout the rest of this year to take you folks on a tour and let you see how it's going as it progresses.
Well, with the 37 beds and the 4 of the others, those are needed in terms of dealing effectively with our no camping ordinance. So, again, we shall see how it goes. I have a lot of doubts about it, but we'll see. Thanks.
H, you think you can free up a bed one night and Councilmember Bredfield can come check it out for himself?
I think we could probably arrange for 7 beds and have a party. Yeah,
easy.
All right, I believe you're finished, so that would return us to Member Arias. Then we'll go to the public quickly and then have a vote.
Just 2 questions, H. How many total housing units are we opening at that facility?
Pardon me?
How many total housing units?
Housing units?
Yes.
You mean
how many rooms? Yes.
37 beds. How many?
16 rooms.
16 rooms.
16 rooms, 37 beds?
Yep.
Great. And I did tour the facility. It's an appropriate location. It is surrounded by mostly all industrial and the Golden State. I would just ask that you guys reach out to the industrial neighbors and make sure that they know that the services will be operational at that location and address any concerns that they may have. I know they're mostly auto part businesses, but just, be a friendly neighbor and let them know that we're coming.
We have operated out of that building for 30 years. It's only been vacant for about a year. We operated a reentry program for federal inmates that were pretrial and never had any issues. So
good.
The neighbors know we're there.
Good. And out of curiosity, I've gotten some questions about the signage of the motel. Is that going to remain the same? Would that be fixed? Are you planning to maybe donate it to somebody who wants to retain? And
the owner of the building has received many offers to buy that sign, and he turns them all down. So as of now, we don't know that he has plans to fix it, but he's definitely not selling.
Got it. Great. Thank you. I'll call for the question. Thank you, H.
Yep, you bet.
We'll take this out to public. Anyone in the public wish to come forward, now is the opportunity to address this issue. If you do, please give us your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes. Pardon me? We're open to the public. If you have a comment on this item, please come forward. We're on the item of 3B. That's a turning point.
I just heard discussions about cleaning up the streets.
Give us your name and address again. And
it's like cleaning up the streets, asking for more funding and stuff. Was that the thing?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're getting $1.4 million.
1.4 million. Okay. I agree in the sense. I just want to add a little thing to it.
Well, give us your name and address.
Nicholas Brian Loera, Fresno, California, 93702.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Where'd you got it? Also, too, I feel we should put more funding into that and spreading it, not just in Christian religion, but outside it as well. And in the same idea concept, because not everyone will come to the idea of, I have to accept Jesus to be saved. Some people just want to be saved just without being something forced down. No offense to the mission and stuff, the mission to save people, amen. But, just in that sense, I agree they should get some more funds because they do help. I don't see people turn their lives around, but, we should also do that for outside of it as well. So, yeah, that's all I got to say.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else wish to comment? Please come forward. Seeing none, we'll close public portion. We have a motion by Member Arias, seconded by Member Soria. Is there any opposition? Passes 6-0. Thank you very much. Next, we'll go to the FPOA. Member Arias pulled that, and it's 1E and F, and it has to do with actions pertaining to the Fresno Peace Officers Association Units 4 and 9.
Thank you, Council President. I just have one question. You have the answer to my famous 5-year cost of this proposal?
Yes, I do. For the basic unit, the cost for over a 5-year period cumulatively is $28 million, and for the cost of the management unit, it would be $2 million.
Okay. So for the record, by approving this proposal today, the city would be investing an additional $30 million over 5 years for the salaries and compensations of our 2 units?
Correct.
Great, thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion seconded by Member Esparza. You're good? Very good. And Member Soria, did you have a comment before I take it to the public and get a vote?
Just very quickly, a comment. Have had this discussion, but just for the record, I'd like the administration to look at how we can increase the pay for our cadets, and also looking at incentives for higher ed so that we can continue to be competitive, and if we can get that back.
Yeah, we're looking
what time frame?
I think we were looking at closed session for July 25th.
Okay, perfect. So by then, I'll be supportive today. Thanks.
Anyone in the community wish to come forward and speak on this matter, please do so. Here's the most famous person in the building.
Does that purely want to come in and say thank you?
I will make it brief. I support this MOU. I appreciate the deliberations and all the thoughts on it, and it's a very important item. We have to always balance between trying to expand our existing resources and being competitive on it. So I'm just hoping in the future we can find more resources to continue the the much-needed services, but I support it 100%.
Thank you, Mayor. Anyone else wish to come forward and talk about this? Seeing none, the public portion is closed. We have a motion and a second. Is there any opposition? Passes 6-0. Thank you very much. Now we get to our project labor agreement.
Thank you to Jeff and everybody, Wilma, everybody who helped negotiate this for the last few months. Thank you, Mayor, for working with the council through this process.
So the next item is to approve the Fresno Yosemite International Airport Expansion Project Labor Agreement. I'll make a motion to approve. Second by Member Soria. And on this item, we had a press conference earlier, just a couple of highlights. The goal was to invite all the stakeholders to the table again and share ideas and how to make the best PLA possible for the entire community and make the what we call the Fresno model. We had a lot of people involved, voice their views, and we took all that together with our expert leadership in front of me here and came up with a pretty invaluable argument and agreement. And again, one of the objects was to employ those that are not employable by providing opportunities. The PLA is inclusive, not exclusive, and it's within the realm of the tradition of the Fresno Yosemite International Airport. Kevin does things on time, under budget, and with quality. So with that, I'll open it up to my colleagues. Anyone has anything to add? No? We have a motion and a second. We'll take it out to the public. I do have some cards. Sorry. Yes. First, we have Chris Smith. Chris, if you're here, please come forward and come up, sir. And if you'll give us your name and address, and you can adjust that microphone however you wish.
Is that good? Good afternoon, President Capriolio, members of the Fresno City Council. My name is Chris Smith, and I'm here on behalf of the Associated General Contractors of California, and we come to speak on the proposed Fresno Yosemite International Airport's Project Labor Agreement. AGC, we represent over 1,000 open shop and union signatory members in every county in California, with the exception of San Diego, which has its own independent chapter. Our contractors work on projects from under $100,000 to over $100 billion. I'd first like to thank the city staff and the members of the PLA task force for inviting contractors to the table to share their perspective on this important issue. Our organization is committed to helping local governments deliver high quality, on budget, on time projects that don't compromise design or safety. To that end, we applaud the task force's recommendations of keeping the scope of the agreement to the garage and terminal expansion projects, increasing the flexibility on core worker requirements, and providing an off-ramp should costs associated with local policies threaten to compromise quality, safety, or design. However, AGC does have concerns about several items included in the PLA proposed, and we ask that the council address these, and we also did submit a letter, which you will find it as well. Number one, clearly define good faith effort so contractors can avoid unintentionally being in breach of the agreement, which could result in paying liquidated damages when trying to meet hiring goals within the scope of the project. Number two, lower the apprentice hiring goal of the new apprentice hiring goal of 40%. While we understand how important policy concepts proposed for local hire are to creating local jobs, the adoption of excessively high new apprentice hiring goals will force contractors to expand timelines and increase costs for the lack of experienced workers in on-the-job training. Number three, increase the amount of allowable core workers, which can create a more competitive market and better project delivery efficiencies. Number four, exempt employees not formally part of a union from paying union dues. Dues that are paid with no expected benefit to those particular employees create an uneven playing field against open shop contractors and their employees. And then number five, exempt certified small local disadvantaged veteran-owned subcontractors from the agreement. This agreement was based on reaching out to local disadvantaged veteran and women-owned businesses. We should keep in the spirit of that goal. As an industry partner, we're proud of our tradition of negotiating agreements that honor the workforce and meet the needs of public owners. On behalf of AGC and our over 1,000 members, we thank the council and city staff for their efforts on this issue, and we look forward to assisting you guys in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your participation and your presence. Best to your organization.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Next is Katie Bauman, followed by John Gomez. Please give us your name and address, and then you'll have 3 minutes to address the council.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Kate
You
Bremer.
can pull that right down.
Okay.
There you go. You're
Thank you.
very flexible.
My name is Kate Bremer-Bound. I'm with Harris Electric here in Fresno. You wanted my address as well? It's 7033 North Durango. It's 93722. I'm here representing Harris Electric here in Fresno. We've served the Central Valley for over 55 years, and we've completed several projects for the city of Fresno. Right here at City Hall, we've done the Airport Administration Building. We are currently working on the Celandria and Convention Center. When this council unanimously voted to negotiate a PLA, it was supported under the pretense that the merit shops would be represented and consulted to construct a fair PLA. But looking at the tenets of this policy, that was not achieved. Some points of the targeted hiring policy do seem very attractive at first glance. I mean, how great is it to provide a stepping stone to people that have had the deck stacked against them? No matter where you are politically, employing unemployed people helps improve the lives of individuals and communities. In fact, several of our own employees would fall under the specific target populations mentioned in that policy. Another goal in that policy is to hire 30% local residents, and what better way to do that than to hire local workers, to hire local contractors. Whether the union or an open shop, a local contractor is going to have local workers. What is extremely disappointing is the exclusionary and prohibitive language of the PLA itself. There are several points of the current PLA that have nothing to do with hiring people from these target populations. Specifically, non-union employees' wages would be siphoned into union trust funds, and non-union employers would also be pumping money into the union with no benefit to the said employee. Additionally, we would still pay our regular benefits for our employees. Everyone in our company has the exact same health care coverage, from our newest hire, which is our shop guy, all the way up to and including the owner. They have the same plan. We even have a 401k matching program, but under the rules of this PLA, it's arbitrarily ignored. It counts for nothing. Also, we are banned from using our own apprentices, even though they're enrolled in a state and federally approved apprenticeship program. And finally, this PLA limits our employees from working on these projects. The system in place allows us to apply for a maximum of 5 of our own employees on an alternating basis. The rest will come from Union Hall, likely out of the area. Our business has grown inside our employees' careers. We have employees that have been with us for 10, 20, and 30 years. We've continually sponsored our craftsmen through their 5-year apprenticeship programs with the goal of growing them into project managers and leaders within our company. Our employees don't just work for Harris Electric, they are Harris Electric. We strive to keep our employees working year-round, not just one job at a time. And we know and trust our own employees. We invest in our people. The PLA, as it is written, it hides behind this noble goal of hiring disadvantaged workers. But we do not even know if this represents an improvement on what's already happening on the typical city project. In reality, it serves to wipe out competition for union special interests and keeps local craftsmen from working on projects in their own community. We're not asking for special treatment, just a level playing field. Please vote no on this PLA.
Thank you, Katie, for your comments. And next is John Gomez, followed by Ronald Martin. Welcome. Please give us your name and address, and 3 minutes.
John Gomez from Visalia, California, 93292. I'm a journeyman plumber out of United Association, proud union member. A little bit about what she was talking about, disadvantaged workers and stuff like that. I was a part of the Jumpstart program, which will be affiliated with this PLA. And what it did is, I had a pretty colorful background and was having a hard time getting an employment. And I went through that program, and here I am. I'm a journeyman now, turned out. I have a wife and 5 kids. I provide for them, have health benefits for all of them. I don't have to worry about anything, going to the doctor or anything like that. And it's just, so if you're in favor for this, you're supporting people like me and giving people like me a second chance. So,
Thank you, John. Congratulations, by the way. Appreciate it. Next is Ronald Martin. And after Ronald, we'll have Sam Frank. Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Ronald Martin, and I live at 4721 North Cedar Avenue. I'm the chairman of the Energy Committee of the local chapter, the Tehipite chapter of the Sierra Club. And the Sierra Club supports the project labor agreement because we support our fellow groups in Fresno, including unions. We support their economic concerns, and they'll support our concern for preserving wilderness and preserving the planet. A project labor agreement is good because unions are very important for respect of workers. To respect a worker, he needs to have the right to have an agent bargaining for him. Unions have been very important in building the middle class in America. We want to support a strong middle class in Fresno. Any democracy requires a strong middle class to be viable. And that's what we want in Fresno, a well-developed, strong community with a strong middle class. So support our unions and adopt the project labor agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Next up is Charlie Roberts, followed by Richard Marcuson. Charlie, are you here? There you are. Come on down, give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the council.
Charlie Roberts. I live actually at 243 East Cortland in Fresno. There was a concern on some sidewalk issue that I had. I don't know if that was me. Okay, so I don't think this matches up with that, with what's going on there. So I'm sorry about that if I got my paperwork wrong or whatever it is. But one thing I just want to say, I've been here all day long just trying to wait just to get this out. Over in my neighborhood, over at 243 East Cortland, 146 East Cortland, which is 5 houses down from mine, back in July 2016, we had some sidewalk issues where the sidewalk is angled, and we had one of our elderly ladies that live on our block that fell down. So I filed a report back then to see if we can get that fixed. Lo and behold, they went over and stuck some cement over the top of it in general by itself. They never fixed the problem. We're now, February 25th, we had a young man that was with his mom in a wheelchair walking or riding down that sidewalk, and that poor young man with his wheelchair fell over because the sidewalk was never fixed in general by itself. I sent pictures into the city. I requested, and Esmeralda, I'm sorry, but I never knew that you were part of our area because I would have definitely contacted you right off the top, and I knew it would have probably gotten taken care of. So I do apologize because Blong Zhang was in charge of that area in general by itself. He never did anything for our neighborhood. But anyways, February 25th is when we made another call because a young man in a wheelchair rode off the side of that and hurt himself. So I requested for a supervisor from street maintenance and someone from their department to contact me personally so he can walk down and see if we can fix this. Well, still to this day, I had no contact from anyone from the city.
Sir, do you mind? I can meet you on the side. I'd like to get your contact information, and I'll have someone reach out to you.
Well, that's what they said last time on the phone.
I'm letting you know it'll happen this time, and I apologize.
I'm asking you, Esmeralda, if you can please drive over in our neighborhood, take a look at the sidewalk, and please help us out because we have 3 elderly people left in our neighborhood that's still alive. That's actually 101, 107, and 103 that still live in that neighborhood, the originals. Wow. If we can please get that portion fixed, I'd appreciate that 100%. Because now we're in 2019 in July, when I made this phone call in February, nothing has been done. They sent a thing out saying that it was fixed, and I know for a fact that it's not fixed.
Charles, thank you for being here, and we will make sure, and, I appreciate the city manager saying she would also be happy to meet because they do direct our public works department, which can help us take care of the situation. Terry Cox is my chief of staff. She is on the edge. So if you can sit down, just meet with her quickly and give her all the details, and we will get back to you. That's my commitment, and I will come out personally.
Thank you so much, and I know.
And thank you for patiently waiting.
Yeah, I didn't know what else to do but decided to come down, and I hate to put people on blast, but, maybe something will happen.
That's what we're here for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we just passed a budget that specifically does allocate funding to fix the cracked raised sidewalks.
So next we have Richard Marcuson, followed by Daniel O'Connor.
Mr.
Morning,
President
sir.
and
Afternoon.
council members, I'm Richard Marcuson. I'm actually from Sacramento, but I represent a number of contractor associations with members in the four-county region, including Western Electrical Contractors, the Independent Roofing Contractors of California, American Fire Sprinkler Association, and the Plumbing, Heating, Cooling Contractors of California. Mr. President, you noted in your comments, and Mr. Chavez noted in some comments to the press, that you fully intended the PLA to be inclusive, not exclusive. Apparently that message was not conveyed to your negotiating team because there are some very definite exclusive principles in there. Certainly, we talked about the core workforce. If a contractor needs more than 5 of their employees, they are exclusively coming from the union hiring hall. Now, if they're a local contractor above those 5 employees, those workers are going to be excluded from the project. The other thing that your negotiating team apparently failed to pick up on was the apprenticeship requirement. In Article 14, it mandates that any apprentice used on the project has to originate from a joint apprenticeship training committee. Now, what your team may not have been aware of is that under state law, there are 3 distinct sponsors who are approved by the state of California for apprenticeship programs, and only one of them is the Joint Apprenticeship Training Committee. There are unilateral apprenticeship training committees, and there are also company-sponsored training committees. Both of them are excluded, and so I looked at some of the core crafts that will be involved in the project to do a little comparison. And right now for carpentry, there are 2 programs that are approved in Fresno County. One is the ABC program that's based in Livermore. The other is the Northern California Carpenters that's based in Pleasanton. When you eliminate ABC because they're not a JATC, you're cutting in half the number of apprenticeship programs that can operate on this project. For electrical, there are 3 programs that are approved in Kern County, including ABC, WECA, that's based in Sacramento, and the Fresno Madera Kings JATC. When you go down and look at, for instance, fire alarm, there are 4 programs. The Communication Workers of America, they're based in San Jose. The Northern California JATC, that's based in San Leandro. WECA has a low voltage program. And the Alarm Association, UATC, based in Marina del Rey. When you look at these basic 6 crafts and eliminate all of the unilateral programs, you're cutting the eligible programs from 16 down to 7. You're excluding more than half of the apprenticeship programs that are authorized to serve in Fresno County. This is not under the definition of an inclusive agreement. It would certainly be a very simple thing to modify the agreement and say that any state-approved apprenticeship program is eligible to dispatch apprentices for your project. This seems only natural since there is a population of apprentices enrolled in these programs that will be excluded, despite your statements to the contrary, if you adopt the PLA in its current form. We would urge you to reject it.
Thank you very much. Daniel O'Connor, that's the last card I have.
Good afternoon. Daniel O'Connell. I'm Executive Director of the Central Valley Partnership. I live at 3260 East Kirkhoff. I'd like to start off by saying that we offer our broad support for this inclusive and the resulting PLA. And to begin by recognizing the values of a project labor agreement, prevailing wage standards, local hire provisions, apprenticeship programs. More than these specific and substantial outcomes, PLAs represent a powerful tool and a discrete pathway to rebuilding our middle class and supporting working families. The TCC PLA for West Fresno is our entryway here. Since then, the Central Valley Partnership has engaged in a purposeful public education effort to inform our community and residents about project labor agreements. For example, we have hosted structured dialogue between the building trades, Carpenters Union, and organizations, both environmental justice and environmental groups such as the Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability and the Sierra Club. We do this in an effort to build common cause and shared purpose in support of PLAs. We now look toward the future, region-wide advocacy in support of PLAs or community benefit agreements, both on a project-by-project basis and referencing other models more comprehensive, such as that at the City of Stockton. In closing, I want to recognize and acknowledge the fundamentally important role labor unions have in our society. With unions at the table, agreements like this one are successfully finalized. Without labor unions integrally involved in negotiations, mistakes are more likely, such as those made in the Alta and Amazon giveaways. Let's prioritize the needs and opportunities for working families moving forward. Thank you.
Hi, Sam. How you doing?
I think I put in a card.
You did. Somehow I slipped, but I'm
Okay.
only human. The floor is yours, Sam.
Well, my name's Sam Frank. I'm president of the Fresno City Employees Association, and I'm here to show support for the PLA as it stands and support for other union brothers who've been involved in this. I feel that very strongly that this embodies the spirit that is going to lift Fresno up and actually put us not only on an even playing field with other communities, but in a better position than a lot of other communities. I think that as we look at this PLA, it really reaches out into the community, and it reaches out towards people who aren't born with a silver spoon, who will never go to college, and yet who have hearts and minds and hands that are more than capable of becoming skilled craftsmen and have a commitment to this area because they were born here. And I think that that's the spirit that we need to have, is the spirit of, it's not just about unions, it's about everybody in the community looking towards what we can be. And I think this PLA definitely puts us in a better perspective as far as what we want for our community and how we want to reach out into the community and how we want to give people an opportunity and a chance to use their hearts, their minds, and their hands to build us up. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thanks, Sam. Appreciate that. Anyone else wish to come forward? Anyone else wish to come forward? Mayor Brown, would you like to make a comment or two?
First, I want to thank Council members Capriolio, Chavez, and Soria for the great job you guys did. John Ellis from my office was in these really marathon negotiations, and John Holzman for what he did. And for the labor people, Chuck Rios and the rest of the people that really put in the extra mile to reach a very unique model. You've called it already the Fresno model that addresses labor disputes, addresses competitiveness. And is it perfect? No, it's not perfect. But for me, this is personal. This is the city of Fresno, and our narrative has been for so long, been generational poverty, low wages, high crime, and people, a segment of our population that's been excluded from the prosperity of this city. And to me, this PLA both directly and indirectly addresses the core of this problem. One, reaching out and finding these people that disadvantaged, to give them an opportunity to make decent wages, give them a career track to change their lives, and most importantly, give them a future. So I full-heartedly support this PLA, and I thank you and all the labor people for your effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, very much. I must say it was a long process, but it worked out very well. Not everybody was happy. And as an attorney, when you're dealing with cases, if not everyone is really, really happy, then you did a good deal. You made a really, really appropriate resolution. So thanks to everybody. Thanks to the team. Motion, a second. Public comments closed, and we'll do electronic voting. Yes supports, no is opposed. Oh, I'm sorry. Member Bredefield, I didn't see your punch up.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Question for you, Kevin. You've supported this PLA. The question I have for you is, what do you derive is the benefit from doing the PLA on this project versus not having done it?
Well, I think the biggest benefit is the local hire and the development of the workforce component. It really puts an emphasis on that, and we do have. I've been talking to a lot of people about these projects, and we really do have the labor pool here locally to execute these projects. And to put that out there in front of the contractor, to me, that's the biggest advantage. At the end of the day, when you can hire locally, you're actually saving money. You're not bringing folks from out of town. You're bringing them from the local workforce to work on these projects. And again, it's skill development. And we're going to be busy for a while on these projects. And if I could add one more thing, I'm not the expert on these things, and we've got some people in the room here that are. But I think if you were to look at this particular PLA that's before us today, and line it up against the other PLAs throughout the state, I think this one really goes farther than any other PLA in the state with regard to efficiencies, economic efficiencies, the local hire component. And so for that reason, I'm feeling comfortable that we're going to make this work within budget, on time for our projects.
Okay. So in your staff report, you said you feel it would be on time, within budget, and that's why you support the PLA. Can non-union people participate in these contracts, bid on these contracts?
Yes, they can. There's certain criteria they have to follow that I think some other people can articulate better than I can, but yes, they can. So if there's subcontractors out there wanting to participate, there's nothing in here that would prohibit them from participating.
Okay. Who would you like to address that when you say? Would that be John Holtzman? No.
What number is it flipped on?
How many lawyers does it take to turn on a microphone?
Sorry. Oh, okay. That was easy.
John, could you say who you are and what your role is?
Yeah, sure. Hi, my name is John Holtzman. I'm a partner at Rennie Public Law Group. I negotiate project labor agreements throughout, particularly Northern California and somewhat even in Southern California. So I'm sorry. So the question was, could non-union folks participate? And the answer is that for a variety of reasons, we have attempted to make the barriers to entry for any non-union contractor as low as possible in this agreement. Of course, first of all, the agreement, I should say, specifically says that there will be no discrimination in awarding contracts between union or non-union contractors, specifically in the language of the agreement. It's understood under state law, by the way, Government Code Section 2500, that we are actually required to be open to non-union contractors. And this is different from how project labor agreements work in the private sector, where often non-union contractors are excluded. The complaint that non-union contractors typically have in participating is that they have to contribute to the pension and health and welfare trust funds, and that's correct. I think it's important to note, though, in that connection that, first of all, as to the health and welfare trust fund, assuming that they put in the requisite number of hours, which is usually something like 130 a month, they get health coverage. So the health and welfare piece is not as much of a problem. The pension piece, it is true that the money gets contributed to that, and the workers may or may not see that money ultimately unless they vest in that pension plan. But overall, what's important to understand is this does not increase the cost to the non-union employer because this is all within the prevailing wage requirement. Everybody pays prevailing wage. In the case of in a PLA or under a master labor agreement, some of that money goes to benefits, it's true, but it doesn't increase the total amount of the prevailing wage that they're paying in.
Okay. So when they pay into the health and welfare, they are actually getting those health benefits while on the job?
That's correct, although there is a short waiting period.
Okay. And then, though, with the pension, non-union would be paying into the pension. They would, in order to ever see those benefits, they would either have to be on other PLAs or be on union work for, what is it, typically 5 years?
Well, again, every pension plan is different, and you might want to ask Chuck Riojas from BTC about that, but generally speaking, there's a vesting period. It's usually like 5 years.
Okay. Okay. And you've done a lot of these contracts. Do you see non-union folks who do enter these PLAs participating in other PLAs where they actually have put in the time to vest? Or is it money that for non-union people typically don't see?
So actually, a great number of people do end up, in my experience, vesting. And the reason for that is very often, I mean, a good example in the Valley right now is you have high-speed rail. So you have other PLAs that are happening in the Valley, and this is an opportunity for them to put aside money. It's also really important to understand that the health and welfare benefits provided by the unions are excellent. They're basically covering the entire family, and they even go into retirement if you have enough time in. It's also important to recognize that we have a specific carve-out in this PLA for minority and small businesses. It's up to 5% of the value, and those businesses will not be covered by the PLA at all. They will not have to join the union. They will not have to pay into the trust funds, et cetera. So
is that the 5% that's exempt?
That's the 5% that's exempt, exactly. Okay. And so that is a fairly unusual, although not it does exist in some other PLAs, but it's fairly unusual to have a provision like that, and it's designed to encourage very small businesses who may be intimidated by PLAs. It's important to understand that the value of having non-union participation here goes beyond just equity. It's also a very important feature in cost control. We want to encourage non-union contractors to bid because it may help bring down the cost. I would also emphasize that although it's not uniformly true, the unions actually liked non-union contractors to come onto these projects because it allows the workers to be exposed to what the unions can do for a brief period of time and gives them, frankly, an opportunity to recruit people.
Okay. So I want to address some of the concerns that we already have from Mr. Smith in his letter, the Association General Contractors, and I called him, spoke to him, as I've spoken to you and Mr. Chuck Riojas. On the good faith efforts, number one, he listed 5 things that he was concerned about. The good faith efforts should be more clearly defined and specifically address what the contractor would need to provide. That is usually laid out in the contract with the contractor, not in the PLA. Is that correct?
That's correct. And I also, since you asked me that question last night, I did a little more digging. There is also a targeted hiring policy that we will provide to the contractors very specifically, and I'm not sure whether AGC had access to it, but it is very, very specific in saying, and let me just quote from it, for each of these percentage goals, the contractor will either satisfy the goal or demonstrate good faith efforts to do so. Making good faith efforts requires a contractor to follow the following hiring process. So you have to go through the process, but if you don't achieve the goals, you will not be penalized.
Okay. And then number 2, he said lower the new apprentice hiring goal of 40%. And you agreed that could potentially add to cost, but the 40% was from the city.
That's exactly right. In fact, I think we started at 50%. It's important to understand that if you don't require, in my view, the unions to bring new apprentices to the project, all you're getting are the apprentices who are already signed up, who may or may not have been signed up under the targeted hiring program. And so the goal here was, by our bargaining team, to try to encourage new people to come into the trades, and that's how we came up with the 40% number. I would also emphasize, AGC's concern there, I think, is not illegitimate, which is that when you have more junior people, there could be additional cost, but I would also emphasize that apprenticeship gets paid higher as you go up in the apprenticeship, so the lower apprentices are also paid at a lower amount.
Sure. Okay. And then he mentioned about increasing the amount of allowable core workers on the project. There's 5. Why not more?
This is an area, and this is always a very difficult area in a negotiation with building trades groups. 5 is very standard throughout the state. There are some PLAs, a very, very few, that have more than 5. I've seen as many as 7. But they're usually on very large projects, and although
much larger than this.
Right, 100 million sounds like a lot of money, but there are many projects out there that are billions. So this was an issue at the table. We proposed 7. We also proposed something that we did achieve partially, which was on the terminal project. The normal way core works is it's what's called 1-for-1. You get 1 core, then 1 from the hiring hall, then 1 core, and then 1 from the hiring hall. For the terminal, because there's more specialized work, and a lot of the concern about having core workers is you're hiring companies sometimes that do one thing and one thing only. They install, let's say, baggage systems, right? And some of them have a standing workforce. And so it's costly for them if they don't get to work with enough of their own people. So what it allows on the terminal side is that initially, the first 2 people come from core.
Okay. And then on 4, it says exempt local certified DBE and DVB subcontractors, but we talked about the 5%.
Right.
Okay. And then on the last one, exempt employees, we talked about that on the health benefits, they're receiving the health benefit. On the retirement, they are not.
That's right, and they are paying dues, and that I have to say, in all fairness, I think a great frustration by almost any public entity that negotiates a PLA is the view that we would like flexibility from the unions on the issue of the payment of benefits and the payment of dues. We have not succeeded in any PLA, and we negotiated this along with Julian Gross, who is also has a separate law firm who also specializes in PLAs. So between the 2 of us, you had 2 of the 3 people who basically do PLAs in Northern California, and neither of us have ever seen flexibility on that issue. If I had my way, if I were the king of this, I would say that it would be nice if we could get some flexibility on that issue. We just have never been able to get it.
Okay. And the value of a PLA, you and I talked about that in terms of targeting hiring for the disadvantaged, which is clearly a case here, or unemployed people, probably ruling out any labor disputes on this project.
In my experience, PLAs are extremely effective in preventing labor disputes. And the issue here is not so much strikes. Everybody thinks of strikes, and then the first thing they think is, when was the last time we had a strike in the Central Valley? But it's not just strikes. It's people refusing to install things because they think it's prefabricated, or they think the wrong craft has been chosen to install it, fights of those sorts. Every one of those fights, the principle of a PLA is you may not stop. Even if it's the wrong craft that's assigned, that craft goes forward until some process goes on that changes it. And even then, there's no back pay liability.
Okay. And then when I asked you what are the negatives, you said sometimes contractors might be scared off, and that could potentially hurt the ability for competition, lower prices.
That's exactly right. And we spent a great deal of time on this I mean, one of the unusual aspects of this PLA was that Kevin put the fear of God in us from the beginning, that we have a fixed amount of money to work with. And if it runs beyond that, we're just out of luck. So I think all members of the committee, including 3 who are up here now, listened very carefully to that. And so, one of our biggest concerns, we thought a lot and we listened to the folks, AGC, et cetera, about, well, what is it that scares off folks from bidding on PLAs and on PLA projects, I should say. And, we have tried, one of the things that we heard was lack of clarity is an issue. So we have tried to be, as clear and transparent as we can possibly be here. We also have, made it abundantly clear that, we also have the 5%, for example, that we abundantly clear that the SBEs and the DBEs can participate. We've also put pressure on everybody, and there are aspects of this PLA that do not exist in any other PLA in California, and one of them is what we call the rule of 3. And this is when subcontractors bid. If we get fewer than 3 subcontractors who bid, and their bids are more than 10% over the engineer's estimate, that we are free to go back and rebid that, ultimately not under the PLA if necessary. There's a process, so we first try to work with the unions, we first try to figure out what the problem is, but ultimately we have the freedom to bid that not under the PLA. This is something that does not exist in any public sector PLA in California today. There's one that just got adopted in Alameda last week that is a public PLA, but it covers private work. This is the only one of a public PLA covering public work. So we've spent a lot of time talking and thinking about how do we keep the costs down here. I think it's nonetheless the case that a certain number of folks don't like to bid on PLA work if they can work on other work. And right now we are in a very competitive labor environment. And so I have to tell you, candidly, that's the challenge, but we spent a great amount of time with our committee members working on that very issue.
And Kevin, you alluded to there's an off-ramp with costs or something. Can you allude to that, or is that kind of what he was referring to? Don't be shy.
John mentioned that I was pretty adamant about making sure this thing is delivered on time and on budget, and that's true. And so a big part of it from day one was, there's definitely an off-ramp, and that's an unusual piece that you don't normally see in PLAs
Never
as well.
seen it.
Meaning, we get through the first phase of our contract with a design-build team. We get to a certain point in time during the design where the contractor is comfortable on submitting a guaranteed maximum price for the project. If we cannot agree on that price, and we move in a different direction, a different procurement, a different type of design build, or a traditional delivery, after that point in time, then we proceed without the PLA.
Okay.
I don't anticipate that to be the case at all. I'm pretty confident this is going to work. But that is so critical because the airport it's maxed out at its financial capabilities with regard to its ability to meet our debt service requirements with this financial program for both projects.
Okay, and just would like to ask Mr. Riojas, because spoke with Mr. Smith and Kevin and Mr. Riojas. I want to give him an opportunity to just address anything that you've heard before we obviously vote on this.
Thank you, sir. Chuck Riojas with the Building Trades. No, I actually appreciate the comments by Mr. Holtzman and everybody that participated. It's a true vetting. Everything that is presented today was accurate. I think I do want to thank the committee.
Sure.
The efforts from everybody around the table, even though I wasn't a part of the stakeholder meetings, I believe they were fruitful. There was a lot of good comments and discussion that came about because of that. But yeah, I mean, I'd like to add to Kevin's comments. I feel comfortable with what I called or labeled the safety valve. in that particular aspect. We fully anticipate full participation. I'll reiterate that we do encourage non-union or open shop participation. We know on the high-speed rail, there was a few electrical outfits that gained access to work, and I believe they came and rebid more projects, and so they like the process that they were under. There is a certain amount of work. The city of Fresno has a good reputation of being good business partners, and so I am definitely not concerned with the safety valve, but I appreciate the fact that we work towards that, and I appreciate the fact that some of my affiliates saw fit to change and adjust, and I think that's the benefit of the negotiation process when we get right down to it. We're trying to make that Fresno model, and we're trying to make that Fresno model advance, and so I'm all about bettering the process.
Great. Thanks, Chuck. You know, I've approached this with an open mind, and before I say anything further, I also want to commend the committee and the mayor's staff, because I know you put in lots of time, and I shared with several of you that I wanted this to be a fair and open process. I was concerned about people who weren't union being able to participate in this. I think that's been addressed. I think, as Mayor Brand said, is it perfect? No, it's not perfect. But I want to commend you. I know you put a lot of work in it, and it's reflected in that. I want to thank all the people who were involved in this, and Mr. Holtzman. We talked for several different times yesterday and answered all of my questions, and very impressed with you as well and your knowledge of all of this. I'm going to support this today. I think that this is a good thing for the city of Fresno. I think there are a lot of positives for all workers involved. I think non-union people will be able to participate. I think it's going to be done on time, under budget. That's the goal. I think we all share that. And so I want to commend everybody who participated. I wish everybody tremendous success. Everybody have some good paying work. That's what this is all about, and we have a great facility at the airport. So again, everyone, thanks very much, and I'm happy to support this today.
We'll go to Member Soria, but remember, it's one of my crown jewels, right? Yep, thank you. Member Soria.
Thank you, Council President. I'll keep my remarks very brief, and I do appreciate Councilmember Bredefeld going through the letter, concern by concern, because we had spoken a few days ago about this, and I'm glad that all those concerns were to some degree dispelled and explained, so I appreciate that. I'm very proud today to say that I was part of this ad hoc committee. We spent a lot of time, hours together with the various stakeholders. I do want to thank the mayor and the administration for their commitment and staying, at the table with us, because what we are doing today is historic for the city of Fresno. It's $115 million to put Fresnans to work and also provide small businesses that are disadvantaged an opportunity and a shot at competing for this great public project. And so I'm just thrilled to have been able to be part of the process. I do want to thank the lawyers that also spent countless hours with us, answering questions and working through the really small details to the folks in the audience. One, thank you to the trades that were there, also to the variety of stakeholders. What excites me as well is that the project labor agreement has called out the apprentice programs that are here locally, that are creating that pipeline of the future workforce. And so just very thrilled that we could say that our taxpayer money is putting Fresno first. Thank you.
Member Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just wanted to say congratulations to everyone. This is, we gave you a very clear task with the deadline. You met that task and that deadline. We are now officially giving you a much clearer task, which is stay on budget, on time, make sure this works. I have full confidence in everybody in the room that you guys will come back with an amazing project at the airport that reflects the culture, the values, and the grandeur of the city of Fresno.
So the screen is cleared. Again, Brandon, we don't want to forget you. You were there throughout this whole process, and we appreciate that. And I see staff members in the front row there. they were most helpful with John and his team. So this is just the start of many things that can come and evolve from this particular process and this particular agreement. So the Fresno model, I think, will be a statewide model, and I think we're going to hold our heads up proud and say, yeah, Fresno, that's where it all started. So with that, we're going to do electronic voting. Yes supports, no is opposition. Motion carries 6-0. Congratulations. Congratulations. Hard work pays off, folks, always. We have one last item. This is actions pertaining to the donation and transfer of Southern Pacific Engine from Roding Park to the Kingsburg Railroad Depot, and this is by Vice President Arias.
Thank you, Council President. I'd like to call our neighbor, the Mayor of Kingsburg, to the podium and give her the opportunity to present to the Council a proposal from the City of Kingsburg. In short, for the Council's understanding, today we're simply going to hear the proposal from the City of Kingsburg and the Kingsburg Historic Depot, and then give the community at large an opportunity to listen to the proposed donation of our steam train at Roding Park to the City of Kingsburg for utilization in their train museum. You have the floor.
Great, thank you. And thank you to the Council President and to the City Council. It's good to see everybody. I'm going to give you a little bit of background first and foremost about our Kingsburg Historic Train Depot. I know some of you have been down there, but just so you can get a little idea about it. So first of all, the historic Kingsburg Southern Pacific Railroad Depot is a project of the Friends of the Historic Train Depot, and I brought the president of the depot here with me, Mr. Larry Esau, and we call them the Friends of the Historic Train Depot, so from here on out I'll call it the Friends. And the City of Kingsburg, it's a project that we worked on together. The Friends' mission is to maintain and operate our Kingsburg Depot in the City of Kingsburg, and it's an educational facility. And it's to benefit the children of the San Joaquin Valley. And it's to discover, preserve, and make known the history and the importance of the 1872 San Joaquin Valley Line and the Central Pacific Railroad. Because obviously all our cities wouldn't exist if it wasn't for the railroad and able to get our crops out to all the different areas outside of California. Our historical accurate rehabilitation of our depot site was completed in 2016, and we were able to finish that with a grant through COG and also through donations throughout, believe it or not, all of the Central Valley. The success of this project is a result of a federal grant and private donations of money, material, and labor by more than 1,600 people. So this is a quick look of what it looked like for a long time, our depot. And so sitting there in the City of Kingsburg on City Council, you would not want to have to drive by that at a long time, and I know you guys also redid your depot as well. And so there were trees growing out and weeds growing out of the top of that, and so it was not the pride of our city for sure. And that's what it looks like now. And so at $2 million, it should look pretty good, right? So now it's a beautiful education center. So from the beginning in 2005, the Friends have enjoyed tremendous volunteer participation in the rehabilitation work at the depot site. So in the past 14 years, volunteers have worked more than 19,400 hours doing all sorts of skilled and unskilled labor to bring it back to its 1923 glory. Much of the work has been hot and dirty, but it was done with lots of enthusiasm. The same architect, the historical architect that did your depot, also did our depot as well. And the renovation of our depot was completed in 2016 and was officially dedicated by the City of Kingsburg on September 24, 2016. We had an old-fashioned ribbon cutting, we had hot apple pie, and the whole 9 yards for that, so I was very excited. So that is Larry up there in the top corner with the telegraph. So we created an education center, and that was the point of this whole thing, was to create the Leon S. Peters Education Center operating at the Kingsburg Depot, and it hosts an average of 5,000 students per year. The Education Center benefits K-12 students from home schools, private schools, and of course public schools from districts in Fresno, Kings, Madera, and Tulare counties. We have costumes reenactors playing the roles of historic figures, and we interact with the students, and we like to bring history alive. So those are some of our students making its way through the depot right there. So visiting the Kingsburg Depot, on average, we have about 11,000 visitors per year, and we have lots of different festivals that we enjoy throughout our city. We have lots of community partners, some of which are Valley PBS and their family circle. The Fresno County Fruit Trail and Blossom Trail kick off their events there as well. The Ames Center also holds teacher workshops. So we have lots of different community partners, just to name a few, there in the back of our freight house. So the Kingsburg Depot just recently, with help from COG, with FCRTA, the Fresno County Rural Transit Authority, has just been named a rural bus stop as well. So on the back side there, you'll see a bus shelter. So that's Larry and actually Moses Stites from FCRTA standing right there where that cutout. That is an official bus stop, and we're going to be pouring cement very soon, and a bus shelter will be right there. And so visitors and ridership from all over Fresno County will have a designated stop right there at our depot as well. So we're thrilled with that partnership. So the request to move the steam train that what we've had there for a long time, I know, at Roding Park, has come about a number of different ways. I serve as the chairman of the board for the Fresno Chaffee Zoo and the Zoo Authority Board. And so we are looking at changing up the entrance into the zoo. And so when you go into the zoo off of Belmont area, and that's currently where the engine is, that entranceway will no longer be there. We're also going to be flipping the entranceway. So when you come in, you won't be able to even access the engine anymore. A number of years ago, and I'm not even sure when, but the engine was had a fence put around it. So I know people have said to me, well, I used to take pictures and sit on that years ago. And then I'm not sure exactly when they put a fence around it, so there's no access to it. And then, like I said, when we redesign the entranceway into the zoo, it'll be completely off, so you won't even be able to see it. So it'll be off by its lonesome, in other words. So in these pictures here, I wanted for you to notice not only the fence around it, but in the bottom picture, the fence isn't even connected also to Storyland and Playland. So that fence isn't even connected to that as well. So the Fresno Chaffee Zoo, like I said, will be moving its entrance within the next 2 to 3 years. And the last conductor, believe it or not, also was from Kingsburg. And his son, his name is Cam Murray. He likes to come down to the depot and take tours. He's now in his 80s, and he also worked on that engine, and he would also like to see it move down to the Kingsburg area. He lives in Fresno currently. The train will also stay in Fresno County, and I think that's important to note, that this train, by moving it down to the Kingsburg Depot, it'd be part of an education center, and it would be one of the main focuses to be part of our depot. So the donation of the steam train from Roding Park to the city of Kingsburg. So if you notice there on the south side, there is an open lot. So we've got the depot, you've got the freight dock, and on the very end is an open lot. That is just waiting for it to go. And that would be the key piece to that. I'm a former educator, and so we would have to drive all the way up to Sacramento to learn all about the railroad. And this now would be the crown jewel of our depot, but we're also looking at adding extra train engines and also cabooses, correct? Cabooses to this. So we're looking at adding more, what do you call it? Not, what's it called? Track, there's the word. More track to that back end and more cars, so that way we can continue on, so kids from all over the valley can learn more also about the railroad. So it'll be a new addition of 400 feet of track. This would be at no cost to the city of Fresno to move this. The train would be added to the education component of the depot tours, like I've said, and the students will learn all about the importance of railroad safety as well. When the children do go on our tours, we also teach them about railroad safety, about not crossing tracks, and not being on the tracks as well. Designated is a designated bus stop as part of FCTRA, so residents from all over the county can ride the bus and visit the depot. And there is no cost also toward our depot. So anybody at any time can also come down and see the train and come and see our depot as well. Another piece that I wanted to mention is that we will also take to fix up the engine, and we have these train enthusiasts. These guys right here are just amazing, and they will also restore it and bring it back to what it looked like from when it was in full function, and they will get all the parts and bring it back up to life again. Is there anything else you wanted to add? This is Larry Esau again from the Friends of the Kingsburg Depot.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Larry Esau. I'm President and Chief Executive Officer of Friends of the Historic Kingsburg Depot, a regional education center serving a student population of 246,000 students within a 50-mile radius of our regional education center in Kingsburg. That includes the greatest part of Fresno County as well as 3 other counties around us. This locomotive is a valuable icon that represents the history of the railroad's interaction with the central San Joaquin Valley. And if you know something about that, you know that many town sites, including Fresno and Kingsburg and many others, were laid out originally by the railroad and designated as town sites as people began to immigrate here and fill this valley. The railroad, therefore, is a key part of telling the history of the central San Joaquin Valley. I want to thank the city of Fresno for maintaining this iconic artifact of the railroad's history for many years, since 1956. What we would like to do is put it in an appropriate historic context next to our restored depot and use it in our educational programs as a physical icon of an idea that started this valley and its development in the late 19th century. I can answer any questions that you might have about this, but I think Mayor Roman has done a good job of explaining the project.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll go out to the public before we take any questions from the council. And just a reminder, today we're simply going to have a dialogue. There will be no vote on the item. We do want to be very thoughtful, making sure we give the city at large enough time to understand the proposal before we take any action. So with that, the first folks to call up is Scott Miller. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gazebo Garden himself.
Hi, thank you. My name's Scott Miller. I live at 605 East Home in Fresno, and I apologize for not being very well prepared. We heard about this item just a couple hours ago, but I am the immediate past chair of the Storyland Playland Board, and we very much agree that with the folks who just spoke that this is an iconic and valuable community resource. And as much as I personally support what they're doing in Kingsburg, I think we should try to keep something this iconic. And both, it's culturally valuable and we believe it's economically valuable as well. We think it has a very large economic value for our city. You may know that we, a volunteer board at Storyland and Playland, have raised hundreds of thousands of dollars in private money over the past couple of years to restore the park. We're getting a new teacup ride that's being installed right now. The entrance is being redone as we speak. And a big part of what we do at our park is the train. So we have a train that runs around the park. We've just gotten the Smitkamp family to donate their train, and we feel like this train is really important to our operations as well. So we just would ask you to consider keeping it here with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Next is Larry. And then following Larry will be Nicholas. And now I think the third one I'll say is a surprise. Keep everyone's attention.
Okay, the name's Larry Taylor.
and I live at 2890 Huntington Boulevard, number 163. I'm just asking you to delay consideration of this item. You say you're not going to vote on it today, but at least have more input or ask more input and get more exposure through the media. I only heard about this like last week, I think, and it was a rumor. This would allow time for a better notice to be given through the media, especially to alert individuals and groups that came together nearly 20 years ago, I think, to refurbish the engine. And many examples of Fresno's history have passed with time. I ask that you give more time and notice of this issue, and for interested local parties to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry. Appreciate that. Nicholas, it's your opportunity. Okay. It's on the train. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Last but not least, the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Bruce Batty. Crowd roars. Here he comes.
I bring my own sound effects.
Sound effects.
Thank you. Obviously, if I thought I was going to be standing in front of you today, I would have put on my fancy clothes this morning, unlike Scott. But I did wear my Kopi shoes, so
I saw that.
If that counts points.
Fresno State shoes.
My name is Bruce Batty, 6466 North Lafayette in Fresno, and I am the current board chair of Playland Storyland, and Scott has covered some of that. Again, applaud the efforts in Kingsburg. In no way is this about that. However, about 4 years ago when we started that project, those parks were in over $250,000 in under, and as we brought those back, we had a huge outpouring of support from the community. I looked at the volunteer hours they had there. We had equally that, if not more, within that. My firm alone has over 2,500 hours donated to helping bring those parks back. I look at the attendance numbers, and 11,000 is a fine number, but as you are well aware from admissions through the entrance of those parks, we have over 50,000 students alone coming through our facilities every year through field trips. So we think we're sitting here talking about low-speed trains instead of high-speed, but we have a train that runs about 45 to 50,000 people every year on that train that runs very close to that. I've driven that train, and as we drive by the big train, I say to folks, this is what our train wants to be when it grows up, so there's something for it to aspire to, and if we remove that, that would be sad. I am old enough to also know that these are one of those features that sometimes is precious to a lot of folks, so I concur that really just bringing in groups to talk to make sure that this is the best avenue for that train. Quite frankly, I haven't even had time to look up and this is more of something for our city attorney, but I would imagine that this is a gift of public funds, and I'd want to do my homework just in terms of how that would affect this, and there are laws and rules that get thrown into that. So appreciate the time today, and look forward to helping you vet this.
Thank you, Bruce, and thanks to everyone that helps at Storyland. I remember when you began that process, it was a mess, so you guys have done a great job. And Mayor Roman, good to see you outside of the COG meetings. Yeah. Now I've got another commitment, but we're going to Member Chavez is going to go to the COG meeting tonight. So anyway, we actually have a 5 o'clock scheduled hearing. So with that in mind, we're back up here. Member.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to remind the folks again that we wanted to make sure we had this presentation so that, unfortunately, things like this don't get any immediate attention until you put on the agenda and have a full conversation. Just as in terms of background, the challenge before us is that this train, we have done all the legal background analysis. It was a gift to us. The gift allows us to be regifted if there's a public use and amenity for it. So we have done all the necessary research. The train itself has been fenced off for a couple of decades. It seems like the city has determined that it's a liability to simply leave a train that's not connected to an active museum, that's not being supervised for kids to get on and off. So as a liability, it's been fenced off for a couple of decades. It's not part of the master plan for Roding Park. It's not part of any plan for the expansion of and improvements of the zoo. The zoo entrance will be relocated, so we will have to address the current location of the train if it's to remain on the Roding Park property. But most importantly for me, I am a big advocate and supporter of history, and kids cannot embrace and learn and appreciate history if it's fenced off behind a gate. So I want to see a path forward that results in our kids being able to actively interact with such an amazing amenity. Whether it's here or somewhere else, we have to find a more viable option than simply fencing it off and letting folks drive by it on a daily basis. With that, I will publicize this again. We'll have some more public conversations, make sure people are aware of the potential to relocate to an active, modern train museum where it would be part of lessons for our kids and our residents. And then I'll definitely meet with all the stakeholders, Playland, Storyland, the zoo, to make sure that if there's any viable options, that in my view results in this amenity being used in an active way and ensures that it can be sustained and maintained for the long term, then I'm open to having the train remain at Roding Park. If not, we really do have a responsibility to make sure that this historic relic is actually appreciated in a much more viable way. So with that, Council, today is only a presentation. We will continue to have these conversations, and then if we find a better alternative or an alternative, we'll bring it back to the Council for consideration.
Member Story, it looks like you punched up. Did you want to? No? Good. I guess that concludes our presentation today. So thanks to everyone for being here and giving us your input on this crucial item.
Thank you, Mayor, for your patience. I know it's been a long meeting for us. Thank you, Scott, and everyone else.
Makes COG look like a dream, huh, Mayor? So we have one item in closed session. Is there anyone here that wishes to address the item in closed session? Please come forward now. Seeing none, if the city attorney would give notice, that'd be great.
Right. We have existing litigation, Mahamadi versus City of Fresno. I would not expect an announcement afterwards, but we're back here at 5 o'clock for the 5 o'clock item.
That is correct. We'll adjourn until 5, or reconvene at 5 p.m. Thank you. Well, good evening, folks. Thanks for being here for this particular session. And for the record, this is a hearing regarding the specific plan of the West area. This is the initiation process. And I think Member Soria had an introductory remark on the item. Did you want to wait until the staff makes a brief comment? All right. Hi, Rodney. How are you? Good to see you. The floor is yours, sir. And
all right. Well, good evening, Mr. President, members of council. I'm Rodney Horton with the Development and Resource Management Department. I'm before you this evening to briefly present on the initiation of the specific plan of the West area. The Steering Committee and the Planning Commission have met and recommend that the City Council adopt a resolution of the West Area draft, initiating the West Area draft land use map and guiding principles, and the corresponding amendment of the general plan and repeal or amendment of the West Area community plan, as well as the Highway City neighborhood specific plan pertaining to approximately 7,077 acres or 11 square miles located in the West development area to allow for future adoption of the specific plan of the West area. Tonight's hearing has been noticed in the Fresno Bee, the city's website, as well as the project website, and mailers to property owners and tenants as well. At this time, staff will give way for council to receive public testimony.
thank you very much. We appreciate that. So we can take this out to the public. I do have 2 cards. Did you want to make an introductory remark?
Yes, I want to thank Rodney and the planning staff, Sophia, for the work that they've been doing over the last few months. Also to the steering committee. I don't know if, how many members are here presently. If there are members, I'd like you guys to stand up. I'd like to acknowledge you guys. I know that you guys have spent hours working with our planning staff and listening to comments made by the residents in that area. Thank you for your service, for your input. And today is really the initiation of the process of all the work that you guys have, put into this specific plan. I think it's been a long time coming. We know that the West area has been an area that for a long time didn't get as much attention, but I'm proud to say that over the last few years, we've made some significant investments, or at least appropriated dollars. I know that in today's budget, there's a number of investments that have been appropriated, and excited to see that we'll be able to mitigate some of the congestion issues that have been problematic for a long time. And we're just looking forward to seeing investments, new housing, and opportunities for that West area. So again, thank you guys, and I look forward to hearing from the folks that have some additional input. Again, this is the beginning. As part of the motion to initiate the process, I do want to make some recommendations, but I will wait until I hear further from folks. Thank you.
All right, we'll begin the public process here with, we have 3 cards. So Jeff Roberts, Lee Ayers, and Tom Thomas in that order. So please come up and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome back to Fresno, Jeff.
Pardon me. Mr. President, members of the council, Jeff Roberts on behalf of the Assimi Group, 1396 West Herndon Avenue in the city of Fresno, suite number 110. I want to take just a brief moment to thank staff for the effort they put in over the past year on this, putting this plan together, and thank my fellow steering committee members. It was an interesting experience to serve on this committee. I can tell you there was an awful lot of work that got done. I want to lend my wholehearted support to the recommendation of the steering committee, each and every part of it. And I wanted to take just a couple of seconds to talk about one part that is a little different than the other parts. 160 acres is located outside the sphere, west of Grantland Avenue and south of Shields. We talked about this, and there may be some rationale to bring that into the sphere. Either start the process tonight or look at it in the future. I'm not sure which is best, but it's certainly something that we thought would merit some consideration. I can go into the details as to why. I did submit a letter. I wasn't aware I could be here this evening, so I'd be happy to answer any questions, and appreciate your support for the committee recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Appreciate your time and energy and the effort that you and others put into this project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Lee Ayers, and Tom will be up after that, and then we'll get to hear from Daniel. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you. I'm Lee Ayers with Tree Fresno, and I wanted to take this opportunity to alert you to a community landscapes plan that we've been undertaking for the West Fresno area. We obtained a grant from the Fresno COG, and that started because we're doing a research project on near road air pollution on Highway 99 and how trees could mitigate that air pollution. And when we were briefing COG, they suggested that we take a look at the communities that touch on 99, and of course West Fresno does that. And then when we learned that the specific plan was underway, we thought this would be a good opportunity to come alongside and be a resource. Now, we've prepared the draft version that we'll be submitting to COG, and it includes some predictable elements like trees for the streets, trees for parks, promoting species of trees that work well in this location. And then in the course of the plan, we became increasingly concerned that current subdivision standards do not leave much room for trees. And even with additional parks, we are not going to end up with the trees we need. So we've been crafting some proposals for you to consider as part of this plan. Now, to facilitate a broader look, we looked at the larger area, clear over to Garfield and down to Freeway 180, as well as the area you're looking at. Because it's in that area south of Clinton that you probably have the greatest opportunity to plant some trees and to develop in a way that would allow that. I did want to remark this evening that we've enjoyed significant support from the city staff, not only personally, but the graphics that they have. And we've attended steering committee meetings, and we found the residents who are engaged very interested in making this community better. So we stand ready to be of assistance as you go ahead with this project.
Thank you. Next is Tom Thomas, followed by Daniel, followed by Gurdeep. Morning or afternoon, sir.
Yeah, my name's Tom Thomas. The property I have is at 6665 West Shaw. I'm in favor of the plan as I've understood it and been watching it for the last 8 or 10 years. I noticed one thing in the entire plan, though, that does not seem to fit in the original plan. It involves Veterans Boulevard. Veterans Boulevard was originally designed to come from Herndon Avenue to Grantland Avenue, which is an excellent idea. It's going to take care of a lot of traffic problems. In particular, it's going to help Shaw Avenue, where some of the worst problems are. The big problem, and the only problem that I see with it, is that Veterans Boulevard now, it wasn't in the plan, stops at Shaw Avenue. There is one more piece of property south of Shaw to connect it to Grantland Avenue. Why they did not include that in this plan, I have no idea. This ruins the whole project. We're going to have traffic dumped onto Shaw. We have enough traffic being dumped onto Shaw right this minute. All you have to do is go there in the morning or in the afternoon. So I'd like somebody, I was hoping that Councilmember Bredefeld would be here. I hope somebody could pass this on to him, because I believe that part of it is in or near his district. And I know that the Councilwoman Soraya is just south of there, and I hope she'll, take a look at it too. We're missing the boat. We're trying to make the traffic move. All that development by Granville is going to create a lot more traffic. And if we don't connect that Veterans Boulevard the way it was originally intended, we're going to spend $25 million for nothing. That's basically what I have to say. I hope you guys will consider it. Thank you.
It's actually more than 100 million, but if somebody can address that concern.
Rodney, is there any way that we can
You
talk
can
about that?
Put it right there. There you go, ma'am. Okay, next is Daniel, followed by Gurdeep.
We're just gonna, I called Rodney up and see if he
Oh,
could just
okay, I'm
briefly, just briefly talk about that.
As I understand, Veterans Boulevard is planned to go all the way down to 180. So the first phase is just to Shaw, but the entire improvement will go down to 180. So it is still part of the city's long-term plan for improvement on that side.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel, and then Gurdeep. Thanks for being here.
There you go. Good evening, Council President Capriola and council members. My name is Daniel Brannick. My business address is 1295 West Shawn. I'm actually a resident of the Tower District, but I was essentially born and raised in West Central Fresno, and I've been, I would like to think that city staff and anybody else who's been on the West area specific plan process can attest to my enthusiasm and involvement, which is kind of why I'm here today. I just want to make sure that people are showing up saying that, like, how much we value this process that's taking place. City staff, Rodney and Sophia in particular have been awesome, but everybody who shows up at meetings and coordinates is great. Planning is super important for this whole area because I've seen it on this dais and other places. It's an area that really lacks an identity. In fact, probably the only thing that really holds it together right now is Central Unified. And so you may or may not be aware of Central opening up a second high school in the near-term future. In a short version, I think that's going to have a real distinct change on like the whole culture and like the sense of unity in that area, and having a plan to develop and improve the physical built environment and manifesting our values matters. So I appreciate the city's effort in forming this. If you've been following along or taking any look at the documents and reports that the city have, just to emphasize two big overarching concerns that I'll fixate on little granular things about sites, but people talk about transportation network improvements. That's everything from Veterans Boulevard to improving like Clinton, a lot of unbuilt infrastructure that has plagued that area for an extremely long time. And then the other thing is just park space. I'm definitely an advocate for that too, and I don't think that asking for either of those things is too much. I think it's important that we have like an economic development or funding component that ensures that we, sustainably can infill all this stuff, and then going forward can not make the same mistakes that we've made in the past. I also wouldn't be remiss if being up here today. I know earlier there was, in the day, there was an item regarding a proposed gas station and convenience store that I just want to give you a super early heads up that it would not be my preferred choice of use in that location. What I'm hoping is through this planning process is to really set up, going forward, a really clear plan. I think proposals like that come before this council because we haven't had that planning process yet to really shape what we want things to look like and the uses to have and the quality of life that people who live in West Central Fresno want to get out of living here. So with that, thank you again. Again, mostly all positives, and I hope you all, if you have any questions for anybody, to entertain them totally. That's it. Thank you.
Daniel, would you mind grabbing those cards, those yellow cards, and handing them to our clerk? Thanks for your help there. Thanks for your comments. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to add, given your enthusiasm, encourage you to be part of or apply to the District 1 Implementation Committee where, residents will get to decide kind of as development comes to the city. So I'll encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Gurdeep, you're up. And he'll be followed by Ginger. Welcome, sir.
All right, thank you. Mayor, council, and community members, welcome. Thank you. Forgotten Fresno. I hear that a lot. Being an educator in the district for 15 plus years, being in real estate myself, traveling all over Fresno County, people say forgotten Fresno. I'm like, why do you say you're forgotten Fresno? Well, we're forgotten Fresno because nobody cares for west of 99, 93722, 93723. Well, something came up. This plan came up, and I know Esmeralda Surya has a big part in it. So now people are finally getting together, and they're not saying no more forgotten Fresno, because people have said the planning for west of 99 has been so poor. Either whoever planned it in the past did not like that area, maybe did not like the community that lived there, but I think this is the time City of Fresno should fix the mistakes of the past. Because every person who lives in Fresno should have the equity of living there. Doesn't matter if you have $1 million house or $100,000 house. So as a community member, and I know a lot of you also that you're very involved, we support this plan 100%. We need to move forward. We need to fix the infrastructure. We need to fix the roads. There's a lot of development happening in that area. So I've been speaking to the Fresno County because in that area, City of Fresno and the Fresno County, they have a lot of islands together. And as of right now, County of Fresno is willing to spend a lot of money into the infrastructure, into the roads of that area. We need the City of Fresno to join the County of Fresno. Let's fix the roads, because as we have more development come that way, we're gonna need better roads. I personally took I took Supervisor Pacheco on a ride with me. I said, let's have a seat, and I gave him a tour of the area. And he was like, what? So let's work for all of Fresno. And let's not have people say forgotten Fresno, because we're not forgotten no more, because we're not gonna sit here as taxpayers and do nothing. We're going to speak up, and people are speaking up, and all of this will be shared with all the community members who are not here. So all the people, all of our officials who are supporting this, we will remember you all when we all vote. So thank you very much, and Fresno is number one. We're going to stay number one. Thank you.
Gurdeep, could you give us your full name and address just for the record? We need to
Yes.
keep that going.
Yeah, my name is Gurdeep Singh Shergill, and my address is 5317 West Terrace Avenue, Fresno, California, 93722. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Gurdeep, can you just share, because you just mentioned that Fresno County Supervisor Pacheco has committed lots of money to that area for this year. Do you have an amount that has been committed? Because after I get a chance, I'll be able to share what the city of Fresno is doing. But
Yes. We actually had a meeting. He actually came in. We had a meeting with him, and I know our trustee, Mr. Nandip Sengchan, he was at the meeting as well. He did not give me a particular amount of money, but he did promise several of the roads. For example, Clinton Avenue. Clinton Avenue is shared west of 99, Clinton, Marks and Clinton, all the way up to Clinton and Marks. It's shared by the county and the city. And there's also a park right next to it, Jaswant Singh Harda Park, which is used. So many people go to that park. And then he also talked about Cornelia Avenue, which also goes into our Central High School as well. And then Clinton is going to go into our Tilly Elementary. So a lot of these roads will be traveled by the parents, by the students, by the community. So there's going to be so much impact. So like I said, I do not have the amount, but they did commit, they did give me some of the streets. And I would love to send you that information if you like. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think I did notice Supervisor Pacheco's staff here. So thank you for being here.
Next up is Ginger Rainey, followed by John Andari. You give us your name and address, 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Ginger Rainey. I live at 7108 West Rialto in what you now call the West area. I've lived there for 40 years. I live on acreage. I hope you received my letter that I wrote. I wrote it on May 1st, but it's been continued, so I hope you received it. I get nervous, very nervous when I do public speaking. I'm a slow talker with only 3 minutes. I'm going to read from my notes. Many of my friends and family have moved out of the valley. They think I'm a fool for continuing to live here and tell me so regularly. But I love Fresno and I love this valley. We live in a desert. We need water for our trees, lawns, etc., to clean and filter our dirty, polluted air. We are number 2, I believe, in the nation of polluted cities. We have heavy-duty watering restrictions now. Developers are business people whose main goal is to make a profit. You are the city's leaders responsible in many ways for the health and welfare of its citizens. To keep developing and building is not the answer to our water and pollution problems. Sprawling out the city will cause even more pollution, and you will need a lot more infrastructure, more city services, firefighters, social workers, law enforcement, etc. I know property taxes are not going to be able to pay for all of this. Are any of you familiar with this area now called the West area? The roads out there are very old and decayed. Who's going to pay for all this sprawl? There should be a moratorium on building or a lottery system for developers like some of the smartest cities have implemented. I can see the pollution and feel it in my lungs, and so can you. Some of you took political donations from the big developers. In my opinion, you should be excusing yourselves from the matter as it is a conflict of interest. If you vote in favor of the West Area development, the developers, in my opinion, will be laughing all the way to the bank, and you as the city leaders will be their vehicles to get there. And I feel, in a way, responsible for more pollution. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it. And do you have any questions for me?
Thank you. That was very well done. It's public speaking. Next is John Andari, and then followed by Mr. Arias Jr. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir, and council members. My name is John Endara. I live on Rialto. I've lived there for 40 years in the West area. My feelings are similar to the speaker before me and the gentleman that has ridden around with Supervisor Pacheco. I've met with him a few times. We, as well as former Supervisor Larson, are against any development west of Garfield. That's where the spirit influence is. And I've talked to people associated with different groups and neighborhood watches, and they say there's a big push to try and get this out to Chateau Fresno. As the lady mentioned, we have a big pollution problem. It comes from the west-northwest. That's the way the wind blows. So all the development dust, all the problems with that, the cars coming, that's all going to blow over Fresno. I did social work with the county for almost 25 years, first in CPS and then in adult services. 1 in 4 of each group has asthma. It contributes largely to that. I'm not against development per se. It just needs to be orderly and with good planning. As was mentioned 100 times to all the meetings I've been, if you go on Ashland, especially Shaw, Herndon, the wait times, especially Shaw, you'll wait 6 or 7 lights because of the Island Water Park and Polk coming and turning. They block the road. I'm very proud if Supervisor Pacheco went along that and saw what we go through on a daily basis. I've been hearing about veterans forever, 25 years or so? It will not be built before 2025. I'll bet you any amount of money. I know we're still millions short, and it will get to Shaw first. That will help. I asked, as the Planning Commission said a few months ago, they stopped an apartment complex at Barstow and Grantland, and the main reason the female that made the motion not to grant it, it was because of the streets. It is impossible. Go out on Ashland and see all the ruts. Go on Shaw during a busy time. Go on Herndon. People are getting angry. There's road rage. People taking shortcuts, passing on the right. Like I said, I'm not against the development, but it should be after those streets are taken care of. Then you wouldn't have as much pollution as people sit and wait to get across. And it's just, if the planning is right, this could be done well. And there should be parks out there. There was a nice stretch of trees at Gettysburg that's was scheduled for Westlake that would have been a great park to make. They cut those trees down. They were 150 to 200 years old. And when Mr. DeBudio was on the commission, we asked him how come he okay stuff, and he goes, we don't look at the neighborhoods, we look at the zoning. You really need to take a look at the neighborhoods and see what damage or help that they give. I appreciate your time, and thank you for listening, and you all have a good day.
Thank you, John. Appreciate that. Mr. Arias Jr., and after these coming comments, then there'll be Susan Morrison, and after that, Mr. Ramirez.
Good afternoon,
Good
Council
afternoon.
President
Thank
and
you.
all the council members. My name is Gonzalo Arias Jr. I live at 7118 West Tenaya Avenue, Fresno, California, 93723. I am on the board of the Forgotten Fresno. I am one of the board council members on there. And we're trying to come out on these meetings because of all the infrastructure, like the gentlemen and the ladies were saying. But we don't mind the change. But the changes, when they come, they cause more problems, more traffic, for sure more traffic. We've been trying to do a lot of stopping of different buildings coming into our area. I live right on 99 in Herndon, right there. The city is on one side, I'm on the other side. I have it every morning, every afternoon. Morning at 7, 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, 4, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, traffic back to back. On Grantland Avenue from 99 in Herndon all the way down to Shaw. There's a one-way only on both sides. There's no lights at all on both sides. The only thing I see about this project, it's a wonderful project, but it's just like everybody's been saying, the infrastructure is not there for it. We have no lights. We have no wide enough streets. The school, Herndon and Barstow, we have 800 kids there. I live right next to it. I've been wanting to get the news media out there to take a video of the poor kids running across the streets and stuff like that, just to bring it to these board meetings and stuff. But it's hard to get the media out there, but I'm going to still try and do that. Because I'm afraid the kids are going to get hit. The parents are going to get hit. They run them. Those are crosswalks, only one crosswalk. They don't run the crosswalk. They stay out of the crosswalk. They're running across the street on the road to get back and forth to the school. Dante Club is right there. When they have their events too, there's traffic backed up. They usually just have them in the afternoon. Sometimes they might have some lunches and stuff like that, but they'll have 300 or 400. I think it holds 350 guests. I have all that back up there too. There's not enough roads. The roads are not fit for this kind of traffic, any kind of other going in. The buildings there and everything are fine. I moved there 20 years ago. The Veterans Boulevard has been on the books since 1986. We just got money taken away from Governor Newsom. He just got money taken away from the president. They took almost $1 billion away from us. Where's this money going to come from now to build that Veterans Boulevard? That's what we were going to do. That Veterans Boulevard is never going to be built. I've been here 20 years. I lived here 58 years. It's been on the books forever. I've never heard of it. All the poor veterans that wanted to put this in, they're all gone now. They'll never see it. You know, God rest their souls. And now, dealing with all this stuff, infrastructures, you guys never look at what needs to be done instead of adding. You keep adding. What needs to be done first should be done first. That's all we ask for, because Forgotten Fresno, just like the name it says, we were forgotten in that area. Totally forgotten. Thank you again. Have a nice evening.
Thank you, Gonzalo. Susan Morrison, it's your opportunity, and then we'll go to, I think it's Renee Ramirez. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Susan Morrison. I'm a retired teacher. I started teaching Mexican kids in this valley in 1971, and I'm still very oriented toward child safety, and that's what I'm here addressing. I've worked somewhat with Esmeralda Soria in getting Caltrans in the county and the city of Fresno coordinated when we had all that blockage from the building on Highway 99. Mr. Arias is my representative, and Paul, I bought the dinosaurs for Fresno Discovery Center, so we've met before.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Just for the record, you're not calling me a dinosaur.
No.
Because I know my colleagues, so this is going to come around.
Otherwise,
so
I'd be pointing the finger at myself.
Right. You were at the Discovery Center, and we made you helped present 2 fantastic semi-life-size dinosaurs to be added to the exhibit there. And Triceratops, and I forgot the other one. But thank you so much for your generosity. Say it again?
Parasaurolophus?
Yes. So thanks for your generosity. We'll add time. I took up your time.
The dinosaur stands corrected.
Your generosity is greatly, greatly appreciated.
Okay, well, thank you. Now, about child safety, this is something that's probably a county and city thing that needs to be coordinated. I live at 5662 West Home, and so I'm over in the west side again. We have the problem of kids having to walk on shoulders. They get off the school bus from Central Unified and they have to walk on shoulders. Sometimes I see high school kids, and they have to walk in the street. That's just not safe. There's no sidewalks on many of the streets. I think that there at least needs to be a paved walkway on at least one side of the street that goes from every single school bus stop or every single elementary school to the homes and the developments, so that kids, high school kids, younger kids and everything can safely walk home without having to walk in the street. So, thank you.
Thank you again for your generosity and your comments. I added some time, so we'll go back to square zero. So now I think it's Renee. Please come forward, and you will have 3 minutes after you give us your name and address, please. Welcome to our meeting.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Renee Ramirez. I'm here on behalf of my mother, Lupe Delgado, at 3407 North Bryan, 93723. I'm here because we are concerned about the issue of the community that's still on a well. And for those of us that are still on well water, the issue is if it goes dry. And behind us, it's supposed to be 150 new homes coming in. They're telling us they don't believe it'll be an issue. But I have called Public Works to see how much it would be. They told me it would not be cost effective. It would cost a fortune for me to hook up to a well, to hook up to the city at this time. Our neighbors on Ashland and Grantland, when the school went in, and I am in support, so is my mother, of the development. We just want the city and the developers to be respectful of the community that is still there. So our neighbors on Ashland and Grantland, they went dry, and they had to pay. Because the road was already broken up, they were given a discount to connect, but had they not, it would have been over $30,000. My mother's on a fixed income, so are a lot of community there. They've been there for over 40 years. They are elderly. There's no way they can afford that. So all I'm asking is that the city and the developers be responsible and do the right thing for the community that still remains. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one more card, or a couple more cards over here. Thank you, Deep. Thank you. We'll go with Elissa, followed by Tina. Welcome, and give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Sorry, I just got off of work from Madera and was driving down, so. Okay, Elisa Belios, 5323 North Tish Avenue, Fresno, California, 93723. Let me get a breath. I am speaking on behalf of hundreds of neighbors that are not able to attend this evening's meeting. In Forgotten Fresno, we are highly concerned with the ongoing intensification of land uses and how the infrastructure has not kept pace with the development. High-speed rail is supposed to create an underpass at Herndon and Golden State and an overpass at Shaw and Golden State. Overpass lists for Ashland and 99, Clinton and 99, and Tuolumne and 99 have been completed, and we are looking at concrete statues in our community. Bottleneck traffic is horrible as we attempt to drive across the Great Divide that is Highway 99. We do not see any relief in the near future, but new housing developments that will only increase our traffic congestion are being rapidly built. Emergency services are delayed, traffic queues are lengthy. Golden State north of Herndon is a truck stop. Our children are in need of park spaces that are not owned by Central Unified School District. We feel like a broken record, but the problems remain. We are asking moving forward that the city be mindful of our needs on the west side. Have housing development mitigate its effects more. Install walking paths, green belts, playground structures, or install benches and tables. You recently voted to annex the northwest corner of Shaw and Grantland for Lennar to build 163 more homes. Their intention is to have approximately 8,000 square feet of park space, AKA grass. We'd love to have a playground structure or a basketball half court as well, but I know all too well that's not in their plans. Another note is to not be wasteful using during landscaping ventures. In my neighborhood, it took multiple attempts before Dryscape was finally installed. Honestly, we'd rather have a mix of tables and benches with dryscaping. Have a greater vision than the past to create a beautiful community on the west side. Thank you.
Thank you, Alyssa. Thanks for taking the time to come here from Madera. Tina, please come down and give us your name and address. And you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, Tina McAllister Booth, 5816 North Mariama. My backyard is Grantland. And I want to thank you all for listening to all of us. I am on the committee as a member, and this has been a fantastic venture for all of us. We have been able to get to meet our neighbors more than we ever would have. So I appreciate you taking the time to listen to us, because we're having the conversations in our homes and in our neighborhoods with everybody that we meet at the corner. It's opened conversation, and people have a voice, and they feel like they have a voice. So thank you very much for letting us learn how this process works, because we have been learning on this committee, let me tell you. And we have definitely had Rodney and his staff working hard. We have not let them off easy. So we appreciate everything that you guys have been doing, and keep notifying, keep sending out those flyers, keep sending the notices to the neighbors. because they can't say they didn't know. So thank you very much. We do appreciate it, and we're very glad to have heard that our groups have had the largest attendance at our meetings. So people are engaged. So thank you again.
Thank you, Tina, and thanks for your participation. That's what makes this whole system work as well as it can. Okay, that's all the cards I have, but you don't have to fill out a card to address the council. So if you wish to come up and address the council for 3 minutes, this is the time to do it, and we welcome all comments. Seeing none, we'll close the public portion of this, and we'll go to the council members. Member Soria, I think it's your district, if you'd like to start the conversation.
Thank you, Council President. Again, I want to thank everyone that showed up today, that has been showing up over the last few months. I'm grateful for all the input. Myself and my staff read through all the letters and comments that we received, and we've, taken them into account as we think about what we have here today to initiate. I did want to, just respond to a couple of things that were said. I heard orderly with good planning, words like forgotten Fresno, and I think what this plan really demonstrates is that that the West area is no longer forgotten. I know that since year one that I started serving the city of Fresno, I've attempted to make significant investments and pay attention to the lack of infrastructure in that area. One of the special projects that I've been working on from the beginning was the lack of infrastructure in Highway City, south of Shaw, where I can say today that we're almost at the end of the last acquisition in parcel to be able to put sidewalk and just, the gutters, and make sure that flood control is also helping us support building that infrastructure. So we have a lot to be proud of in terms of the progress, but again, a lot of that has come from the community. And so I credit your guys' strength and the fact that you guys have shown up and asked us to step up and make investments in that area. In this budget, I can say proudly that we are supporting over $3 million of investments in just capital improvements. It doesn't include other special projects that I'm working on. I know someone mentioned parks. One of the things that I've done as well, we own a parcel on Milburn and Dakota. Folks were promised a park there a long, long time ago. Well, I have allocated dollars to be able to do the planning, and then I hope that in the next cycle, it will be part of the Prop 68 dollars or application process that we'll go through. So we'll be asking the community to, again, help us plan for a future park in that area. And another thing, I know that other developers that are investing in that area and building new homes, they are building parks and amenities in that area. The goal really of having this, I believe this specific plan, is having better planning, making sure that we're attracting the amenities that this community needs, so that you don't have to travel east of the 99. Which then adds the pollution, which then adds to congestion. If we're planning and building your neighborhood so that you have a park, so that you have a clinic, all these different amenities, we are going to reduce some of those environmental impacts. I think those are positive things for the community. And I'm committed in the years that I have left here at the council to continue pushing this council to make sure that we're making the right investments, so that we're attracting the right type of development and the right type of businesses that will provide the amenities that you all need. And, again, I just want to thank those folks that have lived there for decades for being patient with us taking action. But, again, very proud of the work that we've done over the last couple years. One thing that I want to motion as we initiate approval or initiate this specific plan, where more folks will have an opportunity to put input, but just taking into account some of the stuff that has said, there is one particular property owner that is requesting the property to remain under current planning and zoning level, because if we adopt the change, would create a non-conforming parcel, which we know we don't want to do that. We faced that when we were doing the general plan and the update of the zoning for the entire city. So my motion would be to delete the proposed zoning changes for parcel 512-07050 and retain its current zoning. So that's one of the changes. I would motion to approve or start the initiation of the West Area specific plan with the changed.
I'll second that motion. Any
And
other
then,
changes?
I think that's the one change that I wanted to do. Also, just to the comment about the safe paths to school, I think earlier this year, this council talked about how we better prioritize our infrastructure and building and prioritizing the safe routes to school as a priority when we're looking at the infrastructures, in particular the new SB1 dollars. So this council, over the next few years, I know will make sure that we work closely with the administration, our public works, to ensure that that is happening, because there are too many of our schools that still lack safe walking paths. And so I know I've been working with Central Unified to alleviate some of those challenges in the West area as well. So I want to thank you for bringing that up, because that is a priority of ours. Thank you.
Rodney, I have some questions for you. If you could come up, please. First, let me thank you for all the work that you've done. Like some of the committee members indicated, it's been a really good process. It's probably been the best process I've observed from the point of view of a staff being extremely responsive. Can you just share with us what's been the cost of developing this draft specific plan for the West area?
To date?
To date.
Approximately, with all the noticing, the mailings that we have done, printing, staff time, probably close to $50,000, $55,000. I don't have the exact numbers, but it's probably somewhere in that range.
Okay. And how long have you been working on this?
We kicked everything off in the fall of 2017. And so even though it's been about a year and a half of work, we're still at the very beginning stages. So I definitely appreciate your comments, Councilmember Soria, about this is just beginning. The goal is that the next step would actually be to study the land use map. It's sort of like launching, a boat, and we want to make sure that it's seaworthy through the environmental impact report as well as the infrastructure financing plan, which is a part of the plan process.
Rodney, how much cost do you anticipate the EIR and the financing assessment to undertake?
Approximately $400,000. And the consultant that was selected to be on the environmental impact review process and report process, as well as the infrastructure financing plan, is De Novo Planning Group.
Can you walk me through the Shields to Clinton, Garfield to Grantland area? I know that's that little corner piece that's not in the sphere of influence in the city, but the committee recommended including it.
Sure. Can I get the PowerPoint back up, Marco? I can tell you that the steering committee felt very strongly that there is some public facilities in that area, as well as long-term improvement as it pertains to the roadway infrastructure, and really wanted to see that come in. There is a general plan policy, however, that basically mentions when it comes to expansion of the SOI, that it only be for high-speed rail-related improvements, such as the maintenance facility being located within the city. So that's the area in question. It's about 160 acres, so it would be an expansion of the west area of approximately 2%.
Is it recommended is the recommendation by the committee to include that area?
It is recommended by the steering committee, but it's beyond their charge. Their charge is solely limited to the actual west area, the 7,077 acres. But it certainly doesn't mean, should the council desire, it doesn't mean that we couldn't study it as part of the EIR. And if the council is okay with that, we can include that as actual policy within the plan. Okay. If council's not okay with that, then we can take it out.
Thank you, Rodney. Just from my perspective, one of the challenges that we have in Fresno is that we're trying to make up for past mistakes where a lot of leapfrog development occurred, in other words, known as sprawl, and we weren't thoughtful about, completely, doing full blocks when it came to master development. This EIR and the study was going to be a significant cost to the city. So my preference and the direction I would like to give, included in the motion from the councilwoman, is to study this area for annexation to the city as part of the master plan. I think if we're going to spend $500,000 studying the west area, taking everything into account, the last thing we need is a left-out piece of dirt that isn't master planned and considered. And if the assessments determine something different, then at least we have that information.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, if there's questions from the council, we'll take them now. Any questions? All right, with that, we'll call for, there's been a motion, it's been seconded. Any opposition? Seeing none, it's approved 5-0. You can begin the process. Thank you. Congratulations for the year-and-a-half work, and we will officially initiate the study session of the West Area Plan. Thank you all for coming tonight. With that, council colleagues, I will formally adjourn the meeting in memory of Dr. Robert Levine at 5:48 p.m. Thank you.